Craig Johnson 3, Rob Much 10, Charlie Kent number 6, 12th man for Cornwall, number 12, Joel Brearley. I'd like to thank Rotec, our official one-day cup partner. Rotec, one of the leading specialist providers of hydraulic, pneumatic and electronic components and systems to the public and private sectors. Pleased again to be working in partnership with our ground-name rights partner for the 2021 season, Cooper Associates. MailerDoc is our official mailing and print partner. And also thank you to iTech, our official technology partner. I remind you, if you are heading to the Somerset shop or stragglers for hot and cold food and drinks, that Cooper Associates County Ground is a cashless venue. Please remember to take your card.
Good morning and welcome to this National Counties 50 over match at the Cooper Associates County Ground today, where Somerset take on Cornwall. I'm your commentator Elliot, joined by my co-commentator Harry Everett. Harry, how are we doing?
Morning all. Yeah, stunning day for cricket, and I'm delighted for Cornwall to be able to come and fulfil this fixture at the Cooper Associates County Ground in front of a few fans who are filtering in on this working week school day, I suppose, still.
Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely day here. Sun is out. I'm glad I'm in the commentary box and not outside, because I've spent too much time outside in the past few days, and yeah, it's nice to be in here.
Here we have got 134 people already on the live YouTube stream, ready to watch. A couple of 22 have liked it already, and I'm sure some of them will be under a parasol in the garden or got some setups. Feel free to send in your setups. What's the best way to tweet Harry Everett _14, or what's your Twitter handle, Elliot?
Yeah, Elliot _Trotman.
Get in touch. I'm sure we'll have a bit of hashtag Flatwatch trending later on. Good to have some engagement. Feel free to comment on the Facebook and the YouTube, or if we can't keep tabs on that, I'm sure if you tweet us, we'll be able to give some sensible shout outs and engage with you guys watching at home.
Yeah, it's good to be back though. Been the first time since pre-season.
Yeah, a bit warmer, isn't it? It was equally sunny in pre-season though, to be fair. We remember that March. It's
fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, glorious sunny cricket. I remember that start of the season when Beddingham scored runs for fun for Durham, and it was probably the flattest April wickets we've ever seen. And cold, but flat, and well, now we're the opposite end of the spectrum. 30 degrees and roasting hot, and very flat track down in front of us. So
Harry, shall we go through the teams
yeah, I reckon we
today?
should.
Would you like to introduce the Somerset
Yeah, so Ben Green is going to captain. Very excited for Ben Green, the Exeter man. He, we should tell you, he has won the toss and elected to bat. So I'll read you through the Somerset 11. Josh Davey will be 12th man. So the Somerset 11 will be Green, Eddie Byram, George Bartlett, Lewis Goldsworthy, of course, of Cornish descent, Sam Young, Jamie Baird, Casey Aldridge, Ned Leonard, Jack Leach, excited to see him play, Sonny Baker, the young man we saw in pre-season from Torquay, and George Thomas, another second teamer who's come through Kings, done very well, very excited young cricketer. So good to see a few youngsters get a go.
Yes, and the Cornwall team, the 12-man side of Cornwall today, the squad: Oliver Westbury, Scott Harvey, Paul Smith, Cian Burns, Tommy Sturgis, Scott Kello, Ellis Whiteford, Ben Ellis, Craig Johnson, Rob Much, Charlie Kent, and Joel Briley. Yeah, it should be a really, really good day. Coming from cricket season in Cornwall myself, playing for the mighty Falmouth, who Scott Kello, one of the Cornwall boys, represents today. It's good to see a Falmouth boy down at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, exciting to see some young cricketers. I was personally a bit gutted being a Devon League cricketer myself. I was gutted to see the Thursday game called off. Devon have been struggling a bit lately with so many isolations and COVID pings. Likes of Exmouth have had to call off the last 2 Saturdays of cricket. And so many teams are having to pull out because they just got people in isolation, they can't play cricket, they're struggling to fulfil fixtures. So a bit sad that Thursday's game's been called off. But at least there's one warm-up game for Somerset before the Royal London Cup starts on Sunday at home to Derbyshire, which I'm very excited for.
Defending champions, of course. This is the first 50 over game today since, well, that magnificent game at Lawns 2 years ago.
Unbelievable. Azhar Ali was in that team that day, wasn't he? Oh, what a day that was for Somerset. But yeah, back with the beer festival on Sunday. We'll be talking to you plenty more about the Beer and Cider Festival, the biggest beer garden in the Southwest, and hope plenty of you will be coming to sample 40 different local beers, 40 different ciders, and watch a bit of cricket while you're here, hopefully. Exactly. This Sunday afternoon. Buy tickets online, and it's worth saying that today, if you're suddenly realising, why am I watching on YouTube and free? Well, you can come in and buy a ticket for today. Just £10 on the gate, £5 for an under 18, and come and watch some cricket. We're also live on Facebook though, not enforced anymore since Freedom Day as it was billed yesterday, so a few less restrictions and plenty of space around the Cooper Associates County Ground, so what better way to come and spend your sunny Tuesday.
A few more fans coming in here. On the left, we haven't actually. Should we call flat watch this early? I'm actually not seeing any actually.
No, we'll wait till there's someone to report, shall we? There's one lady looking out our window. No
it's so hot. It's too hot. They might be on the live stream today, listening to us.
Oh yeah, we hope so. Wouldn't it be amazing if we had an engagement of flat watch from the actual flats themselves? So the last warm-ups are just being removed from the field. And 2 minutes away from the players walking out. Of course, we can see right over to the Quantocks. We can see the seagulls floating around the breeze. Well, there's not much of a breeze today. We've got a bit of aircon in the commentary box. It is a roaster. It's going to be hot all day.
Looking at the spectacular, the new one day jerseys that the Somerset lads have. Brilliant. Have you got your shirt on?
Yeah, I got my Somerset County Championship shirt on today.
Good man, good man.
Doing today in the 4 one-day cup games. I'll try and bring out some different cricket shirts as we like to. We might have a bit of Combox Cam come out later on. We can see the opening batsman just coming ready. It's going to be Sam Young. Exciting to see the young man. Sam Young with 77 on his back, the right-hand batsman. It looks like Eddie Byram he's going to open with. So there's thoughts that possibly Ben Green might have opened with himself, but good to give Byram and Young a chance. Ben Green's one of those who could bat in the top 6, as is Eddie Byram, really.
I'm very impressed by Eddie Byram's bright orange spikes. They're impressive.
Yeah, he does like some vibrant wheels, doesn't he?
They're very, very impressive. Won't catch him. Here come the Cornwall lads coming out now.
The Cornwall team are led out by...
Yeah, it's quite interesting seeing the Cornwall lot rock up in their various different attire. Sort of a village feel to the Cornish team rocking up to Cooper Associates County Ground. What a day for them. Worth mentioning that the umpires today, we've got Ian Blackwell, he will be standing in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and James Middlebrook will be down the other end in front of what used to be the Marcus Trescothick stand, but is now the River stand. next to Lord Ian Botham stand from the far end. Two former players, of course. Two big name umpires who seem to quite often do the Somerset games. We've seen them quite a lot. So Cornwall in their black and yellow. Not the nicest of colours to be wearing in this heat.
Nice long sleeve. At least it won't get burnt, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of sun cream knocking about the changing room. Good to see Somerset back using the proper changing facilities rather than having to be all over the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, as you could see in the Behind the Wyvern series on the YouTube channel. Well worth a watch. Enjoying Ollie Sale touring you around, seeing Craig Overton's kit sprawling all over the long room. Made me laugh. I can tell he's an England player. He's got 6 pairs of spikes and all these different paraphernalia.
You quite an untidy individual in the dressing room, Harry?
I've upgraded to a big cricket bag this year. For years I've been carrying around a little cricket bag and then 2 or 3 little separate sort of drawstring bags and a boot bag and then a bat bag. I thought it's a bit ridiculous, really. I've now got a bigger bag and fit it all in one gear. But yeah, as soon as you get the changing, you've got to empty it all out. That's your first 5 minutes of the day and your last 5 minutes of the day, really. So it's going to be Eddie Byram who's going to take strike. Wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps here. You'll see right arm seam from the River end to start with.
Number 9, Ben Ellis, coming in for Cornwall.
Yeah, he's going to take the new ball. Lovely start there from Ben Ellis. So Ben Ellis is a youngster who made his debut this year for Cornwall. Plays for St Just CC. St Just, of course, where Max Waller plays. He's bowled extremely well, keeping the likes of Tom Dinnis, who's played a bit of second 11 for Somerset out of the team in the 50 over competition. Picked up quite a few 2 and 3 wicket hauls this year. On quite tight lines, so Ben Ellis opening up from the River end. Right arm seam. And the keeper stood back now, sorry, who stood up, teasing us at the start, but he's going to go back, and number 1 on his back from the wicket keeper, Scott Harvey. So 2 decent deliveries to start the game there. Nothing for Eddie Byram to get away. That's the tight lines that Ben Ellis is renowned for.
Got Tommy Sturgis in at short fine leg. Looks like he's warming up.
You expect him to take the new ball from this end?
Yes, yeah. Currently with Derby 2s. Went to school actually around the Taunton area.
Yeah, Taunton School's very good for cricket. Taunton School, Queens, Kings. Renowned for a lot of cricketers that come from the area.
Lovely shot there from Eddie Byram. Down the ground. Gotta be careful. Forward drive there.
Yeah, lovely start from Eddie Byram. It looked like it was going to be stopped by the dive in mid-off, but not much power needed behind it from Eddie Byram. Just timed the pants off of that straight drive down the ground. Beautiful shot.
That's a proper cricket shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be lightning outfield today, isn't it? Once you beat the infield with a new ball, I think it's going to be 4 runs.
I think that's one thing I found playing down in Cornwall this season. The wickets are a lot slower than I may have anticipated early on, so you can very easily catch yourself out. Today, the Delight comes on so well. Fantastic wicket down here. So good first over there.
Yeah, you take that. Just 1 slightly over pitch delivery. The other 5 balls right on the money. 4 for none after the first. So we got plenty of people on the YouTube stream saying good morning, hello all. Mike from Ilminster. If only my freezer hadn't broken down at the weekend and the service engineer could come to fix it soon, then I could come to the ground. Sorry, Mike. Hopefully we'll be good enough to keep you going whilst you wait for the freezer to be fixed.
Just going to get the live stream off as well, H. See these lovely comments coming through.
First ball, the second over. Nicely defended by Sam Young. Good to see Sam Young with the bat. And we've not seen too much of in a Somerset shirt, but an exciting young talent.
Mid wicket is deep. There's plenty of little gap there.
Yeah, interesting to start with a man back on the leg side straight away, as well as the third man. A bit more carry in that second delivery. Young just lets it go. Sam Young, of course, from Radstock, plays for Bath Cricket Club. Educated at Millfield School. Also played England under 19s. One of a, feels like a procession of Somerset batsmen who've been involved at Millfield and England under 19s, and really exciting to see him play.
Oh, is that a little edge there coming off
Yeah,
the bat of Sam Young?
some way to get off the mark for Young. He'll take that. Well over slipped head. Good bit of pace and bounce there. Carried off the shoulder, top edge of the bat, right over the slips, and not a lot you can do about that as a fielding side, unless you get the keeper and slips down further back, I guess. Yeah, Young joined the Somerset Academy ahead of the 2017 season. He come through the emerging player programme, the age group pathway. It's great to see so many Somerset players do so well, coming through the ranks and then getting a first team appearance.
Nice little leave there from Sam Young.
Yeah, Young scored his maiden century for the second 11 against the MCC Young Cricketers at Taunton Vale. Taunton Vale, of course, another young, lovely place to bat in Taunton, where the second 11 hone their skills.
One of the many roads we have in this lovely town.
Plenty of them about. Tommy Sturgis has been impressive this second over, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's keeping Young on his toes, certainly. A lot of stories heard he's very quick. Good to see it in the in person for the first time.
You're not making it easy for Young. Not the tallest of chaps, but quick action. Really gets the ball down there. We've got Bill Caddick tuning in from Malaysia. Good to watch Somerset, brings me closer to my hometown Western-super-Mare. Thanks for the comment. Bill's watching on Facebook. 442 currently watching on the Facebook stream. 489 on the YouTube. I wonder if anyone's got both on. Not sure they're needed, but you never know. Plenty of YouTube comments coming in as well. Elliot?
Andy Miles just remembered I've got a Cornish pasty in the fridge. The things I do for a Cornish pasty now.
Ah, and then someone's already, before we're even into it, Devon aren't even playing today, but the Devon Cornwall scone debate has already come up. Cream and jam. A lot of pasty, scone and cider chat already in the live stream. Again, right on it from Ellis. First ball, the third over. Byram's very little to work with. Very good start this from the National County side. Just the 2 fours, and the second four was certainly fortuitous.
Yeah, I think some of these lads will be looking at this as an opportunity to really showcase their skills against a top team in Somerset. And of course, defending champions of the Royal London One Day Cup, which is going to start again this Sunday.
Yeah, cannot wait. Great tournament. The tournament, of course, that England won the World Cup in, the format. The tournament Somerset defending champions. So, yeah, very exciting for Derbyshire. 2 o'clock. Bit of beer inside around as well. Mentioned a few times today, I'm sure.
Just wide there from Ellis. Put away from Eddie Byram. Lovely shot through the covers.
First bit of whip we've seen all day, isn't it? Lovely cover drive from Byram. Sturgis, a bowling all-rounder. Played for Surrey second 11 while he was at school. And played at school down the road at Wellington. And worked with fast bowling coach Stephen Jones, of course. Stephen Jones has worked with the Rajasthan Royals and actually coached me a few years back in some Easter camp. But yeah, that Varun Aaron of the Rajasthan Royals, he does a lot of work with, really into his pace and getting the body up for fast bowling. Yeah, Sturgis currently plays a bit of cricket in Derbyshire and plays their second 11 a bit as well, so he's well travelled. Not all coming up from Cornwall this morning.
Just a wide ball there from Ellis. Looks like he asked the question. Yeah, on the cider and beer festival on Sunday sounds an interesting affair.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if I should say sadly, but being up in the commentary box, I'm not sure I should be indulging in too many ciders and beers. Maybe we'll get a commentary box delivery service. We'll have a word and see what we can sort out. I think it's a tidy enough start for Cornwall. You think 3 boundaries of the first 3 overs for white ball 50 over cricket, that's fairly sedate, nothing special, nothing major, although we've not seen a proper 50 over game of cricket here for 2 years, and last year it was sadly scrapped, and it's hard to know how the county's going to play 50 over cricket this year. How attacking they're going to be, that in between Test match and T20 format.
You've got a young, exciting team here in Somerset, and with a nice bit of experience along the way. And I think you combine those two together, and I think you're going to get a really good squad. And also, as I said, defending champions as well. They're going to go out and want to win this competition again.
Yeah, Ben Ellis has got 2 wicket hauls in his last 3 games this season against Wiltshire, Devon and Herefordshire. Regular 2 for man. See if he continues that record today. This week Sturgis again from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
See a few more of these comments. Reese Taylor, which do you prefer, Cornish pasty or Thatcher's cider?
Why not both? They go together quite nicely.
Yeah.
You can't compare a food and a drink, can you?
I've become a beer man myself.
Right, so orange spiked Eddie Byram on strike to Sturgis.
Really nice short delivery there. He's
Yeah,
been peppering Young, and he's just peppered Eddie Byram there.
Fairly well played. It sort of rose up on him and he was in behind it. Fair enough. Oh, really sad news. If I was to think of a Somerset player in the One Day Cup, someone who I really liked playing in this a few years ago, legend actually, I got his name on the back. I got a shirt off him when he left the club. Tim Groenewold has just retired from the game of cricket at age just 37. I say just 37 compared to Scothick and Stevens, that's quite young, really. Really sad news. I love Timmy Groenewold. Yeah, was it 2 years ago when he left? Went to Kent. Gave me a brand new T20 shirt he hadn't worn off the balcony with his name on the back. I've been wearing it around Devon cricket, getting a bit of random stick from mates saying, why have you got an old Somerset shirt? I said, well, it's Tim Groenewold. Legend, I love the bloke. Really sad news that he's retired, age of 37. Maybe, hopefully, we get him down here to watch a bit.
Yeah. Join us on commentary.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, Sturgis has been very impressive. Bit of extra pace, not making it easy. Byram doesn't look too comfortable. 3 decades his county career spanned, Tim Groenewold. I feel privileged to have played professional cricket for 16 years, he says. He's got a few handy runs with Somerset as well. A few last wicket partnerships with Jamie Overton and Jack Leach. batted up the order a bit in the one-day cup.
It's been a good start this from Cornwall. Good impressions there. No ball there from Tommy Sturgis. Free hit as well. Wonder what Eddie Byram's going to do here. Well, what are we calling then, Harry?
Yeah, I think Eddie Byram's going to hit it into the graveyard over Gimlet's Hill. Give himself a little bit of room and just hoik it. Wide long on, mid-wicket, over the scoreboard. Poor from Sturgis, really, because he's been bowling really well and just going to let Byram off the hook, really.
Eddie Byram.
He went for it.
Skied it, but obviously it's a free hit.
Sturgis drops it for good
Sturgis
measure. Doesn't matter. Save the catches when they matter.
Just a
Oh,
single
no.
from the free
Now
hit.
he's hurt himself, has he?
Slight roll of the ankle there, potentially, from Sturgis. Sure he's a tough lad. I'm sure he'll be okay.
So not much taken off that free hit. Just the one, well, that one, they ran the whole run while the ball's in the air. It's hit that high.
Tommy Sturgis struggling there.
He's falling over again, isn't he? That's not the deal you want. Sturgis has got up and he's a little bit of a limp, but I think he's going to be all right. Wow, I'm sure you can now see our commentary box.
There we go.
Hello, everyone.
How are we doing, Will, there? There we go.
See the lovely branding around. WPA, thanks very much for your support. Allowing a proper professional commentary team like us in the live stream in all its splendour that you're all enjoying from home. This is where we're set up. Right in the Marcus Gothic Pavilion, right at the top. A good view of the Quantocks, right over the ground. This is where we'll be today and for the Royal London Wonder Cup matches. All 4 home games.
Nice the odd dodgy haircuts on screen as well.
Yeah, I'll just get it short. I should go as short as you, really. When it's this hot, you can't have any hair getting in the way, making you sweat.
Ellis coming in. Just a single there from Eddie Byram. Yeah, nice start though from Somerset as well. Easing into it. A lot of times about 50 overs.
Well bowled, Ellis. Yeah, not easy here for you. And you'd think the pitch would be quite flat with all the weather we've had, but there's a bit of a green tinge to it. We didn't go down and have a pitch report today. We haven't gone on the pitch to check. From up here, you can still see a fair amount of greenery. Do you think it's going to do a bit for the bowlers here?
Yeah. Certainly lively as we've seen early on. It's coming in, lovely action. That's a lovely shot there from Young. Just flicked off the pads.
Yeah, good shot there from
Lovely
Young.
shot there. Very elegant.
Real confidence boost to that. Get that little bit of leg side line and just tickle it away down a fine leg down a Gimlet's Hill for 4.
That's probably one of my favourite shots.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I've done it when you do it in a game. Nice flick off the old pads.
When I'm in form,
Races away down to the boundary.
one of those shots when you're in form, you can keep nailing it, but when your head's not quite right, your head's moving around a bit, that's where you miss out. You think, wow, I just missed a leg stump half volley. Chirizi tickled down the fine leg for 4.
My good friend Jack Paul on the live stream. Hairline looking strong, Elliot. Thank you, Jack.
So a lot of past inside the chat on the YouTube.
Teddy T, very dashing lads. Thank you very much, Teddy T.
Andy Miles says, much better cider in Somerset than Thatcher's commercial stuff. Crossman's, Riches, Hex, Ticknam, etc. A lot of love for Timmy G on social media as well. Of course, former Derbyshire player, so we'll be mentioning him quite a few times on Sunday as well. People asking how the One Day Cup's going to go. I think Somerset will have a real good go at defending their title here, actually, because despite losing a few of the better players to this new competition, there's actually a real depth in Somerset's squad this year. A lot of first-team players still around, likes of Goldsworthy, Bartlett. I mean, Byram's not played that many this year, but he's first-team a lot last year and the year before even. 2-3 years ago, he was opening with Trescothick, so there's a lot of experience around Jack Leach, of course, and the exciting young pacers, the likes of Aldridge, Leonard, Baker, Thomas, these young quicks, and then worth mentioning Mr. Rue, who is the wicketkeeper who's playing at Durham today in this sort of English select 11 to play against India in a 3-day game. Very exciting to see him playing with some pretty experienced county cricketers. Possibly a surprise pick, but with Bracey unavailable currently, he's going to have the gloves today, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. We'll give you some updates on that Durham game as anything happens. We've got a change of bowling, so Sturgis not able to continue. Rob Murch, the left arm seamer, is going to come in, and Young just glides him away for one backwards of square first ball. Of course, England-Pakistan T20 series continues tonight. What a series that's been so far. There's been some pretty dynamic batting. A lot of international cricket going on around the place today. Zimbabwe, Bangladesh ODIs just got underway. Well, I say just got underway. Nearly finished the first over. Zimbabwe 215 for 5. And we've had this West Indies Australia series, the first ODIs today, this evening after the T20 series. It's just finished. And Sri Lanka playing India in an ODI. Sri Lanka 65 for none. So good to see so much cricket back on the calendar after a tricky year or two with all the bubbles and difficulties travelling.
Nice couple of balls here from Rob Murch. On the right lines. Ooh. Nice there. Just caught Eddie Byron there. Looks like he's trying to push it down leg side. Gap there at square leg.
We'll give you an update on Sturgis when we find out anything. Bit worrying for him to only get through 2 overs. But Rob Murch has banged it into Eddie Byron's pad. It looked like it's going down the leg side. That angle, you think he's bowling with that left arm angle, you'd be lucky to get an LBW.
Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing appeal there, as you could see.
Yeah, India are 28 for none this County 11 versus India. Sharman Agarwala batting up at Emirates Riverside.
The Falmouth Cricket Club WhatsApp chat's going off. Commentary request to say.
Yeah, Elliot, our Cornish correspondent. I was going to be the Devon correspondent for Thursday's match, but sadly that's no longer happening.
Good start that from Rob Murch. Tidy over there. Six overs gone. Somerset 24 for naught.
A few fans coming in now. We've got a couple of flat watch. We better get flat watch going.
Yeah,
I
we
see
have to get flat watch going. Come on.
2 people sat together. Only 3 people sat under the Wyvern flag on the lowest tier. None on the top deck. Bit too hot up there. Another person further on the left. I make that 5 on flat watch. Another person there on the 3rd tier. Not a bad start. I mean, it's probably 11s in the flats to our left.
Ellis coming in again here.
What a-
Really nice shot that from Young. Walked down the wicket and just glided. Lovely. Lovely shot there. No mid wicket.
That's a cracking shot.
That's a fantastic
2
shot.
leg side deliveries from Ellis in the last couple of overs that he's just clipped away the leg side for 4.
Nice shot again there. That was the deep man in Scott Keller. Yeah, some really nice shots here from Sam Young.
Run's gone a bit more free now for the Somerset opening pair. Is this Will Young? No, not Will Young from New Zealand and he played for Durham, and not Will Young, the X Factor or Pop Idol winner back along with Gareth Gates back in the day. This is Sam Young, right hand batsman from Somerset. Well, what a prolific over for Somerset, really. Effortless scoring, that lovely tuck away to leg side, and now free flowing singles through the offside to deep cover. I can see a few Cornwall fans in the YouTube comments.
A few
Actually,
Cornwall fans travelled down. Well, travelled up, I should
Travelled
say.
up,
I was
yeah,
going to say, I keep saying this is the thing, always.
probably the only team that will play at Somerset this year that have travelled north to get here. They will be because Devon aren't playing. So yeah, good little stat for you there. Bit of geography for those of you foreign fans who possibly don't quite know where Taunton is. Get your map out and have a look there. Hub of Southwest cricket. Oscar Livesey says, could this weekend be the start of Somerset treble bid? That's a good question. I like
Good
that.
question, yeah.
Yeah, good. I like tuning in and seeing the people from foreign countries, especially down under where it's stupid o'clock at night. Luke Osborne, good evening from Melbourne. Great to see my home county Cornwall playing. Huge Somerset fan, but keen to see Cornwall turn them over today. Yeah, I like that because I grew up in Devon, 4 miles from the Somerset border, sort of, near enough Somerset in mid-Devon, East Devon. But anyone who's living in Cornwall and Devon really tends to support Somerset in county cricket, and it's fairly unique in that sense because most of the counties around have neighbouring counties that are professional counties or bigger counties around. If you grow up in England, I suppose you could maybe say if you're up in Northumberland, you'd probably support Durham.
Yeah.
But the southwest corners, to have basically you could even put Dorset in there possibly. Maybe East Dorset might support Hampshire, but at least West Dorset, Lyme Regis, Bridport Way would probably come up to Somerset. So you've got 3 or 4 what used to be minor counties and now national counties that all come together to support Somerset in the county championship and the professional stuff. It's quite nice that a lot of people today are supporting both sides, in fact, but we'll probably support Cornwall because you want to see the underdogs do well.
Young just waving the bat out there. That previous delivery there from Rob Mutt.
Oscar Livesey comes in again saying that day in May 2019 was a hell of a special one. Don't think I've ever heard Lords that bouncing. Yeah, phenomenal day of cricket that. Somerset's last trophy, first trophy in a while. Hopefully can defend it this year.
Reece Taylor, what do you commentators think of Somerset's start between the openers so far? It's been really pleasant to watch actually.
Yeah, so this has been a good little over from Much, but Young and Byram don't seem too concerned out there. That shoulder of the bat sort of leading edge right over the slips. I guess it lifted and bounced a bit from Tommy Sturgis, who's now gone off with a bit of a niggle. That was probably the only real chance we've had so far. Byram skying the free hit, of course, doesn't mean for anything. But equally, it's worth saying that Somerset haven't raced away. You know, if it was 100 for none after 10, you think, oh wow, Cornwall a bit of trouble. But 31 for none after 8 is really within Cornwall's grasp so far. Just see a few men with cameras walking around the boundary, around Gimlet's Hill. Yeah, even cameramen coming up from Cornwall to come and get some good snaps of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some of these guys will never have played in a canned cricket ground before and have the opportunity today, and we're desperate to grasp it.
Yeah, I think both teams though can be happy with the start they've made. No real silly shots. It's been good, sensible cricket. And again, tidy again from Ellis.
I'm shocked that we've made it to 8.1 overs in and neither of us have mentioned Tom Lammonby's innings yet.
Very true.
If you've got any spare time or in the drinks break or in the over break, get on the Somerset Twitter and watch that 4:40 clip of every shot of that phenomenal innings from Tom Lammonby. Talking Sunday night, truly remarkable, one of the best you've ever seen in the T20 format for Somerset. Yeah, Lammonby got 34 off 20 in Cardiff on the Friday, and then Sunday night just went ballistic. 73 for 4, Somerset were after 12.3. Tom Lammonby joined the fray, and well, the rest is history and will be replayed on Sky and the Somerset website and YouTube for years to come. Sensational knocker 90. Only run out off the final ball, coming back for a very unselfish second when he could easily have had a red inker. Charged back between the wickets and dived to try and get an extra run for his team. And Somerset, of course, have that home court final, August 26th, home to Lancashire Lightning. A win at that would send us to the September finals day in Edgbaston.
It's been a few years.
Yeah, I was there last time. Bit underwhelming, although I was there last year as well, actually, when there were two former Somerset men on display. Recent former Somerset men in Jamie Overton and Pete Trigo. Pete Trigo getting a few runs in the final, actually. Good to see him performing well for Notts. Been playing a bit of golf lately. We do like to keep tabs on former Somerset players, like particularly likes of Pete Trigo, real character from down here. Western lad.
Shot there over covers. It's going to go all the way. Scott Kello chases after it. Not going to get there.
I'd say that's the first deliberate aerial shot we've seen. Young driving on the up. Slightly risky, but with a white ball, he's got his eye in now. Whitehall's not going to do too much. Fairly flat track here. So cracking shot over extra cover. A couple of bounces for 4.
Yeah, Sam Young is sort of moving out of his crease, you know, really attacking the ball. Using the pace bit to put it away. Good to see that, good to see intent from those young players. Not afraid to let their hands go. Give it their all in the shot. Nice delivery there from Murch.
Yeah, Rob Murch, of course, who was contacted Somerset a few years ago, sort of well-known name in these parts. And the Froze Nun, however we want to say that, YouTube. It's funny on YouTube, you have these funny names. Totally agrees with me saying about the Southwest counties supporting Somerset. Mark Baldwin is a Cornish Somerset fan in New Zealand. Scott Oliver is also watching from New Zealand. Good to have these. We've got Malaysia, we've had New Zealand, we've had Australia. We've got India. Great to have all these people tuning in from all over.
Sensible decision, that. Oh, Eddie Byram puts in the air.
We could have the first wicket of the game here. Oh, he juggled it!
And we do.
He took it in the end, but my oh my, made a meal of a very easy catch there. Just juggled it 3 or 4 times and then brought it into his chest. Eddie Byram, top edges of pull shot. Didn't really need to play that shot. A bit impatient, perhaps. He could have just pulled that on the ground. He could have just straight foot whipped that through leg side for 4, really. Gone for the glory 6 into the Somerset stand, and Cornwall have their first wicket.
Just moments ago I said sensible decision. I was talking about the individual with the brolly in the shade. Perfect decision.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Eddie Byram's was a perfect decision then. He'll be gutted there. Had a real chance. He's not played so much in recent weeks with Somerset. He's been replaced by Ben Green, who's captain's day in the Somerset T20 side. Lammonby's been playing, of course, and Smead and Goldsworthy, and Byram's sort of been out of favour in the T20 side, so real chance today opening the batting. He'll be gutted to have given that away on just 13. Unlucky for some. And Murch, we were just bigging up. Gets the wicket with the left arm angle across, bit of a shorter ball.
Incoming batsman for Somerset, number 14, George Bartlett.
George Bartlett coming in at 3 here.
Yeah, it could have been Bartlett or Goldsworthy, really. We see Bartlett get the chance. I mean, that's blooming strong top 4, really. Young with the least experience of the 4. And then we've got Ben Green to come in possibly 5 or 6. I'd expect him to come in at 5, and then maybe young wicketkeeper Jamie Baird could come in at 6. Of course, we got the legendary Jack Leach to bat at some point. I hope he's not heading down at 11. He should be a bit higher, particularly in this side today with a bit of an experience. I'd like to see him get a proper knock like he did against Ireland. Or that one not out, of course.
I rewatched that the other day. He had 92.
I'll save my Jack Leach one not out T-shirt for another day, shall I? Nine Lives Brian says, thank goodness for the Royal London. I don't have the energy to support England as much as I should. Fair enough. Oh, God, that's an aggressive start from George Bartlett. Bit of a short ball from Murch, I suppose, and he's really thrown his hands at that. Good fielding in the covers. That was Charlie Kent, who got down well to stop that and save a boundary. Quite short to the Somerset stand here. We're playing quite a long way towards the flats here today.
Sam Young on strike, of course. And the ball soaring in the air from Eddie Byram. They crossed. Yeah, nice little single there. Certainly a lot of runs up there. Bit of confusion there from Cornwall.
A few people confused as to what's going on here. This is a warm-up game for the Royal London Cup. A few fans tuning in from all over the world thinking, who's Cornwall? What's Cornwall? Cornwall, a national county side, formerly called the Minor Counties. Chance to play against Somerset in warm-up for the for the big 50 over competition starting for Somerset on Sunday. A few other teams get underway early in the week. Home to Derbyshire on Sunday. Tickets still available, so if you like what you're seeing, get to Taunton on Sunday if you can, or even better, get it today. And just to entice you even more for Sunday, not just cricket on Sunday. What else can we do on Sunday, Elliot, when you're at the cricket ground?
Wonderful, wonderful beer garden. Here is the lineup for some
Oh,
real ales.
proper job.
Proper job. Trelawney, Hicks, Gem, Somerset, County Cricket Club Best.
Any personal faves of yours
X1.
here?
Oh, I don't, mate. Being in Cornwall, I do love a proper job.
Proper job. I do love this name, Dartmoor legend. Dartmoor
JLL. Exeter Ferryman. Exeter Frayed Not.
I reckon Tractor Driver might have a good go at trying all of them. Few of the fans watching the stream jealous that they can't be sampling all these drinks on Sunday.
That'd be quite a few points to get through, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
don't know
you
if
might
I
just
could
do
do that.
shots of each. Back with Ellis from the River End. No one actually in the River Stand, surprisingly. Normally that's a favourite stand of Somerset fans. Used to be the Trescothick stand. Used to be members only, but today there's plenty of space for people to spread out and go where they like. But a lot of people are choosing the Somerset stand closest to the scoreboard, near the groundsman's hut. Seems to be the most popular stand so far.
Just again there from Sam Young. Going up his crease. Looking really attack the ball. Nice 23 so far. Got some really nice shots.
An aggressive little shimmy.
And he's given it.
I'm not sure about that. An aggressive little shimmy down the wicket from Sam Young, which again was unnecessary. I'm sorry, but that's two poor dismissals from Somerset. Whether that second one was a correct decision, we shouldn't be criticising the umpire from our position up here, but Sam Young didn't look best pleased, did he? Has he really got a tickle on that? It looked to me like a half-hearted appeal from Scott Harvey, the wicketkeeper. Just put his hand up pretty casually, and straight away the fingers up, and poor Sam Young has to go for 23. Watch that in the replay as many times as you like, and I'm sure there'll be someone at home rewinding, pausing, zooming in and doing all that. Let us know what you think, give us a comment, but Sam Young does not look too happy.
Might have jinxed him there.
But we must say, much deserved for Ben Ellis. Deserved that wicket. It's been bowling really well. Yeah, a few comments flying in. Come on, Somerset, but not come on after that wicket. Good work by Cornwall though. Credit to good bowling. Bit of frustration with Sam Young. Tied him up a bit. Made it difficult for him to score as quickly as he wanted to. There's also been a wicket in the Durham game, the County 11 versus India. Rohit Sharma's top edged a pull shot, similar to Eddie Byram. Remember, we're on James Rue watch in the County 11. He would have been playing and keeping today if he wasn't involved in this big honour to be playing up at Durham against some of the finest Indian cricketers of, well, possibly not all time, but for Rue to be playing against Rohit Sharma is quite an honour.
Yeah.
Quite a step up from playing club cricket at the weekend.
Especially at the age he is,
Exactly.
the youngster. So Lewis Goldsworthy in now, the Cornish lad himself. His partner George Bartlett also on naught. They've got, Somerset have got to build again here.
Yeah, Goldsworthy's Cornish born and bred, played for Camborne a couple of times this year, and for Cornwall, of course. Scored 91 against Callington. Got a bag full of wickets, showing his love for the game. He loves going back and playing club cricket in Cornwall.
Do you think he'll be getting quite a lot of chat from the Cornwall boys?
Yeah.
Sure they'll be going in on him.
I'm not sure if Goldsworthy will say much back. He strikes me as one who'll just sort of have a little smirk and just enjoy it and ignore it, brush it off. Doesn't look
Actions
easily
speak louder than
phased.
words.
Yeah.
Yeah, rebuild needed here from Somerset.
So 38 for none, 38 for one, 39 for two. Quite often wickets fall in clumps, don't they? There's a partnership of, well, 38's not massive, but then suddenly 2 wickets with only 1 run added. Worth mentioning, the last time these two sides met at 50 over cricket was at Taunton 2007. Long time in the waiting. As Goldsworthy plays and misses. Ball by Ben Ellis. Yeah, Goldsworthy, bit of an expansive cover drive early on. Yeah, Craig Keesford scored 100 not out in that game at Taunton 2007. Sam Spurway made 116 not out, and Matt Wood 55. 360 for 4. Quite an imposing 50 over score. After this start, you wouldn't expect Somerset to get anything like 360 for 4, but you never know with Goldsworthy and Bartlett, do you? 2 quality players at the crease. That Cornish side in 2007 had Carl Gazzard in it, Neil Edwards, Michael Munday. They were all out of 151, so Cornwall hoping to do a bit better today.
There's us back in the commentary box.
Nothing's changed, we're still here. Shot by George Bartlett. What a lazy fielding though. I think third man could have made a bit of a better chase at stopping that. Much doesn't look too pleased. Bit wide, bit of whip for George Bartlett. He just throws his hands. Well, I should have brought my bat in today. I got my bat in the car actually. Remind me when I have a break, I'll bring my bat in and then we can get a bit of the analyst, a bit of Yozza in, and we can talk through some of the shots, shall we? There you go, I'll add that to my to-do list when I get a wee break.
That was you pre-season, of course, doing for some of your shots.
God, middle of the bat from George Bartlett. He's crunched that to mid-off. Yeah, first Saturday League game of the season, played against Exeter's Ben Green, and of course he's captain today, and it's not very often at mid-on I've had the ball crunched to me quite as hard as that felt. God. He didn't look in the best of touch. He was struggling to face our opening bowler with a bit of a weird action. But cool, when he hit him, he crunched him. I was still in the circle, but gradually getting further and further back. I think, Ben, hit it somewhere else, please. He'll be in, we reckon, number 5, don't we? Expect to see the skipper after these two.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. Hopefully he won't be in for a while though. You know, put these. Hopefully Bartlett and Goldsworthy can put on some runs, get a partnership going. Full delivery there from Much. Just gets the foot out though. Yeah, did you have like a ice bucket afterwards? Hand in,
It's
almost
actually
like a boxer, sort of like.
It was rained off after about
Oh.
30 overs, so managed to keep it right. Mike from Ilminster says, Cornish fans, is it true that trains don't stop in Camborne on Wednesdays? We do love the random chat we get in the comments.
Full delivery there from Much. One of those lovely shots for naught there from Bartlett.
Been a few of them this over.
All in all, it's been a really impressive display here from Rob Much. Really, really good to see.
Yeah, only really bowling because that little injury to Sturgis. And he's just beating the bat of Bartlett there. Doing him for pace there. Bartlett's given that telltale sign of the right-handed batsman takes the right hand off the bat and afterwards gestures to non-striker that just moved away off the seam, that sort of movement on the right arm. Cool, where's that come from, he says?
There you go there. Overs gone here. Somerset 43 for 2. Goldsworthy on strike.
Playable goals, really good cricket that. Turn a defensive ball. I was really going to ask on the cricketer about how the New Zealand team is so good at just defending a good ball on the spot into the offside for one. Kane Williams was so good at dropping down to third man. That one just in between cover and point. Well played by Goldsworthy.
Ellison again. Shot there from Bartlett. To the deep man, Scott Kello. Teammate, of course, at Falmouth, if I haven't mentioned that already. Got to mention the Falmouth CC on the live stream chat. And again there from Goldsworthy. Guess we haven't really talked about our seasons of cricket. How's your season gone, H? So far?
Oh, yeah, got a few wickets bowling. Yeah, Bergold got Zimbabwean international cricketer out.
Oh, very nice.
Played against him again yesterday. Tino, I can't say his surname, plays overseas for Hatherley in the Devon League this year.
Okay.
Managed to burgle out, got him out twice in 2 balls. Drop catch first ball and caught second ball. I suppose that's my best scout this year. Yeah, got a few 3 for against Exmouth. Back page of the paper with that. Not batting much on Saturday this year. Batting's gone a bit AWOL, but not been needed. Sanford are second in the Premier League with just a couple of points. So, and then we signed about a couple of weeks ago. Signed a Zimbabwean international leg spinner who bats a bit. So I was dropped to the 2s last Saturday, but I actually played even worse in the 2s than I did in the 1s. So funny old game is cricket. How about you?
I had the same experience. I sort of started with Falmouth 2s. Got a nice 85 in my first game. It's all very good. And debut for the first team. Golden Duck. And the best bit about it was, before that just edged off there. Yeah, well fielded there.
Brilliant piece of fielding right down below us. Saving what would have been an easy 4 there. Bartlett possibly thinking with no slips he can just happily drive at that. Just take the 4 runs down the third man, but dive and stop there and just 2.
Yeah, so I was Golden Duck in my first game. Got hit on the pads. Everyone went up. Really appealed. It was a real loud. I thought I was out. In doing so, because I was so shot, before I carry on, some beer for the cider festival. There you go. It's getting in already.
Oh, proper job. We can't have a favourite, but we've mentioned one more than a few others, haven't we?
But
just the name, really.
They are doing a proper job. Getting in early.
I hope that's going somewhere cold.
Yeah. Don't want to leave out in the sun too long.
Mind you, ale's meant to be warm, isn't it? All the Australians and New Zealanders take the mick out of the English for drinking warm alcohol such as ales, but I'm sure they'll be chilling that somewhere, ready for Sunday.
Yeah, anyway, my first game I walked out my crease and was stumped. And a week later, I got another Golden Duck as well. So it was an interesting start. However, it's been all right. As of recently, touch wood, it continues. Did get run out on Saturday. Upsetting.
Oh, no. One of them.
I won't name the individual on the live stream, because if he is watching.
Last time I saw a comical run out on Monday, I was playing for Devon Dumplings at Seaton, and probably the only Cornish lad I've played with all year. Ollie Alsop, who plays for Callington, was coming to play for Devon Dumplings, drove all the way from Cornwall for this game and got run up, backing up at non-striker's end in single figures.
Oh.
Thanks for coming, then dropped a catch in the field, bless him. So, yeah, feel for him. So he'll be supporting the Cornish lads today, and hoping none of them have as bad a day as he had on Monday. Just ticking over here, Goldsworthy and Barton. They know that if these two bat 50 overs, they'll be 100 and plenty each apiece. Pitch is flat enough. They should be a class above the bowlers they're facing today. So they've got plenty of time to get themselves in.
Nice run that from Bartlett again. Just looking at some of the YouTube comments here. Lisa B, made an error. Should have sent up a cake today for the commentary team. Lemon drizzle with clotted cream. Sorry, boys.
Ah,
Could've gone.
well, you can make up for it on Sunday or any of the one-day cup games.
Lemon drizzle cake. Ooh, that is lovely.
Yeah, Lisa B will always take cake up here. Don't you worry about that. Thank you very much for the offer.
Take a couple of pasties as well. Happy days. End of the over there. Somerset 49 for 2 on 14.
Cornwall could cause quite an upset, says Keith Innes. Yeah, we like that. A bit of optimism for the underdogs. Whenever I'm watching an FA Cup football game and I've got no affiliation to either team, I always want the underdogs to win. It's a great song, isn't it? Underdog, who's that by? That gets you going.
Underdog, which one's that?
I won't sing it to you, I won't. Sure, someone will tell us in the comments. Someone like the...
People start tuning out, mate. That'll be it. I'll have 0 people on the live stream.
897 we're up to now. Some people are realising that they can still just about work from home and have the cricket on. I know Monday was Freedom Day, but I hope the usual Somerset watchers on the live stream aren't Sunday having going to an office today. And they should be watching us. Ben Ellis likes a lemon drizzle. Martha Jones. Thanks for that. Ben Ellis, who, speak of the devil, has just been taken out the attack, and it looks like they're getting a spin here.
With Craig Johnson.
Yeah, Craig Johnson got Lewis Goldsworthy out in the league game for 5. So that'd be an interesting matchup. As Craig Johnson comes into the attack, he's playing, well, he's bowling against George Bartlett to start with, but could say Goldsworthy's his bunny after the earlier league game. Interesting for that will be.
Yeah, Craig Johnson of Red Roof, who's just been cut away there.
Yeah,
George Bartlett.
George Bartlett's very good on the cut. I hope Craig Johnson's got some sun cream on his bald head. Don't worry about the sun glaring down there. Sure, you must, when you play for Falmouth, you must have to sun cream the top of your head, don't you?
Yeah, I actually just shaved it recently last week, so I actually had a very nice thick bit of hair, believe it or not.
Is that a lockdown
Despite
haircut?
my receding hairline, yeah.
Even though lockdown's finished, you still continue the lockdown haircut. We do like a left arm spinner. We got the nut, Jack Leach, born later on. Not much hair between the two left arm spinners on show. Quicker one from there, Johnson. Goldsworthy's well in behind that and easily drives it out to cover. Will probably bowl a bit more variation than Jack Leach, who's quite a steady Eddie. It'll be interesting to see how Leach bowls in this 50 over competition. Haven't seen him bowl in the T20s recently. Made his debut this summer in the shortest format of the game. Well, shortest proper format of the game, we'll say. We'll leave it at that. End of the over from Johnson. Good start there. Yeah, we're quite happy with that. Slightly short wide one that could be cut by Bartlett, but spinner just wants to get that first over. All right, you don't want to go for 10 in your first over. Don't want to try anything too fancy. Just get through it, get settled, and then probably be in for a long stint, you'd think. If he bowls well enough, could try and tie up these middle overs.
Yeah, Bartlett looked really nice in that over. as you said, loves the cut shot. Might be a few more of those. Rob Much, despite the heat, he's been pretty consistent, hasn't he, Harry?
Yeah, very impressive. We said that he didn't open the bowling, and if it wasn't for Sturgis having a bit of an injury, he wouldn't have bowled after just 2 overs in this, and you wouldn't have thought. So fair play for him coming in, bowling. Yeah, first 3 overs went for just 3 runs. 1 for 3 off 3 was Rob Much at one point. One for 9 off 5 ain't bad either, really. Doesn't feel like Ellis has bowled badly, but he has gone for 34 off his 7. Most expensive of the 4 bowlers used so far. Much just bowls that sort of back of a length, doesn't he?
Yeah. As you said early on, keeping the batsmen on their toes, you know. He just seems to be nipping away a bit. Full one there from Much. Goldsworthy going at it, not quite the timing you would have liked.
You can tell Cornwall don't see much movement off the pitch or in the air. No cloud cover, and white ball's quite hard. It's not going to swing very much. There's been little to no slip action other than that top edged off Sturgis early on off Young. And been no slips from either end for a little while now. Poor Scott Harvey completely on his own, no one to chat to. Not quite Billy No Mates, but fair gap from what's his nearest field at point, I suppose. Easy ones all around the wicket. If Bartling goals where they can just block Much off the square.
Looks like Ellis Whiteford there. She's just got the ball now. Looks like he was warming up in the covers there, going for his action.
Got a few shouts up. Where's Babar Azam? Yeah, he's a bit busy in the England T20 series. You got to look at our lovely faces again.
So our partners, the WPA Health Insurance, live stream partners for the summer, doing a fantastic job. Yeah, and very making our commentary box look fantastic. It's good for you as well.
We have got aircon, don't we?
Aircon on is fantastic. So it's yeah.
Oscar Livesey would love to see the old C&G Cup return. But we've got the Royal London Cup starting on Sunday. Not too dissimilar. But yeah, the FA Cup of cricket, as it's sort of referred to, you love it when you see the smaller counties play against the bigger ones. Very rarely seen these days as Bartlett throws his hands and beats short extra cover. Should be easy too. Yeah, I would personally love to see the national counties get to go against some of the major counties regularly in a cup sort of format.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not happened for a little while now, as we just said, but it'd be great if they could somehow factor that in. Just like in the World Cup, you love seeing an Ireland or an Oman play against India and Australia. Oh, Rob Much has dived, flicked up to his teammate, and not the best communication. Nearly flicked it for 4, but just the one in the end.
Dare I say you combine the old Devon and Cornwall, make a super team, or would they play with each other? That's the question.
Yeah, could be controversial.
Probably getting some residents of Cornwall and Devon. Absolutely not. That will not be happening. And there we go. Johnson takes a wicket.
Another one. Somerset struggling. I thought Bartlett was set for big runs today. No pressure on him really. Plenty of time. And Craig Johnson. Cornwall are doing all right here. Caught behind by Scott Harvey. Good catch there, and George Bartlett's got to go. Big opportunity missed there. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a drinks break.
Yeah, while it lasted, George Bartlett looked really, he looked in the groove. Couple of nice shots there. But he has to go. Yeah, and tell you what, it's a good start of this from Cornwall. They've got themselves, not so much they were out the game, but Somerset looked like they were cruising for a moment. And yeah, now 62 for free. Yeah, they'll like this. They'll be in a good situation. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected this. We both said when Somerset won the toss and chose to bat, we thought, oh, flipping heck, it's going to be big runs and poor old Cornwall. They could be chasing leather for a while, but not quite the case.
Oliver Lockwood game on certainly is.
Well bowled, Johnson. So Johnson got Goldsworthy out early in league cricket this season, and now he's got Georgie Bartlett today.
The incoming batsman, George Thomas.
A few comments. Brilliant game so far. Lancashire or Kent to win the Royal London Cup, says Keith Innes. I reckon Somerset have got to be a pretty good bet. All depends on who's missing, who's available, but then you never know on injuries or possible COVID isolation, etc. We might have the honour of Somerset legend Ben Warren coming in. Fans' favourite. Going to come and do a little stint with you today.
We said Ben Green would be coming in at 5. It's actually George Thomas coming in.
Yeah, slightly surprising he's in quite this early. No number on his back. We do like to see that in this kind of game.
Craig Johnson just having a little chat there with Lewis Goldsworthy. Probably talking to him, giving him a bit of stick.
Yeah,
How are we going to get you out, Lewis? What are you going to do?
just emptying his pocket, wasn't he? Just showing him his pocket from the league game earlier in the year and saying, look, you're in there, mate. So Thomas to Johnson, first ball.
Nice glance there to square leg for the single. Nice to get off the mark of your first ball.
Remember, it's a new ball from each end in this format, so you might have just seen the ball tossed back to the umpire. So, with it means what the ball from that end, 8 overs old and 9 overs old from the other end, so quite early spin for Johnson. Much meanwhile continuing from the Marshalls Gothic Pavilion end. So George Thomas, bit of an all-rounder, young lad, played in the twos a bit. Exciting, dynamic young player. I'll make way and allow Ben Warren to come in for a 10 over stint or so.
Another single there from George Thomas. Goldsworthy on strike. So as Mr. Everett's departed, Mr. Ben Warren enters. Ben, how are we doing?
Afternoon, Elliot. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, thanks, mate. I'm good, thanks. Enjoying this this lovely day. Lovely game of cricket on this lovely day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, ground's looking superb as ever, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been really nice. And actually good to see a game on at the moment, certainly.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Cornwall in this first 17 and a half overs. They've certainly put the ball in the right areas on the whole, haven't they?
They're certainly up for it. So they want to make a big impression. As well, some have been busy down here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it's certainly in the height of the season now, aren't we? With the Blast group stages finishing and now into the 50 over stuff.
I know we spoke in pre-season, sort of the expectations, and certainly at the moment, you know, Somerset seem to be on the right path, you could say.
Yeah, for certain. Yeah, it's been a fantastic summer on the pitch for the guys. It's been pretty crazy with off the pitch with everything going on, but we're getting through it, and yeah, I think there's lots to look forward to now over the next couple of months, and obviously with the lifting of restrictions and getting full crowds back in from Sunday onwards is going to be hopefully a fantastic couple of months for the club.
Yeah, and speaking on Sunday, a lot of young, exciting talent on display, and with a good bit of experience as well.
Yeah, I mean it's been a hot topic of conversation in the office, obviously with the 100 going on. But if you look at our side, you know, there's some really good players in it. You know, it's a lot has been spoken of the people that aren't going to be with us for the 50 over tournament. But if you genuinely look at the 1 to 11 of if you look at the side out today, plus the likes of Josh Davies, Steve Davis, James Hildreth. Jack Brooks as well. We've mentioned Jack Brooks. You know, Somerset are going to be putting out really good sides, and I think there's certainly going to be some really good stories being told over the next couple of weeks.
Just the wide ball there from Johnson. Ball racing away here. Scott Curley chasing after it.
It's well waited for from Goldsworthy. It's a good tournament for Lewis Goldsworthy as well. You know, he's done very well in the Blast for Somerset, but it's an opportunity for him to really put down his mark in white ball cricket and continue his development in this format.
Ooh. Certainly with the success of England winning with the 50 over World Cup, it was a couple of years ago now. You know, this competition, you know, it's a showcase, and I think, as I said, these younger players, they've seen that. A lot of these young lads, even playing for Somerset, like a Sonny Baker, you know, Lewis Goldsworthy, very inspiring for them, and something they would like to see themselves in that position soon. And the One Day Cup provides a perfect opportunity to do that.
It really does. Yeah, I mean, I know we've spoken about it. But there really is going to be a nice blend with Somerset and some of the sides they're going to face in the likes of Derby, Leicester, Glamorgan. Those guys haven't lost as many players, so it's going to be a really good challenge to play against what's likely to be some quite strong county sides, I think.
Yeah, very exciting. Certainly what was exciting the other night, Tom Lammonby's performance. Really good to watch. Obviously just a player coming on the scene only 2-3 years ago. And then look at him now, the success he's had in the county championship and the Blast, you know. It's good to see, and this is something the position some of these players could see themselves in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, we've seen a really clear pathway, haven't we, over the last few years from academy through to first team, and what this opportunity does give those players is I guess another step on the on the roadmap between academy cricket, second 11 cricket, and first team cricket. So, I think it's well documented, obviously, the negatives, and it is what it is. But the key is that some of these guys wouldn't have played first team cricket under normal circumstances, and they're going to get the opportunity to play probably eight list A fixtures. And there will be, up and down the country, it's not just at Somerset, there will be stories made from young cricketers that go on and have successful careers from playing in this tournament.
Absolutely. So now Ellis Whiteford comes into the attack. Right arm off spinner.
Good bit of flight, that first ball. What do you make of the pitch so far, Elliot? What do you think Somerset will be aiming to get on the board first up?
I think a 2. I don't know. Maybe I'd like to think a 220, 230 potentially. I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling Somerset here. I don't know. It's been
We are quite far over to one side of the ground here. So if you're watching on the stream, where Lewis Goldsworthy has just played that drive, that's quite a short boundary over there. So you'd think, come the latter stages of the innings, that boundary will be targeted. So I think we could see some fireworks if a couple of guys get in and start targeting that boundary from both sides.
Yeah, I certainly feel as long as Somerset stay in, keep don't lose a few more wickets, I think they should be okay. Maybe a 250 could be a better shout.
Yeah, so Dan, our director next door, has just put up have a closer look at that boundary size. So yeah, it's definitely, it's probably less than 60 meters out there. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see if any guys really get the long levers out, and it's those flat watch might be might be in action, I think, as we can see it there.
There's a gentleman at the top there.
Yeah,
he must be. Yeah, not as many as I thought would be up.
It's a good view. It's a good view from up there. It's a very good view from up there. It's be a fantastic place to watch some cricket, I think. But yeah, they get a good gig. Maybe one day.
That's where you aspire to be.
2 years' time, yeah.
So both spinners on now. Get the overs ticking over.
Good opportunity for George Thomas. Be his first appearance for the Somerset first 11 today, so be keen to make an impression.
Yeah, he's looked tidy to start with. A few nice shots, just a few singles, just getting into it, I guess. That's what they've got to do. I'm sure Lewis Goldsworthy said, let's try and stick around it. Let's try and create something, put some runs on the board. Lifted there from Goldsworthy over the top. Lovely shot there.
It's well played, that. It's quite similar to the shot he got out to on, in some respects, the way he tried to play that on Sunday, but got it slightly square and was caught on the deep cover boundary. But again, off the spinner here, he's got that well in front of deep cover, and it's raced away for 4.
Yeah, nice comeback there from Johnson.
Just a big thanks to all the Somerset supporters out there that are watching on the stream. Just massive thanks from me personally for all of your continued support with the live stream and all the hours that you guys are putting in watching Somerset this year. It's amazing, and we're very, very appreciative of the numbers that we get and also the feedback that we've been getting. So just wanted to say heads up as a thank you whilst I'm on comms, as It's been a great journey that we're a part of, and WPA are now a big part of that journey for the rest of the summer. So massive thanks to those guys. But yeah, it's growing and growing and growing, and certainly you know, we don't plan on sort of stopping the growth here. There's lots of exciting things on the horizon, and with WPA on board as well, it's going to give us the opportunity to have dedicated commentary as that ball's nicked through the vacant slip. Gordon, well fielded down there in front of the
Send him back.
in front of the WPA board, in fact. So yeah, big shout out to those guys at WPA Health Insurance, based only a couple of miles down the road. Good local company, and yeah, we're very thankful for their support for the live stream. It's allowing us to keep improving it, keeping it free for Somerset fans, nice and easy to watch on YouTube, and it's really helping the club as that's drilled away. Well, another great stop there.
Really well fitted up in the man out in the deep. I believe that's Tommy Sturgis. Yeah, it's certainly been nice during my sort of final few weeks at university down in Falmouth, where I remember doing some work, and it was always nice to have the stream on in the background. You know, maybe I spent a little bit more time looking at the stream than I should have, when I should have been working, but it's all good. Just trying to cut that away there, Goldsworthy.
There's a huge opportunity with the stream. You know, I think from what we've seen this season is just how different formats of cricket can entail different streams. So the likes of the T20 streams are obviously a very different product to what we'd use for County Championship, and this 50 over block is another example. We've never streamed 50 over cricket using the setup that we got in, because there wasn't any last year. So it's an opportunity for us to continue to try things, to innovate it, and see what 50 over cricket live stream is going to look like for the counties. So that's slapped away, and that's a very bottom-handed shot, but very well placed.
It's also been good to see, like, behind the Wyvern, and just ways of sort of how the fans can really the ins and outs of Somerset in a way, and how a team ticks, I guess. I know we see all these documentaries on Netflix and Amazon Prime, all these all or nothings, and it's nice to have our own little one, I guess, with Behind the Wyvern. Yeah,
Behind the Wyvern's been a great project. It's something that we've worked really hard on through the winter to get it up and running and get it all in place. And Ollie Sell we've been working quite closely together to get it up and running. And yeah, I think it's been really great to get it out there this year. It's something that the Somerset players were very keen to be involved with. They want to tell their story of the summer from a white ball point of view. So yeah, for those that haven't seen it, if you head to our YouTube channel, there's 4 episodes currently. I'm currently in the middle of editing the 5th, so hopefully we'll be able to air that over the next couple of days. So yeah, we've got some really good content from the final 3 T20 matches. Some great reactions in the changing rooms for qualification and things like that. So yeah, do check out Behind the Wyvern if you get a chance on our YouTube channel.
Do we know if Ollie Sells actually had cut his hair at all since last summer, or is it still growing? And
well, I think the ultimate plan for Ollie Sell is to be filming behind the scenes at the moment, and then end up playing in finals day.
Okay.
So that would be the mic drop moment if Ollie Sell can get, if he's available, and obviously hoping, wishing him the best with his recovery from shoulder surgery, and that's if we're not sure when he might play, but that is the absolute dream, because finals day is not till quite late on this summer. So yeah, well, we shall certainly see on that front. But yeah, Behind the Wyvern's been good fun, and all the players have been excellent with getting involved with it. So yeah.
So Somerset 90 for free off 23 overs. Goldsworthy on 12. Sorry, George Thomas on 12 and Goldsworthy on 20. Yeah, 27 overs remain. Maybe my 220 was a bit low, to be honest. I think I'm going to change it to a 250, 270, I think.
It's well run.
Yeah.
Had to scamper, but I think he was always in control there. George Thomas coming back. These Goldsworthy is very, very quick between the sticks. So I think that the plan for Somerset over these next sort of 5-10 overs is going to be to run really hard and try and put some pressure on these Cornish fielders.
Yeah, certainly something I need to get better at. Running between the wickets, need to be a bit faster.
Yeah, well, anyone who played club cricket last weekend, I think running between the wickets was notoriously difficult. I think I struggled on for batted for about 15 overs, and after about five balls, I was like, yeah, no quick teasers. That's floated up, and that's easy for Goldsworthy. He's not going to miss out on that, particularly with this short boundary. Just had to punch that away and races away to the boundary. As we see the replay now, it's not a great ball that from the off spinner.
Alice Whiteford there. Nice though from Goldsworthy just to put it, along the ground, through the covers. Nothing silly, nothing trying to go too big. Of course, I've seen you've played a few games for Blagdon Hill midweek CC this year, Mr. Warren.
I've been playing with your brother.
Yes, you have, yeah.
Yeah, made our club photographer Harry Trump is captain and played a couple of games, haven't we? We've got a couple of wickets, got it for a few runs. That's what it's like in T20, isn't it?
Good man. That's the spirit of Blagdon. Got to hit for a few runs, take a few wickets.
Under up for Somerset now. The 24 overs gone, so I think they're relatively well set for a challenging score here.
Yeah, certainly Goldsworthy against this sort of home county, going well, looking solid.
He'll be really, really keen, won't he? He'll know all these guys really, really well. So I can imagine deep down he's super keen to get a few here today.
Covers. Yeah, very proud of his being a Cornishman.
Yeah, he's almost like the poster child for kind of the enhanced relationship between Somerset and Cornwall. About 4 or 5 years ago, there was a lot of work done behind the scenes to enhance Somerset's relationships with Devon and Cornwall, and the Cornish relationship in particular. Goldsworthy was that first player that came through the system and came onto the Somerset Academy from it, and has gone on, and from under 19 World Cups through to Somerset first team. He's every challenge he's been presented with, he's done so well, and he's a really nice guy and a great footballer as well.
Yeah, I've heard this. Who would you say the best footballer in the team is? Is it sort of any standouts? Goldsworthy.
I think Goldsworthy would be widely recognised as the best. I think his nickname is Messi. Low centre of gravity, right? So yeah, bit of a glider. But Tom Banton will probably challenge that. But yeah, it's just great to see Goldsworthy out there. 32 not out now. He's just moved serenely on without taking too many risks, and without putting the mockers on him, looks set for a big one.
yeah, I think it's fantastic to see the likes of just. I mean, we could talk about all day, but obviously talking about Tom Lammonby on Sunday and his lad from Exeter. You know, it's good to see these Devon and Cornwall boys coming through and really, you know, helping Somerset achieve the success. Yeah, I think it's just true point. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's fair to say in the past there are a lot of talented Cornish cricketers that moved to other counties. I think there's probably going back a bit longer. There's people like Charlie Schreck and that they went up to Notts and ultimately we want to keep the West Country talent in one place.
Absolutely.
Maybe a challenge for our audience on YouTube live chats. Name some Cornish cricketers that have gone on and played first-class cricket.
Interesting here from Whiteford going round the wicket now. Nice shot there from George Thomas. Nice sweep shot there. Well put away. That's the over there.
Another one ticked by.
Our lineup of siders. Here the siders for this Sunday's festival. What we got there? Thatcher Traditional. Obviously the Thatcher of Sanford. Cornish Orchards. Can I see a Rattler there? Have we got Rattler?
I think this is definitely shaping up to be the best beer and cider festival we've ever done.
Yeah.
We've gone heavy with it this year with the return of full crowds and that. So yeah, I think it's going to be brilliant on Sunday. The weather's like this, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I think I could do the top 3 and that'd be me done. You do well to get through all of those in one day.
Yeah, Dan, our director next door, has been heavily involved with the setup of the festival this year, and he's done a superb job. It's coming together rather well.
Tommy Sturgis back in the attack now from the river end. See a little niggle on his ankle, but he seems to be okay. Seems to be coming back. But very quick early on. See if he can do the same here. Good start
Good
there.
Yorker, that. Jake Libby coming through. Liam Norwell, that's a great shot. Liam Norwell, yeah. Who else have we got?
Libby born in Plymouth.
Yeah, Jake Libby's a very fine player, isn't he? That's really well played from Goldsworthy. He's so strong, just clipping off his pads like that. For such a short guy, hits the ball deceptively hard. I think it's really easy to sort of pigeonhole him as being a sort of a nudger and a nerdler, but he does hit the ball deceptively hard. And we saw his 6 actually on Sunday. He sort of hit the ball way over that stand, and he does hit it a long way.
And again, there's such a fantastic shot there from Lewis Goldsworthy. Elegant cover drive right through the gap.
Yeah,
it's a serious shot.
It's meat and drink, isn't it? I think on the full toss, you're just not going to miss out on that on a day like today when you're 37 not out. You're just not going to miss out on that one. Into the 40s is Goldsworthy now. Somerset just starting to put a partnership together here. It's starting to, after a fairly even start, I think they're just starting to wrestle a bit of control.
And again there.
Might be 3 in a row. It is.
There it is.
That short boundary again over there. It's on probably a normal wicket. That's probably a single or a double, but gets 4 here. And that's really well played. Clipped off his pads, and again, like we said a minute ago, he's so strong there. So strong. Well bowled. It's a good comeback, that.
Yeah, certainly Thomas Sturgis early on looked very tidy. I mean, not some all bad balls, but I just think you've got to think as well the class of goals if you just to put the ball away.
So you have a look at the scoreboard there. All working perfectly. We had a couple of slight issues with it the last couple of weeks with some thunderstorms. It's all working now. Unfortunately, the only way to fix scoreboards, which I didn't realise before I joined Somerset, is that you have to climb in the back of them.
Oh wow!
So you have to get a ladder out, and I've unfortunately had to do this on more than one occasion throughout my time. that you basically get a ladder, and you climb in, and it's like a snakes and ladders. It goes.
Right.
You have to climb in and go up, right to the top, and you have to do that on both screens, and just have a bit of a poke around and see if you can get it to work. There's no more real technical experience required, but yeah, they can be can get quite hot in there as well. But touch wood.
Yep.
All working.
All working.
All working.
That's what we want to see. We certainly hope so.
And that's going to be
again,
4,
another
and that's
4
50.
there.
Well, very well batted, Lewis Goldsworthy. 50 against his home county. And again, really look to take control of that short boundary, piercing the gap past cover, and the ball just races away down there.
Yeah, I'll certainly be happy with that. It's been a really nice 50 as well. Really good cricket along the way.
Yeah,
Touch of class about it.
so this will have been Goldsworthy's first 50 over game for Somerset, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's a great opportunity for, you know. I think he looks like a good 50 over cricketer to me. Like his game looks very well mapped up to 50 over cricket. You know, I think he's got really good skills across both Championship and T20, which sort of equates to the fact I think he's got a really good tempo to bat at 50 over cricket. So hopefully he gets a long career in the format, because a few of these players that are going off to the 100 might not play much 50 over domestic cricket in their careers, but hopefully Goldsworthy will end up with a fair few thousand list A runs at the end of his career.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just, you know, it's important. It's very interesting, obviously, going down and playing in these, these Prem and down in Cornwall as well. I play County 1, so below the Prem and the 50 over, and it's very, the mindset. I don't know how it works, but see, it's the closest thing we get to sort of long format games. So, but in 50 over cricket, the bad ball there's big scores, and it's all about ticking over. And so as you said, Goldsworthy's sort of got that style of play to do that. He just likes to rotate the strike, which I think's key.
And I think George Thomas needs to take a lot of credit for the way he's battered in this partnership as well. He's been very sensible about his shots, got himself to 20 without taking many risks, and he's been there with Goldsworthy and they put on a really strong partnership here for Somerset.
Again there. Yeah, well fielded there from the corner fielder. Keane Burns.
It's nicely played again from Thomas, isn't it? Just waits for it. Looks pretty strong through that offside. From what I've unfortunately not seen too much. I've not actually met him yet through COVID times, but yeah, it looks really strong through that offside.
Yeah, he plays it late, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Very
it's
much
just a punch. Bit Will Smeed-esque, I would say.
Yeah.
That shot. I mean, I think they're using similar bats, but just the way he punches through the offside reminds me a little bit of Will Smeed.
For a second when he came out, I actually did think it was Will Smeed. I was like, no, he's not playing, is he? He's been another one that really, really good this summer, Will Smeed.
Yeah, I saw the list of the run scorers for the group stage of the Blast, and Will Smeed was Somerset's top scorer in the group stage
Was he?
Of the Blast, which and I think they've all contributed fairly evenly. But yeah, to see Will Smeed's name come out on top of that list is a credit to how he's come in at number 3 and taken advantage of the power plays. Some nice play, and he's certainly caught the eye. And well, he's caught the eye enough to get himself a gig in the 100, which is obviously good for him.
Things I know he's how Devon Conway was really great signing from Somerset, and it was real good. I was watching from afar. I didn't actually see any games, but it just sounded like he made a really good impression. And yeah, obviously previously at Taunton Dean many years ago. Tommy Sturgis just walking back slowly there, saving all the energy he can. Must be so hard on a day like today. Thank goodness I'm not a bowler.
That's well bowled. Looks like a change up from here from Sturgis. Just rolled that one past the outside edge. These are great fixtures to have, though. I think moving forward, I believe this is going to become a very regular feature of the county summer with games with Devon and Cornwall. I think originally they were meant to be played out grounds in Devon and Cornwall, but through COVID and bits and pieces moved to here. But be great in future to take these games out and around to places like Sidmouth and North Devon and all that sort of good stuff around some beautiful grounds in both Devon and Cornwall. So I think it would be fantastic when we're fully back to normal to play some of these national counties games and to keep going with them, and hopefully interest will continue to grow, and the network of the Southwest is a very hotbed of cricket, so lots of exciting times to come with these partnerships, I think.
Get Somerset down to the bowl and down in Falmouth. Spectacular ground, maybe a bit biased.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head where these games were meant to be played originally. I think one of them was meant to be played at South Devon against Devon, and there was moved to here for obvious reasons. But it's nicely played.
Soon we're going to have a double switch up in the commentary box.
Yeah, we've got Harry Everett returning, and we've got a
Great
that's
shot
gonna be
there.
6. He's a strong lad, isn't he? This George Thomas just swipes that one over the boundary. With the spin, it's to the longer side, but still not massive boundaries. Yeah, it's just he just picked the line early, hasn't he, and gone with it.
He's like that one well fielded there.
Yeah, so you've got Harry Everett return at the end of this over, and also Ben Redwood, who's Somerset's media assistant for the summer, making his commentary debut.
And that's the end of the over.
As we
Well,
leave.
Ben, thanks for coming in, Ben.
No worries
Sure we
at
might
all.
catch you a bit later on. And I'm also making parting ways for the moment, and we will see you later on. But introduce Ben and Harry.
Yeah, thanks guys, and a warm welcome to Ben Redwood. He's doing a splendid job on the website, doing some features on who to watch and round the grounds, the club cricket updates, and been a helpful bloke round the county ground this year.
Well, thank you, Harry. It means a lot. It means a lot.
Could work on the camera as well. Starman Jeff's been teaching his interns on how to follow the ball, so you guys on the live stream have got a quality stream, watching the ball fly to all parts. As we saw, what hell of a slog swoop that from George Thomas.
Yeah, George Thomas. He's a big boy, isn't he? They're a family of big boys, and yeah, they all hit it a long way. And yeah, that was a big shot, wasn't it?
Good cricket shot though. Then we see him drive one straight down to long on.
He also followed up that 6 with a lovely drive down the ground that was only for a single, but showed the power that the boys got.
Just a little extra fact worth mentioning, the Scott Harvey, the wicketkeeper, who's already taken 2 catches in the game. He's actually married to Somerset women's player, Nicole Harvey, who also plays for Western Storm and the Welsh Fire. So a few little connections there.
Yeah, some very interesting information. I think
Full of that here, mate.
I think Cornwall have bowled very well. Been very impressed with their bowling. So lovely
Yeah,
shot.
my one slight criticism of Cornwall, just from watching down on the balcony the last few overs while I've not been on commentaries, their fielding's not quite been the full throttle passion. I know it's very warm and it might sound like I'm being a bit harsh, but like a Lewis Goldsworthy extra cover drive for example, was only 2 yards from the fielder, and I feel like a Somerset player would dive for that. They'd put a full-on dive out and they'd probably stop that, but Cornwall were just thinking, oh, it's 2 yards from me, I can't stop it.
Yeah, I feel like we're very blessed down here at Taunton, aren't we? We see some fantastic fielding displays, particularly in our white ball stuff, obviously. We've got Tom, Max. We're very spoilt for good quality fielding. And yeah, I think that's the difference perhaps between professional cricket and minor counties cricket. That the boys spend a lot more time doing fielding practice.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that I've taken to the last couple of seasons, I wear like those armband things, like we're talking boots, strap, you know, I don't know what you even call them, like little armbands I wear whenever it's dry and hard, just so you can dive in the outfield. And I'm surprised there aren't more wearing them today, because then you can dive without completely ruining and bludgeoning up all your elbows.
So Harry, how do you feel Lewis Goldsworthy has batted today?
Yeah, I mean, if you'd have asked me before the game, I think most people would have said this is his game, because for a lot of the Somerset players, this is just another game of cricket. But for him, it's against all his old mates. A bit of local pride, being a Cornishman born and bred. I think he's a quality player as he is, and It's just written for him to score 100 and win Somerset the game today. He'll probably go and get 5 as well, won't he?
Yeah, I've been mightily impressed with him this season in all formats for us. Obviously, I was down here when he made his debut against Middlesex, batted beautifully in both innings. Probably won Somerset the game in the second innings. A nice 40-odd not out of him and Steve Davies.
They're very well with the ball in the T20 as well. Like you think Van der Merwe and Waller were set for the next 5 years as T20 bowlers, but suddenly Goldsworthy's come in and Max Waller's sort of out of the equation for a couple of weeks because Goldsworthy's done so well and he bats so much better. Good fielder as well.
Yeah, he's a fantastic fielder as well, which we've seen in the T20s. And obviously with the bat at Bristol, he played brilliantly, didn't he, with Mr. Devon Conway. Batted beautifully together.
A few people in the comments have said, "Where's Devon Conway today?" Yeah, sadly not with us for this match, but we've got a few New Zealand fans watching from down under at, well, it must be about 1 AM down there. Also news from the Durham Emirates Riverside. I talked to you about exciting that James Rue, we're following carefully today, the Taunton keeper, has stumped, of all the players to stump, possibly the best batsman on show in the game. Cheteshwar Pujara, the wall, the Rahul Dravid replacement, has been stumped by James Rue. What a first stumping that is in, well, it's not international cricket, but in top tier cricket to be playing against the Indian, pretty much their first 11 test side. Tell you what, that's good for him, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Cheteshwar Pujara, I mean, he's such a good batsman. So you don't get many opportunities with him, so it's really good that Rui's taken his chance. Obviously, I haven't seen the wicket, but it's really good news to see that Rui has stumped him.
Doesn't miss many, does Pujara. Young Carson, the Northern Irishman with the wicket. India 72 for 3 in that game, as we see a little flick into leg side from Goldsworthy, no run. We see Tommy Sturgis come back in from the River End. We thought he was injured, but maybe he's just a bit hot. Wanted to overspell, have a bit of a breather, come back in and bowl a different batsman.
Yeah, bowling's been difficult the last couple of days. It's been so warm, so stuffy, that maybe it is a 2 over, 3 over, 4 over spell for bowlers, even at the top level. Somerset 149 for 3 in the 31st over.
Yeah, Scott Kello from Falmouth having a bit of a bowl, a right arm seamer from the Marcus Scott Pavilion end. This is Cornwall's 6th bowler. They use the 3 seamers, then the 2 spinners, and now we've got the 4th seamer, the 6th bowler, coming to the attack. Scott Kello plays cricket at Falmouth. Right arm seamer. Which bowlers impressed you the most so far, Ben?
I was on the camera, so I struggled with names, but unfortunately the bowler who went off injured.
Yeah, Sturgis, Tommy Sturgis. He's managed to come back. Yeah, bowled the first 2 overs. Quick.
Sorry, I've been on the cameras for the first 20 overs here, guys. So apologies for that. But I was mostly impressed with him. The ball he bowled to Sam Young that came off the shoulder of the bat that went for 4 was George Thomas just heaved the ball into the leg side for 4, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, well put away there by Thomas. You can tell he's quick onto the short ball and just pummels it into the leg side for 4. No messing about. Here we go. Watch carefully for this slow-mo camera. Look at this.
Cool, that's a good nut, isn't it?
He's done well to get his gloves in front of his face there.
Yeah.
Don't bowl there to George as Eddie Steadman, as we see a replay of George Thomas's 4 of the pull shot. After that replay of Byram, as early in the game, Eddie Byram only made 13 today before much bounced him out, to be honest. So maybe that Sturgis bounce that we've just seen in slow-mo, maybe that really rattled him. And then when Rob Much come on and bowled in the short ball, went to pull it, didn't get it very well, and was caught short mid wicket.
Yeah. So Harry, do we feel that who do we think is going to open for Somerset on Sunday in the first game of the Royal London One Day Cup?
Well, I'm slightly gutted for Eddie Byram today. Big chance. There's so many contenders. I'd like to see Steve Davies open.
Yep, so would I.
I think he'll just probably cement it at 4.
Yep.
So I'd say 2 and 3 are up for grabs. Goldsworthy could be 3. Anyone from Ben Green, Byram, maybe even Sam Young.
Yeah, I think Mr. Goldsworthy is probably a shoo-in for number 3 in my personal 11. I think he bats in a similar way to how, say, Tom Abel would bat in a 50-over game.
So I'd like to see maybe Bartlett 5, Green 6, and maybe give Byram another chance opening.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like I was give Byram a chance opening up.
We think there's going to be four big names to come back in: Davey and Brooks, Davies and Hildreth.
Yeah. 4 vast experienced cricketers.
Lovely shot there from Goldsworthy, but only one with the deep cover. So yeah, you think one of Aldridge or Leonard and probably Baker will miss out. Maybe George Thomas. Well, if we say Aldridge, Leonard, Baker and Thomas, 2 of those 4 will probably drop out for Brooks and Davey, depending on injuries and availability, but today's a big chance to show themselves.
Yeah, it's the first opportunity for me to see some of the youngsters bowl. Obviously I saw Casey Aldridge play in the last county championship game here. George Thomas just works another ball into the leg side for a 1 bounce 4.
The more this innings goes on, the more we might need to take Thomas out of that, possibly be dropped for Sunday, because this is becoming some hell of a knock actually. From a man who I was expecting to come in a much lower, definitely below Ben Green, but it's coming and look really good. Scoring a healthy strike rate, not hanging around.
There's an
Over
air
100
of
strike rate.
there's an air of Will Smeed to him, isn't there? Punishing the bad ball, punishing balls on length, very strong on the leg sides.
Yeah, Will Smeed, of course, he got 30 odd on Sunday night when no one else other than Tom Lammonby got runs. Smeed was the only other man to manage to score over 100 strike rate on Sunday in that remarkable West Country derby. Yeah, so we're just talking about James Rue. Hopefully he'll come back in for Jamie Baird on Sunday in the One Day Cup, because this is a 3-day game up at Emirates Riverside. And stay tuned after this last ball of the over. We're going to see him stump Cheteshwar Pujara, which is a fine bit of glove work.
It's the last ball of the 32nd over. Goldsworthy tries to cut and is stopped at point.
Yeah, it's a 3-day game up in Emirates Riverside. Here it is. Carson the bowler. Pujara.
It's a very good wicket, isn't it?
I'm shocked to see Pujara come down and miss one. A very, very good player of spin. Indians notoriously good at spin, but Pujara up there. Him and Dravid, who batted at 3 for Pujara this century, to the finest players of all time against spin generally. But
it's a good wicket, isn't it? Good stumping, good glove work by James Rue of Taunton St Andrews. Another player of Taunton St Andrews is facing now, Mr. George Thomas. And he pulls the ball, stopped the deep square leg. Moves on to 42.
yeah, fine little partnership from these two. Last wicket fell at 62, so we're 2 runs away from the 100 partnership. And yeah, first professional stumping for James Rue. Cheteshwar Pujara, that's one to tell the grandkids about.
It's another good moment, isn't it, that James Rue stumping for our academy, for our Somerset Pathway. Working wonders, as you can see out the pitch at the moment.
Oh, I just put the mockers on it. Sorry, everybody. Calling the 100 partnership. 2 runs short of the 100 partnership. We thought Goldsworthy was odds on to turn up against his home county, but he's, well, I guess you'd call it an outside edge to third man. He's done well to carry.
Yeah, thick outside edge. Obviously playing so far over, the third man is quite close relative compared to where they may be standing in if they're playing in the middle of the pitch, but
good catch that. So we know that Timmy Groenewald is retiring. Jamie Overton just said what a great teammate he is, what a great human being. We're now going to show you a little montage of one of Somerset and Derbyshire and recent.
For me, it's just about, making sure I'm contributing towards wins, making sure I'm improving all the time, getting better. Hopefully it can be a fantastic era in this club, and win a few trophies, and it's great to be part of. Tim Groenewald, Somerset workhorse. Dreadful all around. away teams must just be blown away when they turn up here and see the support and the numbers we get for championship games is just remarkable.
Wow, what a little montage that was. I told you there was some serious last wicket partnerships from Timmy G and Jamie O and Timmy Groenewald and Jack Leach. God, I just love watching that man bat. He just bailed us out of trouble so many times. Was a seamer by trade, but got a lot of runs. He even opened for Derbyshire a few times in the One Day Cup. I feel like this was his format, so it's good timing that he happens to retire when we're commentating on a 50-over game.
Yeah, he's a very good 50-over player for us, wasn't he, Timmy G? Fantastic bowler, very useful bowler. Just put it up there.
Top bloke as well.
Yeah, very nice bloke from all accounts. Just let the pitch, let the ball do its work. Very successful bowler for Somerset.
Meanwhile, Mr. Baird, Jamie Baird, the wicket-keeper, has joined George Thomas. Two young lads at the crease now.
Jamie Baird of Taunton Dean CC and George Thomas of Taunton St Andrews CC.
Bit of healthy rivalry. Diminutive figure, as most wicket-keepers are. Jamie Baird and James Rear, I always think, are quite similar-looking batsmen and wicket-keepers. Both shortish, right-handed bats. Both called James or Jamie. So easily to confuse, but Rue's the one who's just been keeping, got Pujara stumped, and now Baird's the one who's batting now with George Thomas. So 163 for 4 after 34 overs. What, 6 no's left to get? 300 still on, do you reckon, Ben?
Yeah, you'd like to think that maybe 280, 290, 300 is still on. Obviously, we know of the Somerset tail wagging very hard this year, but if George Thomas can stay in, punish the bad ball.
Yeah, a lot of other games going on around the grounds at the moment. Ben, you are a specialist at informing us around the grounds. Go on.
Well, Sussex are playing Oxfordshire today, and there's two relatively unknown faces playing for Sussex today. One by the name of Jofra Archer, and the other of Australian Test cricketer Travis Heads.
Yeah, you felt for Kent, the T20 on Sunday night, when Somerset were playing Gloucester in the West Country Derby. Poor old Kent, who were COVID ravaged, had most of their first team squad were isolating. Zach Crawley was playing. And poor old Kent, well, second string you call him, the Kent second 11 effectively, turned up and had to face Archer and Visa, and well, Jordan was playing for England, but pretty much Sussex's strongest 11. You just thought, wow, good luck. And they did all right, to be fair to them. They didn't get absolutely battered. So good effort from them.
Yeah, it's been difficult for Kent, obviously, the last couple of weeks, but they've managed to qualify top of our group, haven't they? And they came top of the South group. Obviously lost twice to Somerset. 2 of their 3 losses were to Somerset. It's a big 6 from George Thomas, halfway up the Somerset standings. He is mightily impressive.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Picked up well. Not let any short ball get away unpunished, really, George Thomas.
No, he's really punished the short ball. The bad balls have gone for 4 or 6. As he moves to 49 and his first game for the first team here at Somerset.
Bananas back on from the River End and bowling his final over, the 10th, as it's a 50-over game. Be the first to complete his full quota.
And George Thomas moves to 50 in his first game for Somerset. Very well batted, young man.
Yeah, I do like to see players not even got his own shirt and squad done there. Playing on the back, but he raises back to the crowd, and
it's a day of certain remember for a long, long time. He's batted brilliantly.
Yeah, 2 well-struck 6s, 2 short balls pulled, 125 strike rate, 50 or 40 balls, 4 4s and 2 6s. Well batted.
What I really liked about the partnership of between him and Lewis Goldsworthy was the quick running between the wickets, which obviously we know Goldsworthy's very good at, obviously picking gaps and running 2s, but I thought both him and George were very quick between the wickets. Ran plenty of 2s, plenty of quick singles, which was really good to see. Just
getting a bit of stick in the club WhatsApp. So big time for the commentary box cam. You all had to see our beautiful faces up here.
Yeah, if I'd known there was a camera in here, I probably would have done my hair today.
No, there's nothing to do with my hair. No, we need to see some different cricket shirts, please, Ben. Next time you're on, you see a different cricket shirt each commentary game, please. Is the new rule. I'll be bringing Jack Leach's out. Timmy G is going to be the one for Sunday, and then Leachy one next week, I reckon.
Good cricket from Somerset there. Good cricket from Jamie Baird. Just pushes the delivery into the leg side and runs a quick single. Mid-on can't stop the single. Somerset move to 172 for 4 from 35 overs.
Yeah, so 15 overs left. What do you reckon? Somerset got to be looking at 300 plus, haven't they?
Yeah, with 6 wickets in the bank, I mean, you probably target 300s.
We were talking about the potential batting lineup for Sunday. Yeah, Bruv Sis, these funny YouTube names, reckons Lewis G at 3, as we said, Byron to open, as we said, and Davies in at 4. I'm not sure about that. I like Steve Davies opening in a short form game. He used to open for Surrey, didn't he, in the 50 over comp?
I think he's also opened for England.
Exactly, and he's opened
T20s and 50 over cricket for
over
England.
Somerset so many times. I think, especially when we're missing a few of our normal openers, I think it's good to have a bit of experience at the top.
Yeah,
Sure,
I completely agree.
Steve Davies can cope with keeping and batting. We might have Rue back in as well, we're not sure, but we'll see how we go come Sunday.
No, I'm a big Steve Davies fan, really big fan of his. I really enjoyed the short amount of games, but I really enjoyed his innings with Devon Conway here against Leicestershire. The pair putting on a big partnership, big first wicket partnership.
Yeah, big fan of the Kiwis in the West Country. Corey Anderson a couple of years ago, Devon Conway's done so well.
It was nice to see Devon Conway playing here, wasn't it? One of the best players in the world at the moment, I'd say. ICC Player of the Month for the month of June.
That's just phenomenal. Some of those, I remember a couple of winters ago, was it, watching him score 99 against Australia in the T20 and just kept getting runs against him. And he was relatively unheard of at this stage. Got a lot of runs for Wellington Firebirds. A couple of years ago, he finished top of the New Zealand batting rankings for all 3 formats, which is quite phenomenal.
He was so well liked that he was given a contract before he could officially play for New Zealand, wasn't he?
Yeah, South African born and eventually qualified for New Zealand.
It was nice to see on Saturday he returned to his former club in Taunton Dean. Went to watch the first team play. Oh, and there's a run out.
Oh, straight up, run out. Umpire's not even spent half a second to think about that. I did think it was a bit cheeky there. George Thomas flicked it to leg side. It was a bit slow, Baird, coming back for the second. I think Thomas called it. You do like to see the umpire take a bit more time to think about it, but straight away the fingers up. He's obviously confident.
Yeah,
he's
he was
gone,
out
isn't
by
he?
quite a distance, wasn't he, unfortunately?
Just one bail taken off.
Ian Blackwell did not hold it back, did he? Put his fingers straight up.
I guess we haven't got the Sky TMO replay for that dodgy England-Pakistan run out the other day. Harris Ralph, wasn't it, when Liam Livingston had a mix-up with Tom Curran. And one bail was taken off with a knee, and the other bail was taken off with the ball, one of those quirks of the laws of cricket. We also saw Steve Davies stand on his stumps the other day, don't we? So
Yeah.
a couple of odd run-outs in recent days.
Yeah, there's been quite a few odd run-outs, hasn't there? Obviously in the women's game, the England-India
Yeah.
women's game.
But no, I don't think Baird has any excuses there. Just he should have said no, or had to get on his bike a bit quicker. I think Thomas is possibly a bit quicker than Baird, so easier for Thomas to complete the 2 than Baird. But shame for the youngster, run out for 6.
Yeah, very big shame for the youngster. Son of the chairman, Gordon Baird.
I'm sure we'll have a few consoling words for him. As we surely skipper Ben Green comes in now. I'm surprised he's coming quite this low, but giving others a chance.
Prior to play today, I had him down to open. Obviously, he opened for us in the Bob Willis Trophy last year, so I thought maybe the skipper might have opened for us, but no. Batted well for us when he's needed to in the T20 Blast this year.
So it's lunch in the tour match at Chester Street. India 80 for 3 after 30 overs. What's going on in the other county games going on around today? We've got one-day tour matches galore.
So Glamore going to playing Wales, the Wales minor county team, and they are 107 for 5. from 31 overs. Struggling a bit there, the first-class county.
George Thomas just looks at ease here, just striking ones around the ground. I guess he can be selfish here. He's got 14 overs left to bat. Ton in the waiting. And then he can really go ballistic in the last 5 overs. Talking of tons.
Keaton Jennings. Keaton Jennings has hit a ton for Lancashire, playing at Cumberland. He's 103 not out, batting with Dane Villas. Obviously Lancashire, who will be visitors here.
That's a blooming strong Lancashire 50 over 11. So especially the top 4 of Jennings, Bohannon, Wells and Villas. Well, Jones and Croft, that top 6 is pretty impressive. That top 6 isn't far off what you'd expect them to bat with in the T20 quarter-final against us down here in the end of August.
That should be a cracker of a game, that one.
Yeah, well,
really looking forward to it.
now Finn Allen from New Zealand's been quite impressive for them, hasn't he?
Mhm.
Youngster opening the batting.
Obviously set Mr Livingston's come back from international duty. Saqib Mahmood will be playing for the visitors. Matt Parkinson. Hopefully Somerset will have Lewis Gregory back. Tom Banton. With what promises to be a fantastic game of T20 cricket. Obviously famously Lancashire versus Somerset in a T20 Blast quarter-final. I remember, was it 2009? Somerset qualified for finals day through a bowl-out.
Yeah, they got in the indoor centre. I do love the excitement and the drama of a bowl-out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only one I've ever really seen, but I think Somerset bowled with the Peter Trago bowl. Somerset decided to almost not bowl their bowlers. I don't think players like Ben Phillips bowled for us because their height may have taken the ball over the stumps, which I think Lancashire struggled with, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I remember doing the only time I've ever done a bowl-off was in the North Molton 6-a-side tournament last summer. I did manage to hit mine. I normally bowl leg spinners, but I just bowled a sort of straight on off spinning arm ball and just try to york it. Like, if you bowl slow enough and straight enough, you thought it'd be easy enough. But it's surprising how some of the professionals who can nail a yorker at 90 miles an hour again and again, but struggle to hit with a bowl off. They're normally hitting just outside off. Trying to hit off stump or any of the stumps is a bit tricky.
Well, yeah, at this level, good length to bowl is probably slightly short of a full ball, and the ball beats the stumps, doesn't it, a lot going over?
No, we wouldn't mind seeing some of that drama, but I was at finals day last year, didn't bother travelling up on the Saturday, it was so wet. Went up on the Sunday, the reserve day, and the 2 semi-finals were reduced. Bit of a shame to see it reduced, but you're probably better off seeing a 12 or a 14 over game than a bowl off, really. After all the hard work of the T20 Blast group stage, to then lose on a bowl off is pretty galling, isn't it?
Yeah, completely agree.
Still tickets available for the Royal London Cup and the Cider and Beer Festival and Ale, all on offer this Sunday.
Yep, 40 real ales, 40 ciders, or something along those lines.
Oh, and good news from Mike in Ilminster. His freezer's fixed. Engineer's gone. Mike's on his way to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Good man.
Big well done to Mike.
Or his freezer fixer, more importantly.
Yep. Big Somerset fan.
Andy Miles is in Nailsy. He's watching along. Plenty of comments in the old YouTube comments, and we're on Facebook, remember, as well.
George Thomas just pushes one. Bowler fields of his own bowling.
I mentioned Jake Libby, Liam Norwell, Mr. Shrek, Charlie Shrek, these Cornish cricketers have gone on to play first class elsewhere. We talked about Ryan Stevenson from Devon, who's gone on to play for Hampshire. He's a Hollington lad. Cornwall have had some strong cricketers over the years. Of course, Goldsworthy, the latest and the most exciting current one.
Another game, Gloucestershire playing Wiltshire. Gloucestershire currently 162 for 2 from 30 overs. With Ben Charlesworth, 66 not out, and Graham Van Buren, who's captaining the side today, on 45 not out. It is nice to see, obviously, before the Royal London One Day Cup, that players, that teams are playing against their minor county counterparts.
I love it. I'm a big fan of seeing some. Well, to call them village cricketers isn't meant in a rude, disrespectful way. It's just great to see lads you or I can play against on a Saturday, and come and play on the Cooper Associates County Ground on a Tuesday. and a day off their normal jobs.
Yeah, they can test themselves against the best. A day they'll never forget. Somerset 185 from 37.4 overs. George Thomas going very well at 55 not out.
So we're still seeing the sixth seamer from the Marshall Scotland Pavilion end, Scott Kello. He was the man who performed the run out, which we're hopefully going to show you after this ball that smoked through the covers.
What a shot.
He's got some power, this lad, hasn't he?
Yeah, punches the bad ball, uses power, uses his strength. Also times the ball very well. Lovely shot. Punished a bad ball. We just watch it again on the replay.
High back lift, smoked his left foot, came down the wicket, didn't really go anywhere near the pitch of the ball, but he's thrown his hands right through that.
Moves to 59 not out.
Craig Johnson going to continue from the river end. Left arm spinner who has 3 overs remaining.
Bowled well early, didn't Johnson? Remove Bartlett.
Yeah, Craig Johnson's quite impressive so far today for Cornwall. 7 overs for 33. The 1 wicket, of course, got George Bartlett out for 18.
He just beats Ben Green's outside edge with one that just turns a bit.
Yeah, Ben Green was very impressive in the earlier T20 games, and then the very out of form Tom Lammonby surprisingly came in, having been dropped for a few games, came in and batted before Ben Green, which I thought at the time was a bit harsh when Green had done well, finishing a couple of games at home for Somerset. But then obviously Lammonby did Sunday night, and that one innings probably warrants him to bat top 5 for Somerset for the rest of his career.
Yeah, Lammonby was just showing signs, wasn't he, from certain games of the Blast that, you know, he still had the runs in him. I was fortunate enough to be at the Kia Oval where he came in and reverse sweeped Mr. Gareth Batty for 2 consecutive 4s off his first 2 balls.
Yeah, that went down well in the
Yeah.
Somerset faithful.
Yeah, went down very well. Didn't go down very well in the Surrey press box, but it was good to see that the boy's not lost his confidence. And I mean, Sunday was, I mean, I'd go as far as to say it's probably the best T20 knock I've seen here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds.
Yeah, I've had this conversation quite a few times since Sunday. It feels like ages ago, only 2 days ago. I mean, I watched Abel's ton here, I watched Banton's ton, I watched Johan Myberg's ton a couple of years ago when him and Banton chased down 120 odd against Essex, and Banton played the passenger seat role. Was about 14 not out while Myberg went ballistic. I mean, those 300s were phenomenal. James Hildreth a few years before that against Glamorgan. They were all phenomenal hundreds, but this one was, they were on belters of a wicket when there's a lot of runs scored, whereas this Lammonby was a completely standalone inning. Like Will Smeed 30 odd, that was it. We're going to show you this run out while I carry on talking about this Lammonby innings. We'll come back to that. This is the falling of Jamie Baird, the last wicket to fall. Not miles out, was out, but very confident umpire and give it quite so early. And straight away, 2 inches out.
Yeah, he was definitely out. Mr. Blackwell didn't hesitate to put his finger up.
Yeah, so my point is that Tom Lammonby came in at 73 for 4 after 12.3 overs. So we got 90 off the remaining 7.5 overs. That's just ridiculous. No one else seemed to time it and bat as easily as he did, so fair play to him. Incredible innings. Will not be remembered for years, and it helped a lot. Lives on Sky, so it'll be.
Yeah, up against those up the from up the M5. Oh, what a
George
shot!
Thomas. Near enough went straight to the man, but it was over his head. At deep mid wicket, 6 runs to George Thomas again. Anything short. I've not seen a player pull quite as well as this for a while this season, especially a young lad we barely know about, we've barely seen. This is a spinner now, not even a seamer, just drops a tiny bit short. Bang.
Yeah, I'd heard of George Thomas for quite a few years when he was a youngster. Always was told that he was a very good cricketer. Obviously, his brother Josh plays in the academy.
Yeah,
Both
two
play for
exciting brothers.
Both play for Taunton St Andrews.
King's lads, aren't they? They're just talented Thomas boys.
Very talented family.
A lot of them around Taunton. Think of the Able brothers, hockey and cricket. Tom, of course, who's coming back from injury. Hopefully going to see him in action, Somerset shirt soon. I think Somerset have timed this perfectly. Going into the last 10, they're going to be 200. I massively got into 50 over cricket in the 2015 World Cup. I was in New Zealand, working out there from playing cricket out there for a year, and I massively got into that tournament. Went to that horrendous day at Wellington when Tim Southey got 8 for and Brendan McCullum and Martin Guptill whacked Broad, Finn and Anderson to all parts and won in about 12 overs. But watched that tournament avidly, watched every single game, and so many games, and a lot of the commentators and pundits were saying you get to 40 overs and you can get 100 off the last 10. So almost perfectly, if this ball goes for 3, which it hasn't, but this 197 for 5 with 10 overs left, let's call it 200 for 5. If they get 100 off the last 10 overs, that's 300. Blooming good score in 50 overs or wherever you're playing.
Yeah, very good score.
I mean, you generally think Somerset, Taunton, Cooper Associates County Ground is quite short boundaries, normally quite a flat deck, so sometimes over 300 is par, but you'd be very surprised if a side like the Cornish non-professional side go on to get 300, but they've done well, because I mean, you think when Somerset win the toss and bat, you think the professional side could go on to get 350 or make them look silly. Whatever happens this last 10, Cornwall have done themselves proud. They've not done anything silly or embarrassing yet.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think their opening spell was good. There's some really good deliveries in that. Obviously, Johnson's bowled well. 1 for 36.
Yeah, Johnson, his penultimate over now. Timed it quite well. The Sturgis is probably going to have to bowl a few of the remaining 10 overs.
That's a stumping.
George Thomas has given it away. Didn't need to do that. Long off was back. Long on was back. Maybe trying to clear long off or get it over extra cover. I think with 10 overs to go and already 5 wickets down and only really bowlers to come, I think he could have spent a bit more time knocking it around as he was, waiting for the short ball, which he could punish for 6 quite safely and comfortably, before we really need to invent and find something different to score runs.
Obviously disappointing for George, but I mean, what a fantastic knock by the youngster. Debut for Somerset today, scoring 68. Not even got a number on the back of his shirt. Fantastic from the youngster.
And worth saying, another dismissal for Harvey. He's had a decent debut on the sticks. 2 catches and a stumping now.
Yep, and obviously another wicket for Johnson.
That's a big blow for Cornwall. I think now, well, a big blow for Somerset from Cornwall, because I think we're talking about getting 100 off the last 10. Without a set batsman, Somerset will do very well to get 300 now. When Ben Green's new to the wicket, Thomas, the set batsman's gone, and we've got the likes of Baker, Leonard, Aldridge, who can hold a bat. Leach, of course, still to come, but they're not really like the likes of Overtons or Gregory's, who are going to come in and whack it from ball 1. Yeah, Casey Aldridge comes in at 8. So what do you reckon? Aldridge, then Leonard, then maybe Leach, and then Baker?
Yeah, maybe Leach may come in next.
Thing is with Jack Leach, if Somerset collapsed, you'd expect Leach to come in. But now you might think, with 8 overs left, you might put the other 3 young lads to come in, whack it and run around a bit. And Leach might drop down to 11 to give the young lads a bat, and they can tee off and see what they've got. We know what Jack Leach can do, and he's a good steady Eddie, but he's probably not going to come and whack it in the last 9 overs.
No, definitely not. Never seen Casey Aldridge bat. We just saw him bowl in the last championship game against Leicestershire. It was very unlucky not to get his first wicket for Somerset. I thought he bowled really well. I thought he beat the outside edge. He was slightly expensive, but it was his debut. He was trying to make something happen. Beat the outside edge a lot. But no, looking forward to seeing him have a bat. As he gets off the mark.
Brian Carpenter's just tweeted me saying, I was very impressed by Leonard when he took 5 for 15 for Devon v Dorset recently. Very interested to see how he goes. Yeah, good point. That's Ned Leonard, who we also commentated on in pre-season. I was impressed with him then. Right on seamer, low order batter, probably coming at number 9, we reckon, after Aldridge next, perhaps.
Ben Green just plays one down the ground for 1.
Interesting to see how the Captain Green plays this now, because before he could just support Thomas, give Thomas a strike, get himself in. He's now 6 not out, and he's the senior partner with little to come, really. I do think Ben's backed himself a tiny bit too low. I know George Thomas has backed very well. I think Green probably should have come in ahead of Baird. To be honest, Ben Green could have batted anywhere in the top 7. But interesting to see if he does the T20 finishing role we've seen a few times from this year, or quite early. How early is he going to go ultra aggressive here? 9 overs to go, 199 for 6. Very good over that from Johnson.
I think Green will just continue to push it around for a couple overs. Maybe gets to the 44, 45 over mark, and then if he's still there, try and give it a whack.
Yeah, just 2 from that over. That's a blooming good effort from Mr. Johnson. He's got 1 over remaining.
Obviously Somerset, so 199 for 6 from 41 overs. Probably looking at a score of maybe 280 at the moment.
Yeah, I think they do well to get 280 really from here. If they get 80 off the remaining 9 with what they've got, that's probably a very good innings from Green.
Green pushing to the leg side. Should come back for 2, yep.
See, that seemed a slightly easier 2 than the one Baird and Thomas went for. They ran the first one hard, slightly better placed, safer option than the previous one. That was a run out.
The only fielder in the ring on the leg side for Cornwall is at short fine leg.
Yeah,
So
there's
got
2s in the leg
deep
side
square
all day
leg,
long.
deep with wicket, long on. What a lovely shot, just rocks back, cuts for 4.
There you go, maybe that's the shot. There's normally a shot that gets the batsman going in their innings. Maybe that's Ben Green's. Just, as you say, rocks back and just punishes it, but almost like a gentle punishing cut shot. Didn't need to whack it. Donked it on the head, just beats backward point.
It's only a 45, 50 yard boundary, isn't it, on the offsides. Bowling from the markers just got at pavilion ends. So if you beat the infields, likely to get some rewards. Pushes down the ground just for a single.
Scott Kello, so he won't complete his 10 overs. I wouldn't have thought so. He's the 6th bowler used by Cornwall today. What a lovely shot that is. Through extra cover, but good bit of fielding from the deep cover, man. Just a 1 from Aldridge.
We've been told by Brevsis on YouTube to not underestimate the power of the Cornish lads.
Wow. Past the powered power, we've been told as well. Lots of silence and pasty in the mentions in the YouTube comments. What a lovely shot.
What
that
a
is. Ben Green again through the offside for 4. This could be a very useful over without any risk being taken. Not quite so good bowling from Kello. The short wide one that was punished off the back foot, now the full wide one that's driven for 4, just in front of point.
Yeah, does he try and bowl a little slower ball or some sort of cutter? Just beats back for point.
Made that 13 off the over with 1 down the ground to long on.
Green.
Maybe
strike for
280
next
is on
over.
cards, yeah. If they get 13 off that over. The thing is that Johnson's been quite miserly at the other end. I think Johnson might... Yeah, he'll finish off here, won't he? They might just see Johnson off this last over, then probably a bit easier to attack the seamers on this pitch.
Yeah, 2 for 38 from his 9 overs so far. I think they'll try and knock the ball about this over. Try not to lose any more wickets. And then yeah, maybe attack, punish the seam bowlers, who have. There's been a couple deliveries that have been a bit overpitched, haven't they? That have been punished.
Not many in the whole innings, though. Probably worth saying it. Even the short balls that George Thomas hit for 6 weren't massively short. He's just very good at rocking back and making something out of nothing.
It's a nice start by.
What's
by
a good
Johnson.
length in Cornish Saturday League cricket? It's a slightly different length on a belter of a pitch at the Cooper Associates County Ground to a professional cricketer.
Just rocks back and punch that into the offside for 1.
So just 7.5 overs away from a well-deserved interval late lunch break.
very warm outside. 31 degrees, as Instagram told me. Oh, this Casey just completely mistimes the ball, but gets a single from it.
Yeah, he looked down to third man, thought he was going to get an outside edge, and somehow it dribbles to mid-wicket for one.
Thick inside edge that dribbles to it's a long on running in. Ben Green just pushes down the ground. As I said, I think they're just going to try and knock the ball about to Johnson. Just keep rotating in his last over. Nothing too silly. Casey just pushes down the ground as well, just a little flick.
Craig Johnson only made his debut for Cornwall this season. Plays his cricket at Redruth. Very impressive spell from him today. Bowling his last ball of his 10-over spell now.
It's nice to see you're very prepared today, Harry.
Yeah, I've got a few notes, bit of research on the Cornish. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've played against any of the Cornish 11, so tricky for me. Normally I have a bit of experience from personal matches against them or little stories to tell you, but having been a Devonshire lad and I might have lived up north and all around the country, I've never lived in Cornwall, so never played in the Cornish League.
No, obviously it's a shame that we're not playing Devon this week, because I feel like that would be a strong point.
Yeah,
Obviously some very close contacts in the Devon cricket boards, Mr. Everett.
Yeah, I was looking forward to that. I didn't get the call up, and
Chris Johnson, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 43.
no, sad to see that game cancelled, but I'm sure Somerset might have an inter-squad game or a bit of extra practice. And Scott Kello has taken out the attack. Scott Kello, we talked about talented footballers. Scott Kello and Lewis Goldworthy, both very talented football players. But he's been taken out the attack and replaced by the off-spinner again.
Ellis Whiteford.
Ball from the Marcus Edwards for his Gothic Pavilion end 7 overs earlier on. Bit quicker than Johnson. Johnson did a very good Jack Leach style job, didn't he? Left arm spin. Talking of left arm spinners, I've been watching this Ireland South Africa series. You watching any of that on BT Sport 1? I've really been enjoying it actually. George Dockwell, I always remember him here. You remember watching him here?
Yeah, I remember
As a
Dockers.
spinner. And he's now batting number 4 and 5 in the white ball side against South Africa, whacking Ngidi and Rabada around. It's ridiculous.
No, unfortunately I haven't been able to watch any of that series.
Oh, it's good. There's another match later on today. I'll be double screening probably later on.
Been very occupied with my work down here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds.
Always like to see the old ex-Somerset players doing well for their countries or other county sides.
Remember George Dockwell playing in the Champions League for Somerset
Yes.
back in maybe 2011, if my memory serves me correct.
Yeah, when I was playing the Dublin League 2 summers ago and very nearly played. I was due to play against him a couple of weeks after I left Dublin to come back here for changing employment. But yeah, Dockwell playing for Pembroke, I think he was playing for them, as well as Leinster Lightning.
Mr. Worldwide, Harry Everett.
Wow, yeah, not quite Cornwall worldwide, but Mr. Trotman's gone off to M&H. Bit of a commentary break, gone and chat with the Miller Champion Hall chaps. Shop on the edge of the ground, of course. I'm pretty sure they've now got Miller Champion Hall up north. They've got one up the northwest of the country.
There's a store in Burnley, there's a store
London
in
as
London.
well, yeah. Taking over the country. M&H bats used all over the county, but probably not always used with their stickers. Right, Mr. Trotman's made it back from M&H. He hasn't got a bat in hand though. I thought he was going to bring a bat for me to do some Simon Hughes analysis.
Ben Green comes down the ground and makes it for 6.
Right, on that note, I'm going to make way and let Elliot come in for the last 5 overs. See what Ben Green has in store.
Joined by Elliot Trotman. Somerset 229 for 6. 44 overs in, 6 to go.
The River End
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah, just popped over to M&H, see how the store's going on.
Elliot, what do you think good score is then? What do you think Somerset can achieve? 6 overs to go.
Don't know what I was thinking when I said 220. I really don't. Maybe those early wickets just threw me off. But I really don't know what I was thinking. So, and I said 250, and even then I feel an idiot, to be honest. So, I don't know, 275, 280.
Getting 275. I started off at 300. Oh, and there's that fantastic shot that is from Casey Aldridge. Puts it right in the middle of two fielders on the fence, on the leg side. Puts it right between deep mid wicket and long on. Perfect placement. Somerset moved to 233 for 6 from 44.1 overs.
Yeah, with shots like that, they certainly will get to 280. With these, maybe even 300.
Yeah, I started off saying perhaps 300, but I did drag it back a bit to 280 as a thick outside edge goes for 4. Aldridge moves to 14 out. Somerset 237 for 6. Definitely over the 220 mark. Early suggestion from Elliot that 220 was a good score.
Yeah, apologies, folks. That was yeah, a little bit silly from my part. Now it's going to be a good score. Going to be a big run chase here for Cornwall.
Obviously, boundaries brought in a bit. There's more potential for boundaries as Aldridge gets an edge on another one that goes for 4. He'll take him. He's moved to 18.
Yeah, no slipping. Third man's very wide there.
Yeah, Rob Much bowling round the wicket, left arm round the wicket. Quite a wide line. So Aldridge can just chuck Willow at the ball. Beats the outside edge there.
Yeah, Much bowled really well early on. Solid lines. As your commentary can. Look at that. Harry Everett in the background there. If he goes in his Somerset shirt.
See, WPA have done a wonderful job with this commentary box. It's looking fantastic.
Partnering with us for the live stream. Yeah, have you got your one-day shirt sorted, Ben?
I haven't, unfortunately. I'll be on Sunday. I'll be on the camera.
Good man.
Yeah, cameraman duties on Sunday. Obviously, we have a beer and cider festival down here at the Cooper Associates Kents Ground for our fixture with Derbyshire. It was Aldridge. Oh, has that gone for 4? Gets a thick edge. Paul Smith on the boundary. Look like 4 from up here, but no.
It's obviously here for you are here for the summer, Ben, aren't you? So how have you found it so far with all the work you've been getting up to?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I've been very well looked after by Ben Warren and Dan Cooper.
Good stuff.
Been doing camera work for the County Championship fixtures.
Very nice.
Live blogging for the Vitality Blast. Some interviews, some feature articles. Written Club Watch, so quite happy today to be commentating on players that I've been writing about all season. So players like George Thomas, playing for Taunton St Andrews. Jamie Baird playing for Taunton Dean. It's been good to see them in action. I've never really seen them play, unfortunately. I've been playing myself. I've enjoyed myself.
Who's your team, Ben?
So I play for Taunton Dean Cricket Club.
Very nice.
Play for the Cavaliers, the third 11, when I can.
Sturgis in now. Short ball. Been going at that one. Just missing it though.
Nice to see Cornwall supported by celebrity chef Rick Stein, sponsoring their shirts. personal favourite TV chef of mine.
Can picture a sort of celebrity chef, sort of, you know, watcher of the old programmes. Do you got Hairy Bikers and all that?
No, not. I am more of a Rick Stein man. Obviously, Rick Stein's India is a perfect, like a favourite of mine. Rick Stein's Mediterranean Odyssey, obviously, another favourite of mine. But good to see sport and cricket. Obviously, Padstein, as they call it, Padstow.
Yeah, of course, of course. Lovely part of the world.
Yeah, it really is a beautiful part of the world. Good cricket there by Casey, just hitting a fairly short pitch ball into the offside and just running a single.
Yeah, it's that time of the day, isn't it? Trying to put on runs on the board, as many as they can. A lot of gaps in the infield.
So we've got how many men back? We've got third man, got deep extra cover, long offs back, long on, deep mid wicket. Definitely plenty of singles rounds. Some gaps in the outfield.
And a great shot. Oh, hang on. Oh, and a great take.
Great take. So we need to skip up. Ben Green. Parts for 32. He pulls into the leg side. Great take. I'm not sure who took the catch, but it was a great catch.
There's that replay here. Apologies, I couldn't see deep mid wicket, or in the cow corner, I should say, and I completely lost him, and then he appeared. So that's hence why the good shot initially.
Somerset 2, 4, 5, 7. Be interesting to see who comes in next. Will it be Jack Leach, England's Jack Leach? Will be one of the youngsters. Perhaps Ned Leonard. And I think it's Jack Leach coming in. The nuts. Yeah, Jack Leach coming in. It's good to see him get some cricket. Famously scored 92 for England at Lords against Ireland. Probably one of my favourite days as a Somerset supporter, that.
I remember I was, I think I've told the story in the pre-season, but you might have not been, probably didn't hear this, Ben, but I was watching it, and fortunately I got set on the Tesco job, so I had to get on Tesco really quickly, and I was watching it all the time. It was ticking up, and I was rushing back from Tesco, and he was on, I think, 90, and I was like, right, get back, see him hit his 100, and then I find out in the car he got out 92, upset, gutting.
It was, I remember my soon-to-be brother-in-law, he's good friends with Jack Leach. Carl older than went from Taunton Cricket Club to see their mate play for the first time in international cricket, usually number 11, and scored 92. He said they were very disappointed, but they had a great day out. Great to see a good friend of theirs score 92 for England, which, I mean, doesn't happen every day, does it?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Certainly is. It's good to be out, and it's good to see fans out of cricket as well. I know that was a couple of years ago now, but really good to see it happening again. Sort of seeing the fans in today supporting this fixture, really good. Nice to see Cornwall as well. As Ben said, this should be a putting on the fixture. Yeah, well bowled there from Tommy Sturgeon. Casey Aldridge just making some space there. He's eyeing up that shot over covers. Big gap there.
I think Cornwall know if they can almost going for the kill now. Obviously, two bowlers batting for Somerset, with Leach and Aldridge. I think they know that they could get 3 wickets. Try and restrict Somerset's total. I think anything over 250 might be difficult for Cornwall to chase, but obviously I have little knowledge on their batting
Wide
price.
delivery there.
Tries a slow ball, does he? It goes wide. Yeah, Ian Blackwell signals wide to the scorers.
And get Jack Leach on strike.
Jack Leach, who has a list day average of 7. Hasn't played much list day cricket for Somerset. He made his T20 debut this year at Surrey, when he has played for Somerset in the T20 Blast this year. He's bowled very well. Haven't seen him bat, but it's fantastic to see him play across all formats. So who knows where he may end up in a couple of weeks' time. He might be playing for Somerset, could be playing elsewhere. Does England play India?
Yeah, nice there.
Gets off the mark.
That's the over there. Somerset, 248 for 7 on 46 overs. 4 overs to go. You know, I'm liking that 280 score I just mentioned. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that's probably my third score, so it doesn't really count. It's not really a prediction, but it's yeah, it's, you know, it's getting close.
Just look at the scorecard. Obviously, Goldsworthy batted very well. 59 from 80. George Thomas, top scoring for Somerset today, 68 off 53 balls at a strike rate of 128. It was a fantastic knock on his Somerset debut. Obviously, Jamie Baird was a bit disappointed to see him get run out, but he looked good when he was out there. And obviously, Ben Green, last wicket to fall, 32 from 34 balls.
Yeah, Thomas was really impressive, really good to see. Once again, we keep talking about this, but just so many good young players, Somerset coming through there. It's just fantastic. And, you know, even in these games, it's just good to see them, you know, kick on, make an impression. Really bright future we have at Somerset.
Yeah, obviously there's a tournament happening at the moment that shall not be named by myself, but it's going to be really good to see so many Somerset youngsters playing the first team, get their opportunity, get at least 8 games under the belt. Obviously looking forward to seeing the likes of Casey Aldridge playing the Royal London One Day Cup, maybe Ned Leonard, maybe Sonny Baker. Obviously we've got Jack Brooks to come in, Josh Davey will come back in. But looking forward to seeing them get a go, because I guess you don't know how good they are until they play at the top level. Casey Aldridge tries to clear the flats, completely swings, completely misses the ball. With only 3.4 overs to go, I guess Somerset are going to try and give it a whack now. Get a score to at least 280, maybe more, who knows. Just need 31 runs to get to the 280 mark, might be a bit difficult. As Casey tries again, and edges. He's caught. So just some interesting facts from you. So Tommy Sturgis went to Wellington School, and was coached by ex-Somerset pace bowler Stephen Jones.
Yeah,
Stephen Jones prodigy.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, yeah, Stephen Jones coached Tommy Sturgis at Wellington. I actually never played him at cricket. I did play him at rugby. He was a fullback outside centre. He's yeah, never played him at cricket. I'm sort of fortunate because he was quite he looks quite quick, very quick to be honest. He bowls quite a nasty short ball as well, so and that's my big Achilles heel. I do not like a short ball.
No, obviously Stephen Jones. His focus is on power as a bowler, isn't it? Bowling quick, power. He's himself a very powerful man. Very quick bowler for Somerset. Bit of aggression, which is good to see. As Ned Leonard comes in as a new man in. Somerset 249 for 8.
So at the end of the over, we've got the stumping of James Rue on Pujara, I should say.
Cheteshwar Pujara.
Yeah.
Not a bad first stumping in, I don't know if it's first class cricket. I don't know what the classification of the game is. Obviously James Rue playing for the County Select 11 against India. Which was fantastic to see at Durham, at Chesler Street.
Yeah, that stumping will be shown at the end of the over.
Ned Leonard's on strike for his first ball. And he's bowled.
Bowled him.
Cleaned up. Rob Much with the wicket. 2 and 2.
Yeah, nice over this from Rob Much.
He is on a hat trick. Somerset 249. 4-9. Oh, well bowled. Just flicks the bells.
Just had a friend of mine say, I've always seen you as a great short ball player. Very funny.
The messages are starting to come through as I make my commentary debut here at Somerset County Cricket Club.
It's very nice, actually. Nice being in this cool room as well. Very nice. Much rather be here than out there.
Yeah, the first 20 overs are pretty warm. Obviously, where our camera's positioned today is unfortunate. Well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. Very fortunate that the sun's shining. Right in the sun. Obviously, it's been very cold. There's been many occasions here at the Cooper Associates County Ground this year where I've been freezing. I've been in puffer jackets, gloves, hats. I think back to Middlesex at home, Gloucestershire at home. It's cold. It's nice to see cricket played in the sun. See, perhaps not nice to bowl more than 4 or 5 overs in it, but
Here's Torquay, Sonny Baker coming in now. We were having so much fun pre-season when Sonny was bowling. Very, very quick. We had all the things. You know.
in swingers, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very impressive on debut in the pre-season.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of clips of him bowling. Saw some clips of him in that game, but very mightily impressive. So Torquay plays a bit of Devon cricket as well, doesn't he? Has he already taken a 5 for this year against Dorset? I think I read.
It's not surprising when you see the way he's bowled. Be really good to see him how he gets on this afternoon. Cornwall are going to have that work cut out with these bowlers. A lot of good young talent on display.
I think for Somerset now, I think they just don't lose another wicket, nerd of some singles, try to get to 50 overs, as many runs as possible, but try not to give their wicket away. As much as hat-trick Vaughan just gets fends back to him. Sonny Baker wearing the number 16 for Somerset. I think playing cricket in these warm conditions, as a bowling side, when you've only got 1, 2, 3 wickets to take, it's quite staying out there is quite difficult. I think as a batting side, you want to keep the bowlers out there, keep the fielders out there. That's what Somerset will try and do with 3 overs to go. Keep them out there, frustrate them. It's not nice, is it? Chasing wickets. So that's his James Rue's first professional stumping, you just saw on the live stream. Cheteshwar Pujara, what a player. It's a nice little, I don't know if you can call it a scout for Rue, but nice little one for him. Great glove work, great hands. Good to see him play. Exciting young talent, plays at Taunton St Andrews.
Tommy Sturgis here to Jack Leach. Love to see a Jack Leach ramp shot. Love to see something. Just love to see something different from Jack Leach.
No run from that ball. Obviously, I think it's nice to see Leach. He's a proper batsman, plays proper shots. Perhaps high in the order when he plays for Taunton Dean. He's always batted quite high up for the Dean. That's at 3, 4, 5. Gets runs from the Whipple. I remember a couple of years ago he played for Taunton Dean, and then the next week played for England at Lords against Australia.
That was a warm-up game, wasn't it? It was like not a warm-up game, but it was one of those he saw it as like, I play for the Dean.
Yeah, I remember. So it was the first Test match was on at Edgbaston. Moeen Ali hadn't bowled that great. And I remember I think he played for the Dean, and I think he played at North Perrots, if I remember rightly.
That was it.
And I think he bowled 10 overs, and I think he went for maybe 11 runs in those 10 overs. And then later that week was lining up for England against Australia in the Ashes, which was not a bad week. Hit 92 the week before, came back, played for the Dean, and then off to the Ashes. It's exciting. Exciting times for Jack Leach.
Sturgis.
Yeah, some exciting times for Leach here. Obviously, India in town for 5 Test matches. Potential of an Ashes winter. It's good to see Somerset players playing international cricket. Obviously, we've been blessed. Lewis Gregory's been playing for England. Craig Overton's been playing for England. Hopefully, we might see Tom Banton play for England tonight.
Yeah, nice short ball there from Tommy Sturgis.
Somerset
Peppered the young Sonny Baker.
250 for 9. Maybe my shout 280 might have been a bit optimistic.
Yeah.
So it looked like at the time, but some quick Cornwall wickets. Restricted Somerset.
Oh, there you go. Just a little edge there from Sonny. Sort of tried to just work it down. Just popped off the top.
Little tickle. And take them. 254 for 9. Somerset up. Obviously, this is a warm-up game for Somerset. Well, a National Counties game. They start their Royal London One Day Cup campaign on Sunday against Derbyshire here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds. For those that haven't, there's tickets are on general sale, obviously with restrictions being eased. We have a beer and cider festival here. Oh, what a shot. For 4.
Yeah, just worked that down, hasn't he? Sort of tried to do that ball before, didn't he?
Beats
Came off
back the
nicely
point, beats third man. Carves right in between them.
Yeah, just to watch this, just back foot, sort of little. Use the wrists just to guide it on its way. Potentially could do better fielding there from the Cornish player, but
Yeah, as a bowler, you'd probably like to see him put a dive in there, but he hasn't. It's 4 runs to Sonny Baker. So 2 overs to go. 258 for 9.
Leach on strike.
It's fantastic to have WPA's support for our live stream. So with 2 overs to go, we have third man back. We've got fine leg back, deep square leg, deep extra cover. Plenty of people on in the in ring. As Leach plays that down to third man. Just gets a single.
Yeah, keep sending through as well, folks. The YouTube comments, love to see that. Love to see the love to see the people just come in from all over the world, which is fantastic. Just shows you where we are as a club, the support we have. We're so fortunate to have it around.
Sonny Baker pushed that into the offsides, just for 1. No, it's fantastic to see the digitalisation of county cricket, isn't it, this year? Obviously, our very own Ben Warren's been at the forefront of that. Beaming county cricket to all corners of the world.
Just looking at some of the comments here, Gordon Avery, Leach, the granddad of the team.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
he'll enjoy that, but no. As he tries to play a big shot into the leg side and completely misses the ball.
Just because he's bold doesn't mean he's a granddad. Well, I can say that because I'm 22 and I've got no hair.
The aptly named The Nuts. On strike here. He's 4 not out. And he chips the ball up and it's caught. And that is the end of Somerset's innings. We've bowled out in the 48th over for 260.
Very fortunate now to have the Tim Gronewold montage coming on. For you Somerset fans to stay and watch that. And that was that'll be as we'll be continuing later on. So yeah, thanks very much for tuning in for these 50 overs. Cornwall are going to be chasing 260.
So
Yes.
yeah,
Karen.
Stay tuned. Obviously, so today Tim Gronewold, former Somerset bowler, announced his retirement from all cricket. Great servant for Somerset CCC. Great servant for Derbyshire as well.
it's just about, you know, making sure I'm contributing towards wins, making sure I'm improving all the time, getting better. You know, hopefully it can be a fantastic era in this club, and win a few trophies, and it's great to be part of. Tim Grunewald, Somerset Workhorse. Great ball all around. Away teams must just be blown away when they turn up here and see the support, and the numbers we get for championship games is just remarkable.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground today on this lovely day here at Taunton. And yeah, well, we're back in. Cornwall coming out to bat, chasing 261 to win. Nice total. I'm Elliot Trotman, joined by my co-commentator Harry Everett, who's just finishing off his lunch, I must say.
Yeah, beautiful lunch, thanks to the Cooper Associates County Ground team. Enjoying the sunshine still. 31 degrees, it tells me outside. Having set up foot outside the air-conditioned box. It's a cracker. All set up for Westbury and Kent to bat for Cornwall. Ollie Westbury, Cornwall's pro, just been released by Worcestershire. And Charlie Kent, who made 50 on his Cornwall debut at the age of just 17. He's only 19. And yeah, scored 67 not out last weekend. Solid opening batsman. Sonny Baker, the exciting man who plays in the A Division for Torquay in the Devon League. Going to be charging in from the Lothian Botham stand, the River End.
Yeah, nice start there from Sonny Baker. Oliver Westbury there, just knocking into mid-wicket. Yeah,
Yep.
let's see what Cornwall can do here, you know, chasing a 261 to win.
Yeah, before it all gets going, what's your predictions? What do you reckon is going to happen?
Oh, I don't know, so it goes wide ball there from Sonny Baker just down the leg side. Maybe I can't make a prediction, but maybe we can, the fans at home watching, tuning into the live stream, maybe they can make a prediction. Put your thoughts in the comment section. Must be said as well, so many people streaming in today on Facebook and YouTube. Almost 100,000, I think, maybe even more. Really impressive to see, especially in a game with Cornwall and Somerset, really fantastic.
Yeah, a bit quiet on the comment section early on. A few people a bit late coming back after lunch break, I guess. Half an hour, quite a quick turnaround. Maybe some people thinking it's 40 minutes, because that's what they have for Test and 4-day Red Bull cricket. But we are back underway. Interesting seeing Jack Leach at slip. When have you seen Jack Leach field at slip? He's pulled senior rank. And Jack Leach in at first slip with Casey Aldridge at second. And possibly the youngest slip call in Somerset have put out in a first team game for a long time.
Yeah, another nice delivery there from Baker. Just knocked into the leg side there from Westbury. Yeah, Jack Leach, one of the comments in the section was he's the granddad of the team. They do say respect your elders, you know.
Absolutely. So where's Ben Green? And Ben Green's at mid-off as captain. I suppose that makes sense. He can marshal his troops from there. Abdullah says Somerset will win.
That was leg side delivery there from Sonny Baker. We saw this in the pre-season because he swings it in. And we were saying he hoops it a lot, doesn't he? So anything too straight, it's just going to head down that leg side and quick as well.
Yeah, those toe-crushing Yorkers were made him a viral social media sensation.
Yeah, much better there from Baker.
Couple of seagulls fly across the pitch. Nowhere near the sea, but enjoying the sunshine.
Just seeing on that replay there, he really, really does move swing the ball so well. Yeah, load of seagulls, isn't it? Nice one there from Baker.
Good knowledge from Ian Shepherd. Bright Side Life tells us that Leach fielded at slip in Hildy's absence in the Worcestershire and Essex Bob Willis Trophy games last year. And Teddy T has noticed, yes, Baird, the wicketkeeper, is actually wearing one of Roelof van der Merwe's shirts. With 52 on the back. Who wouldn't want to wear Van der Merwe's shirts though? What a hero he is. Got to be an idol for a young Somerset player.
Yeah, first over there. Cornwall 3 for 0. Not too bad there from Sonny Baker. Couple of leg side wides, but apart from that, you know, fine his length. Should be an interesting see what happens early on.
Yeah, decent first over that from Baker. 3 for none.
Small from the markers just got the pavilion end. Ned Leonard.
Ned Leonard in the attack here.
2 young right armers to open the bowl in.
Yeah, so good to see these 2 youngsters open the bowling for Somerset. Going to play a real big part in this competition coming up. All London One Day Cup. Yeah, nice shot there. Great shot there from Westbury. Just guided it over the top. Just a bit short and wide there from Leonard.
Yeah, loosening that from Leonard. Possibly didn't do enough warm-up deliveries. Van der Merwe behind the stump, says Luke Hill. Yeah, technically, you're not wrong there with the shirt being worn by Mr. Baird.
Apologies, I said put over the top. It was very much put through gap. Oh, and again there. Not too bad. Nice line and length there.
Yeah, Ollie Westbury, the most experienced of these Cornish cricketers. At the top level, he's played list A cricket for Worcestershire against the West Indies A side. He made his 2020 debut for Worcestershire in 2018 in the T20 Blast. He played first class cricket in the 2018 Canning Championship. He's been around a bit for Worcestershire and done all right. Not enough to have a full-time contract in the last year, but bowls a few right arm off breaks. Didn't bowl today, but is primarily a right-handed batsman, as we see in the pro for Cornwall here today. Released by Worcestershire and now the pro for Cornwall. Good man to have at the other end for 19-year-old Charlie Kent. Bit of experience at the other end.
Yeah, nice full delivery there from Leonard. Yeah, I'd like to see Cornwall get into this game. Stick around, nudge some runs, put away some bad balls. Could make it interesting. Short ball there.
We were keeping you updated on that game at the Emirates Riverside, Chester Street, where our other young wicketkeeper from Somerset, Mr. James Rue, took that good stumping off Pujar earlier. Now Rahul's batting for India, along with Jadeja, but no further success for Rue, but good experience for him behind the sticks in an important 3-day game for India and then warm up for the Test series later on this summer against England.
And again, lovely delivery there from Leonard.
Just make sure we haven't spilt any lunch down our fronts. Have we got any stains? No, I think we're
There it
alright
is.
for commentary cam.
See, we've got our WPA on the microphones now, so we can look up there. Look at these. Doing a great job, WPA. Fresh delivered today. Yep.
Spencer came up to the box at lunchtime with bearing gifts of
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
WPA.
Supporting Somerset on the live stream this summer. Doing a great job. Really good to have the support from a local business. Fantastic. Nice there from Baker.
Good pace and carry that. Flew through. Leach is taking a couple of steps back at first lip now. Realised that Baker's cranked it up a bit. Don't want to be in too close.
Yeah, really nice again there from Baker. That's the thing we found in pre-season. As soon as he finds his groove, you know, finds the motion, and, you know, he's very difficult to stop. Do you know what I mean? Here that on replay here.
Yeah, that 3-4 he took on debut, wasn't it? We watched him play. We watched the 2 pre-season games, Worcestershire and Glamorgan. It was it in pre-season, and we were very impressed by this young man. Hasn't played much for Torquay in the A division in Devon this year because Somerset second 11 games and school games for King's College.
Down there to fine leg.
Yeah, that 18-year-old, that video when he was just 18 and went around the social media circuit of him bowling those amazing swinging Yorkers that pretty impossible to play. Recently took 2 for 14 and 3 for 49 on the 28th of June against Surrey second 11. A few games for Somerset second 11 this year, and is hoping that he'll play a lot of one-day cup games coming up. Sunday at home to Derbyshire, of course, kicking that off. Game that we're going to keep mentioning, we're really looking forward to. Solid start from Westbury and Kent. Kent has had a poor season for Truro, Dylan Mason said. Funny how quite often that happens there. You see someone struggling in league cricket on Saturday and suddenly they come onto a slightly bigger stage, maybe the responsibility, maybe the better deck or the more pace on the ball, and suddenly they can perform at a high level. You think, oh, where's that been all season?
Another wide ball there from Baker. Sure Ben Green will be talking to him. Telling him what's needed, he was in that position not so long ago. Well, it probably was a long time ago, but at the same time, for some it'd be only like yesterday.
Just hit him there in the midriff. Well worn by Westbury. I wouldn't want Baker hitting me with a new ball, tell you that.
Not at all.
Thing is because Somerset only got to that 260 mark, Cornwall don't need to rush here. That little collapse from Somerset at the end has really helped the Cornish batters here, because if they were chasing 310, 320, they might have played a rash shot by now, thinking, oh, we've got to go for it a bit. They now know they've got plenty of time. You can always write off the first 10 overs, get yourself in. Don't worry about the power play too much. There's still going to be gaps and boundary balls as the overs tick by. Get yourself in. And as we talk about that, we see a pretty poor wide delivery from Baker. Full stretch dive from Baird, and he still can't get to it. Dived in front of Leach. If he'd left it, Leach might have been able to take it at first slip. That's 5 wides. Slightly ruining the figures of Sonny Baker. No chance for the third man fielder coming around to his left in front of us. Many players will play for years for the likes of Devon and Cornwall and then come and play for Somerset, but Baker only made his national county debut for Somerset, for Devon last year, 2020, and then he's straight into the pre-season friendlies in the first team for Somerset this year, so real rapid development coming up quickly. And you have an exciting talent, they get fast-tracked into the first team.
Yeah, it's moving fast for Sonny Baker. It's important though. I think he's obviously a protege, you could say. And yeah, I think he's in the right. Certainly in this team with so much young players, good talented young players as well, and it's competitive as well, which I think is key. A lot of good pace bowlers in this team. A lot of good young pace bowlers. One of those young bowlers being Ned Leonard, of course, who's bowling now. It's nice as well. It's nice to be playing with guys similar age to you, developing sort of same time as you as well. And it's also nice to ask those sort of older guys like the Craig Overtons, you know, they're always there to help out these younger players.
I guess you could also say that Ed Leonard getting out for a duck first ball could possibly put a bit of extra fire in his belly, that he's desperate to perform with the ball now to show himself on the stage. It's a lovely ball that beats the outside edge of Ollie Westbury. Just that one loosen of that first ball is a long off outside off stump. That's the only boundary off the bat so far. In fact, extras being the top score is Cornwall 15 for none so far.
Andy Miles, I believe Westbury's sister, is a commentator who plays for Middlesex.
Yeah, Izzy Westbury. She's been around a little while now, just some BBC commentary, and played herself a bit back in the day. Quite a lot of family links in cricket. It seems to be one of those sports where my family's an exemption, but a lot of other sports you can just have one in the family play it, whereas cricket, a lot of children will see their dad play and then go and copy them, and then the whole family will go and play. I had a mate on Sunday who's two sisters, his dad and himself, were all playing in different teams and different matches all on the same day. And have other like the Trigo family, for example, had 3 Trigos playing for Western on Saturday, and without Pete himself, who's obviously at Notts at the moment. Great game for families is cricket.
Yeah, a lot of fun as well, and it's good to see as well the sort of how the women's game's come along and how that's inspired a lot of young girls to get involved with cricket. Well watched on the boundary from Eddie Byram.
Orange spike Byram.
Yeah, Westbury just puts that over the top.
Surprised Eddie Byram's at third man. Is that a bit of an insult to the man as a fielder? Don't think he's injured. You thought Eddie's a bit more experienced than some of the other players in the lineup. He's not bowling, so I'm surprised he's at third man.
Yeah, nice start this from Cornwall. 16 for 0, 4 overs gone. Westbury's on 5, Kent's on 1.
I wonder if the West Indies, Rakeem Cornwall, is watching his namesake side today. Surely he's got to be a Cornwall cricket fan, surely. I would be if my surname was a cricket team.
Yeah, so obviously commentary box here. It's looking fantastic. So in the pre-season we had the WPA predictions.
Yeah. Don't remember what I put now. It feels like a long time ago now. It's a long old season. April, September or October as it was last year. I probably went Tom Abel for top scorer.
I feel I did as well.
But that injury might have changed things. Barely a cloud in the sky. I can't remember there being a single ball bowled with a cloud over the top. My Met Office app said, warning extreme heat in the southwest. 31 degrees. And it's not just red, it goes sort of bright red on the temperature. Update from the BCCI. Virat Kohli felt some stiffness in his back on Monday evening and was advised to rest from the warm-up game, so Somerset man James Rew didn't have the chance to stump the legendary Virat Kohli. And now Ajinkya Rahane has a mild swelling around his left upper hamstring and is expected to recover in time for the first test. So he's already stumped Pujara, and he's got no chance of stumping the other two, probably the other two best 3 batsmen for India, as Rahane and Kohli aren't playing in this 3-day warm-up. We're keeping a close eye on from James Roof's perspective. As Eddie Byram nearly gets a catch at square leg, a little tickle off his legs. Baker,
Yeah.
that's what legs done power volley from Westbury. Well dealt with. There's one fear on the leg side. If you'd picked out the one man possibly could have caught that, you'd be absolutely gutted. But Byram just picks it up from the Somerset stand.
Yeah, one of those. Nice shot there from Westbury. Plucked away. Well, it's just so nice when it's guided, isn't it? Just a little flick and it's gone. Using the pace of the ball. A lot of pace coming from Sonny Baker as well. Good comeback though from Sonny Baker there.
Is it me, or does Sonny Baker look older and more experienced and slightly different to how he looked in March? Which sounds a daft thing to say.
Maybe he is bowling and he has got his own shirt now with his name on the back.
Suddenly makes him
Remix.
look, yeah.
The pre-season he had his little Somerset Academy shirt.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Because he had his
Yeah.
white academy shirt when everyone else had the full Somerset
Yeah.
shirt in that pre-season friendly. Sedate start from Cornwall, as we said. There's no rush. There's no need to do anything fancy, and half of their scores come from extras, so they'll take the free 10 runs Somerset are giving them.
And again, Sonny Baker gets in there. Midriff sort of round there. Westbury's taking it again though. Might be a 5-pad sort of part.
Yeah, let's hope they've all remembered their thigh pad.
Yeah, it's one of those. I remember at school, in the junior school, I used to never really have like a 5-pad. And then senior school didn't have one. Then I played one first team game in year 10, and when I was 15 years old. And I was like, yep, I'm going to wear a 5-pad, and I've never looked back.
Yeah, I went into bat against the Spinners at number 5 in the North Down League Prem on Sunday and didn't wear a thigh pad just because it was baking heat. But you're right, yeah, in every other innings I would always wear one. I just thought because the Spinners, them up my overs left, and it was a Sunday, I didn't fancy sweating in 31 degrees with a thigh pad on. But you're right, generally they're so good these days, you just get used to wearing them, they fit around the leg, and you really notice them.
Leg by for 4 there.
More extras.
I thought it got a bat on it, but maybe not.
I think they heard us talking about the thigh pad. I thought, yeah, I'll just tickle a 4 off the thigh pad just to show us two in the com box that we're talking about the right thing. Another sad news from the cricketing world that ex-England all-rounder and Surrey man who was played for Warwickshire, Ricky Clark's also going to retire at the end of the season. We talked about Timmy Groenewold earlier, a former Somerset man, of course. Ricky Clark not got the Somerset connection, but still a stalwart of county cricket. 39-year-old, also played 2 Test matches for England. It's Bangladesh in 2003. So he'd have bowled and batted here many a time at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and him and Groenewold both calling it a day. End of this year. We've seen a fair few domestic one-day matches called off today, and also Somerset Devon on Thursday, but there's still quite a few going ahead as we see a sort of top-edgy, outside-edgy cut over the vacant gully to Eddie Byron for 1. Lancashire racked up 383 for 7 at Cumberland. I was saying with Ben on commentary earlier how they've got a pretty strong side. Jennings got 100, 80s for Wells and Vilas. That's a pretty strong Lancashire side. Northamptonshire also scored 308 for 9 off 50 overs. And Somerset one of the lower scores for a full county side, playing a national county side batting first. You see another 4 through
Edged
third
away
man.
there.
You've got to say here, it's frustrating for a captain and for a side to see an edge forward past third man. You've got 2 slips, a backward point and a third man, and they're still getting 4 in between. You can't have 2 third mans. But that was only 5 yards to the left of Eddie Byram, and Leonard's not bowling slowly. The ball's new and the outfield's rapid. Couldn't stop it. Could he maybe put in a third slip or a gully rather than just the 2 slips and third man?
Joe Sage, why does Paul Smith play for Cornwall but also in Division 4 of the Warwickshire League? That's the one I said. That's the...
There's a few Paul Smiths. Quite a common name, I dare say. Yeah, most of the counties have batted first against their minor counties or national counties opposition. The Glamorgan 202 all out is possibly the lowest score so far today in the one-day tour matches.
The Whitefoot Cricket Show, relocated with his family but played for in Cornwall his entire life up until that point. Another wide ball there from Sonny Baker. Seems to have struggled early on. You know, he's bowled some really good balls, but I just think he's lacking that consistency, isn't he? He's not really finding his rhythm or tempo at all.
You would say that's sometimes a problem with young fast bowlers, especially when they're looking for that out-and-out pace, that they're quite erratic. 15 extras in 31 for none after 6 overs is obviously not your standard county opening bowling scorecard. It's making it easy for the batsman, but then sometimes facing a bowler who bowls a couple of wides, then he suddenly spears in a really good ball, is actually in some ways harder to play. If he suddenly nails his in-swinging York in a minute, it's going to be tricky for Westbury.
Lennon's on that one there.
Yeah, they do. I'm in favour generally of slowing it down and getting it accurately. There's no point bowling wides. I'd rather see a bowler bowl 6 balls on the stumps than a couple wide and a couple on the stumps trying to bowl rapid. But Sonny Baker's in the team to give that X factor. We know he can bowl quick and he's exciting, so he's doing what's asked of him, just not as consistently as Ben Green would like. First bit of cloud cover we've seen today.
Back on us here in the commentary box. A wave to all the fans watching. Seen my abysmal hairline, which I've mentioned many a time today. Gonna have to get used to that now for the next 40 odd 50 years of my life. It's all the stress of playing high level cricket. That's what it is, Harry. Yeah.
Except that you've got less hair than most of the players out there today who are playing high level cricket.
You wait. Give Sonny Baker 3-4 years, he'll have no hair on.
So the Royal London Cup gets underway on Thursday. Somerset were due to play Devon because Somerset do not have a game, but that has now been cancelled. Lancashire Sussex are being played on Friday, no games on Saturday, and then Somerset Derbyshire get underway at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. A few other One Day Cup games on Sunday as well. Of course, when the Beer and Cider Festival is. Ooh. It's an inside edge now. Is it going to be 4? No, good bit of fielding running around from George Thomas down at fine leg with no name on the back of his shirt. So we reckon next time we see George Thomas, he might be given a name and numbered shirt.
Yeah, keep messaging in where you're watching from. We love to know where everyone else is watching.
A few of our foreign watchers have gone to sleep now, fair enough. Late at night in the Antipodes. I think they've all left us. Sonny still charging in, trying to get his radar right. That's better ball. Well bowled.
Yeah, good delivery. Sure, people are drinking some Pimm's this afternoon. Maybe a few like cold pints. Yeah, 7 overs gone. Cornwall 33 for 0. We'll start this from the men in black.
How long do you reckon Leonard and Baker will be given? If there's no breakthrough, will they? Ben Green look to bring himself on, or give Casey Aldridge a bowl soon, do you think?
Yeah, potentially Casey Aldridge might come on, I think it'd be good to see.
Yeah, perhaps a tricky decision between the 3 young quicks as to who got the new ball. 3 out and out quicks, then we got Green and Thomas, and then of course the spin of Leach and Goldsworthy. Pretty varied attack. No left arm seamer like Rob Much, who got the 4 wickets for Cornwall, but
Yeah, lovely shot that though from Kent there. Really nice drive down the boundary. Right between mid on and mid off. Proper
Nearly.
cricket shot.
nearly called him Ryan Kent then. That's the Rangers footballer that goes with Stephen Gerrard, isn't it? Charlie Kent.
Charlie Kent. Yeah, no, fantastic shot there.
The Duckclough Lewis par is only 19 at this stage. Not that we're going to have any rain today, but it's always an interesting gauge of where the stat men think the team batting second should be at this exact moment in time in order to chase down the 260 required to win.
Oh, a bit full delivery there from Leonard. Well put away from Charlie Kent.
Yeah, George Thomas got the Harbour Bridge out. Bit harsh, but diving away at square leg, couldn't quite reach it. Flicked to square leg. Nicely put away, full toss. No messing about from Kent. Take them, say thank you very much, and on he goes to 11. Incidentally, a better opening partnership than Somerset had. She's got to say Cornwall on top so far.
Yeah, just a well-guided shot there from Charlie Kent. Really nice. It's even a full toss though. There's nothing stupid, nothing silly. Use the pace of the ball, put it in the gap, take your runs and leave. Oh, just a drop there.
Is that Lewis Goldsworthy against his old teammates? Diving away at backward point. Hard chance, yes, but he got 2 hands to it. Caught it in the air and then perhaps dropped it as his elbows hit the ground, but first chance for Somerset. That's a life.
Yeah, so Ollie Westbury, 15 from 27 balls. Charlie Kent, 11 from 20.
Not particularly an amazing ball from Leonard. It was probably their tip for 4. Do you think fully commit his head to the ball to get the ball on the ground through the offside? Could possibly have left it, but being a white ball game, it's the kind of shot you, kind of ball you throw your hands at.
New close appeal there from Baker.
Aldridge still at second slip, no sign of him warming up yet.
Wide ball, good. Well taken though from Baird. Coming across there. Good goalkeeping dive that.
Yeah, we talked about a few footballers in the game. Talked about Goldsworthy being a good football player. Haven't necessarily thought Baird would be a footballer, but Scott Keller in the Cornwall side as well. I know Somerset really enjoy their five-a-sides before the match, particularly in the T20, and they talk about who's got the Ballon d'Or. Interesting seeing Josh Davey having a big chat with Waller on that behind the Wyvern the other night. These 15-minute YouTube clips that have been brilliantly put on the Somerset YouTube channel. Well worth a watch. Behind the Wyvern. Thanks to Ollie Sale, who's been injured for most of the season and been taking the camera around with him. Gave it to Tom Lammonby for one away trip, but otherwise it's been Sale annoying his teammates with the camera and get some inside access for us.
Yeah, really nice shot there from Charlie Kent. Just back of the length delivery on the offside. Take us on the replay here. Yeah, back of the length, just guided again, put the wrist through it. So quick this outfield, isn't it, Harry?
Yeah, we'll be after all the dry weather we've had. Ball's going to run away. Cornwall looking really quite comfortable here. The two opening partners just, well, two opening batsmen, Westbury and Kent, really not struggling, other than that cut to Goldsworthy that was dropped off Lennon's last over. Dealing with the pace of Baker fine. Dealing with Ned Lennon fine as well. 16 extras, 51 for none.
Oh,
Just as I say that, curse of the commentator, could have been. Casey Aldridge could have done with being third slip there. Jumping up to his right. Would have been a good catch even if he was at third slip. It's quite high and quite fast, but just out of his reach, diving top right. Think of a penalty save, it'd be top right of the goal. But that's a safe net from Westbury. I think he knows the pace of Baker. You're unlucky to be caught a slip there. Any decent swing of the bat and any edge is probably going to fly over the slips. It's the benefit of bat on ball off a quick bowler.
yeah, you definitely feel certainly inclined to just go at it a little bit more, don't you, with the pace. Someone Baker's bowling out. A lot of love for Paul Smith here on the old chat. Great to have Smithy playing against Somerset CC class player.
Here we go, Casey Aldridge. After that chance, the second slip, he's now going to have the ball in hand. Ned Leonard out the attack. Aldridge on to bowl from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Similar-ish field. Now Byram's come from third man, two slip. Second slip with Leach. Talking of the slip, first slip, a chance then. As you can all see on your screens, Byram went over to help Leach there, but Jack Leach said not many times even fielding it slip in his career. Case Aldridge's first ball gets a weird sort of edge and dropped by Leach. So 3 chances now, the last 2 overs, all gone down. 2 tough chances at slip. The easiest, but still a tough chance, probably for Goldsworthy at point.
Yeah, it's very interesting there from Kent. He just sort of, it's like he was trying to get away from it, but he just put his bat out there as well, just to And there you go, and it came for I thought that would be quite an easy one for the old Jack Leach. Maybe not. See there Casey Aldridge following up with another short ball. And we'll try and pepper these batsmen. That's what Cornwall did to them early on. Yeah, and again another short ball there.
I think the whole over's been short so far. Aldridge not messing about, giving a bit of chin music. Lovely shot, good cricket shot. Short and wide, put away, punch to the cover boundary, off the back foot.
Yeah, really nice shot there from Oliver Westbury. Really nice. Yeah, just putting it away.
Another edge and near chance, just short of Eddie Byram's second slip. Jack Leach picks up and has a little shot at the stumps, but chances are coming, just not going to hand so far. The last 3-4 overs have been far more chance of a wicket than the first 5 or 6. In fact, all the drops have come the last 3 overs.
Casey Aldridge's got really fantastic action, hasn't he? Sort of that tall, very Craig Overton-esque, you could say.
That completes the first 10-over power play for the next 30 overs.
Yeah, 10 overs down. Cornwall 57 for 0. Yeah, this is a... Oh yes, an evening of Tina Turner. Friday 6th of August here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Tickets are selling very quickly, so get on that. You a fan of Tina Turner, Harry?
Who's not? I was about to say, what's your favourite Tina Turner song?
I actually can't say I know a Tina Turner song.
The stars of London's West End will perform an evening of Tina Turner. Her music, spectacular show here, well worth buying tickets. There's a few things coming up. Get on the Somerset website and have a look at what's coming up, as well as the Beer and Cider Festival we keep mentioning this Sunday. That Tina. We've had ABBA and Queen. And now, yeah, get involved, get along, now things are opening up. Can have a bit of fun, get your dancing shoes on.
Ben Green going on from the River End here.
Yeah,
captain.
Double change. Said that he should give himself a bowl, and he bowled very well on Sunday night actually. I was very impressed with him. When Gloucestershire were sort of well in the game, Phillips skied him up in the air twice actually. Will Smead dropped to catch a deep square leg, real skyer, tough chance. And then Craig Overton, the captain, on Sunday night with Lewis Gregory absent. Yeah, got Ben Green the wicket. Phillips, a key man, has got a lot of runs for Gloucestershire this year. As a vital breakthrough. Neil, they call him. Neil from In-Betweens, I think, is the idea that Ben Green looks a bit like.
I can actually see that. I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, yeah. Yeah, came on the 7th over on Sunday night. That was when the sky was dropped by Smead. Yeah, so early call from Craig Overton to bowl Green. He's not bowled much in the T20 the last couple of years, so he'd come on the 7th over, but he repaid the faith from his captain and bowled 4 overs. Tight, good spell. Nice. Charlie Kent's not finding this easy. Green, of course, a shorter run-up. Then Baker or Leonard or even Aldridge. Just outside off stump. Good pace and carry through there. Green, who plays for Exeter in the Devon League. opened the bowling and opened the batting when I played against him a few weeks ago. Played quite a few games for Exeter this year, a few more than Tom Lammonby, but Green's performed better and better as this year's gone on, and is now a fairly important part of both Somerset's white ball sides going forward. Sure, of course, captain from Sunday onwards in the Royal London Cup. And
yeah, lovely shot there from Charlie Kent.
Nearly a chance at mid-off though, wide mid-off. It's George Bartlett diving forward to his right. Well played, 4 runs, but slightly aerial.
Yeah, as you said, captain of the one-day cup team is Ben. In charge of sort of bringing on this young team. Got some help though, lots of Josh Davey, James Hildreth. He's in a good position there though. But he can really, and he's pressure on him to defend the title.
Very wide mid-off for Ben Green and wide mid-on. Interesting because he's not one of the quicker bowlers. Sometimes you might have wider fielders when it's a really quick bowler, but Ben Green's pace, I'm surprised mid-off and mid-on are quite so wide. The 4 did go straight off the mid-off man. Brings an end to his over though. Be Casey Aldridge again for just Gothic Pavilion end.
Look at that, the wonderful Quantock Hills. Beautiful land of Somerset. Look at that. Very proud Taunton that I am.
Yeah,
despite the fact I am the Cornwall representative, so that's fine. No, fantastic.
Yeah, I did a few walks on the Quantocks in the lockdown period. Nice to have such local, stunning scenery local to us that we can go and enjoy. One of those lockdown walks, actually not quite the Quantocks. I saw Jack Leach up on Comstock Beacon, having a little wander around with his dog and a few of his mates. Didn't say anything to him, didn't want to disturb the peace. January in lockdown, I thought I'd better just leave him to it, but
didn't get him to sign your shirt there and then.
No, I thought about chucking a cricket ball at him and saying, "Oh, bowl me a couple of Leach, I'll grab a stick or something." But
probably wasn't the right time, was it?
Nah.
Good decision not to.
Right, I like this. The YouTube comment. We talked about it earlier. It's come up again. Team for Sunday. I put my neck on the line. I like to put my neck on the line with team predictions. Was it with you earlier? What was I saying? I was going Byram, Davies, Goldsworthy, Hildreth, Bartlett, Green. That's my top 6. And then Brooks, Davey and Leach are in there. 9 to 11, so I need a 7 and an 8, I suppose. Which would be probably 4 runs over the top.
Nice shot there from Ollie Westbury. Just guiding that over the top. Yeah, both these two have played some really, really nice shots early on. Here again, just a short ball here. Just pushed over. Look at that, flick of the wrist and it's gone. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, Teddy T's trying to guess the side. What I just said, and I'd probably put George Thomason at 7. And one of the 3 best young bowlers from today would be my 11th player. So one of Leonard, Aldridge and Baker. I suppose Aldridge played in the first team the other week, so possibly he would be slightly ahead of the other 2 younger lads. But whoever does best today of those 3, I'd probably put in my team Sunday, along with Brooks and Davey, to do some fast bowling and a bit of Green and a bit of Leach and Goldsworthy. It's a pretty good bowling attack.
Yeah, it's interesting selection, isn't it? You know, 3 very good bowlers. They're all going at it. As I said, mentioned the competition. It's good to have that competition at their age and at that stage of their development in cricket.
There's been a few near misses so far today. A couple of drop catches, tough chances. Here's one of them from earlier on. All sort of between the 5th and the 10th over mark, these near chances. Our slow-mo camera makes this look brilliant. Yeah, no chance of Byram there, but just shows a bit of good probing bowling.
Yeah, it's well watched though from Eddie Byram. Obviously, pitching good meter before you. You know, it's not easy. You see there, Charlie Kent there just going at that one. Trying to attack that offside.
Somerset Grockle who I was chatting to on Sunday, has just said that he pretty much agrees with 10 of my 11. He said, I was reading yesterday actually, I'm on the Independent Somerset Grockles.com website. I was reading the preview of the Royal London yesterday. As you see, Ben Green have done another dot ball. Yeah, presume the similar 11 to me. Just wasn't sure about Thomas because obviously today, yeah, he's a wild card selection really. You probably wouldn't have had him in your team for Sunday before today, but hard to leave him out after his performance today of 68, top scorer for Somerset in quick time. Jack Leach just having a bit of a practice bowl. Now he's just the one slip to Ben Green.
Just the one there from Westbury. Quite frankly, from the commentary box, I don't know about you, Harry, but I'm seeing when the Cornwall lads are running with because they've got the flag on the back, I keep thinking their 5 pads hanging out like a white 5 pad. I'm trying to pick the two, and I'm just realising it's the jersey or the shirt, I should say.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Actually, I did see it earlier.
Yeah, nice there from Charlie Kent. Just pushing it down the leg side for a single.
I'm going to give you a bit of a heads up. I might have managed to seal a special guest to come and do a bit of commentary with me in a couple of overs' time. I'm not going to tell you the name. The game is this person has represented Somerset and Cornwall. That is it for clue number 1. You got at least a couple of overs to have a think about it. Put in the Facebook comments or tweet me at HarryEverett_14 or a YouTube comment, and I'll be having a bit of a chat with this chap in a couple of overs' time. It's not Elliot Trotman, I'm afraid. Not aware that he's played for Somerset and Cornwall yet. Sorry, just to rule that one out. Keep the comments coming in.
Cornwall 17th North, 13 overs. Aldridge coming in. Oh, full toss there. Just guided down to fine leg from Charlie Kent.
I've just had a follow from Cornish Cricket Gossip on Twitter.
You have
Interesting, yeah. Trying to work out how no, it seems quite serious, not just gossip. Looks quite professional. Updates of today's game, of course. At Kenty 140 at the wicket.
Gentleman there got the sun cream on, I believe. Look at that.
Lovely spot, Gimlets Hill, one of my favourite places to watch cricket. I was a bit worried actually. They've gone now, but when I went out earlier on about lunchtime, I saw a family sat in the graveyard having a picnic, which seems an odd place to have a picnic. But I was more worried that they were 10 yards from Gimlets Hill wall, which is probably less than 100, maybe 80 yards from the wicket. Well in danger is what I'm trying to say here. A 6 over long off, or I don't think we had a left-hander. Well, yeah, Jack Leach wasn't. Well, Jack Leach does hit 6s, but I wasn't expecting Jack Leach to deposit a 6 in the graveyard, but slightly worried me.
Hit a very nice 6 the other day, didn't he?
Did. Shimmy down the wicket at Surrey, wasn't it? The oval.
Cracking shot.
He has got, the last couple of years, he's developed that shimmy down the wicket and clip over long on for 6. Cornish Cricket Gossip says, I definitely recommend the Thatchers today. Hashtag game on.
always. Oh, there you go
Another drop
again.
chance. We were bigging up Somerset in the field earlier, saying that Cornwall weren't quite as good as we'd expect Somerset to be, but is that 5 half chances that have been spilt? 2 at point, 2 in the slips. Is there one other? Maybe 3 in the slips. Yeah, one of them was a bit harder. Maybe I've been a bit hard. I'm a harsh fielding critic, but I always think fielding is one of those things. Yeah, fielding is one of those things you can improve, though. You know, batting and bowling is very hard to improve. It takes a lot of time and skill and practice. Whereas fielding, you just get against the wall, get your family, your brother, your sister to throw a ball at you, practice catching and stopping the ball. I am being harsh, but we know how young and athletic this Somerset lineup are, and especially in the T20, we've seen some good fielding. I saw Lewis Gregory, being the harsh critic that I am, giving his side a bit of a shouting the other day.
Here's our real L's for this Sunday's beer festival. So we've got a proper job. Trelawney. It's craft beers. Monterey the Monterey California is actually a lovely, lovely craft beer. Used to be at my local Lamb and Flag in Blagdon Hill. Put in the comments if you've been there. I'd love to know. Yeah, no, it was cracking. Monterey. Oh, lovely.
Cracking the flags on Blagdon Hill, I'm sure, today. Beautiful sunshine. So what are we? 14 overs in. Cornwall, we can't say cruising this, can we? Be some shock, wouldn't it, if Cornwall go and beat their Somerset side? Maybe I'm getting a bit carried away, but after these drop catches, these two have, well, they've cashed in. They're just going to keep on batting, aren't they?
Yes. Doing their bit. It can all change though. Just got to stick around here. Yeah, it's 184 to win. Long, long way to go though.
I haven't had many guesses on the YouTube or Facebook comments for this. Oh yes, I have actually. Now they're coming in. One person's got it right so far. I shouldn't really say who's right and wrong, because kind of ruin the game for others. Could it be Carl Gazzard? Says Robert Brailsford. David John also says Carl Gazzard. Keith Parsons has suggested. Kieran Holloway has suggested. Twice. And Tony Hardwick is as harsh a critic as me. Somerset need to get a grip on this game. 10 wide, 6 L leg buys, 16 extras, drop catches and some very weak bowling. I wasn't quite that harsh, but I totally agree on the extras is inexcusable. That many, I know, to that extent. And yeah, drop catches is poor, but none of them are easy, we must say. So yes, 3 names have been suggested for this special surprise guest, who's hopefully due in a couple of overs' time. And one of the 3 is correct. Is it me, or does the commentator look like Nicky Butt?
So that Richard Kello is Scott Kello's older brother and captain of Falmouth CC, and that was the joke when I rocked up on Saturday that I look like Nicky Butt.
That's a compliment, mate. You take that.
I don't know if I can, mate.
You take that. Any former professional footballer, I think you'd have to take Nicky Butt.
Yeah, just having a look here at Sonny Baker's action. And this coming in, striding in. Really nice action there.
How sustainable do you reckon that is? Are we worried he's going to get injured in a few years' time? The amount of body, the load he puts, the pressure he puts on him. Oh wait, let's divulge from that conversation. Exciting early bowl for Jack Leach. Only 15 overs in. I didn't see this coming quite yet. I suppose the seamers weren't doing the job. Bring on Mr. Leach some consistency. Fair call from skipper Green.
See what Jack Leach can do here. change it up.
Yeah, so one slip, point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket. It's fairly straight on the one, deep square leg, and a 45. Pretty standard feel for a spinner. Nothing major. 1, 2, 3, 4 men back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the ring. Yeah, that's your 11 fielders. Jack Leach the nut. Ooh, early trying to guide it down the third man, second ball from Westbury. Interesting with a slip in place. I do love it when a spinner comes on. Something different.
You do like to see a bit of Jack Leach, don't you?
I do. I love Jack Leach.
Jack Leach fanboy.
Oh,
Ball
there
in
we
the
go.
air.
And why do I love Jack Leach? Because he can do that. Mind you, Ollie Westbury getting out to the England Test spinner is not the worst thing in the world, but he'll be a bit disappointed. 26 and out, caught at point.
Yeah, he seems to be going well. It's one of those shots, just needed to probably need to put it in the air. That's what
Jack
Jack Leach
Leach
does, though. He gets
changes.
wickets, doesn't he?
Even if it wasn't Jack Leach, any spinner's going to do something different. We've seen them play this pace fairly easily. Josh Davies running the drinks out, interestingly. You'd have thought they'd give it to a youngster, not a 30-plus Scottish international. I thought it was a bit harsh. But, yeah, Josh Davey in this heat has got a bib on and is charging out to bring the refreshments.
Ollie Sale bringing out some bowls for the umpires, I believe, as well. That's the
Yeah.
quality service you get here at the Cooper Associates
Yeah.
County Ground.
Could see
And
Sale
full
looking,
display from Ollie Sale.
yeah, Sale looking fit enough to hopefully get back playing soon, and we might see him in action the next few weeks. Gives the umpires a drink and goes and chats to his mates. He's got the green spikes on.
No, you could start that from Jack Leach.
Who's older, Jack Leach or Elliot?
Who said that?
Well, probably one of your old
Oh,
teammates.
there we go.
Nicky Butt or Jack Leach? Who's older?
Nicky Butt or Jack Leach.
Jack Leach with the break for now. Does that change how Kent bats? No, he should carry on the other way. It's Harvey, the wicketkeeper, Scott Harvey. He's going to come in to bat number 3 for Cornwall. Here he is. We got our special appearance. We'll let Jack Leach finish the over, and then we'll.
And I will move on for the moment.
So Jack Leach to the left-handed Scott Harvey, the wicketkeeper for Cornwall. Taking his guard. What have we got for the left-hander? We've got a slip, we've got a point, cover, mid-off, long on, straight mid-wicket, and then deep square leg and deep mid-wicket to the short side in front of the Somerset stand. And again, a man on the 45. Now Leach is sending a deep point back, is he? Yeah, looks like he wants slip to go out. Slip's going to point, and we'll have a deep cover. So plenty of boundary riders for Leach. The full quota, even to a new man. Harvey's not faced the ball yet.
Big call there from Leach. I say big call.
Possibly with the turn going down the leg side, perhaps. We're slightly off to one side. We're at long off as we watch on from our current vantage point. The wicket's over towards the Somerset stand. There we go. If you're on commentary cam, game over. If you recognise. Yeah, 3 or 4 of you were correct. Fair play to you guessing on the stream. Right, that's the end of the over.
That's the end over.
77 for 1 after 16 overs. Go for it. Please welcome into the comm box, Mr. Keith Parsons. How are you?
Afternoon. Yeah, very good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, all right. Glad to have you here.
Nice to be here. Beautiful view from up here, isn't it?
Yeah, when was the last time you were commentating on Somerset?
I did a couple with the Lancashire guy a few years ago, but yeah, not done one for a while. So you have to be patient with me.
That's all right, no problem. We can do that. Bit of excitement then. You play for Cornwall yourself, so you have to tell us some of your Cornwall stories.
Yeah, a bit of divided loyalties. Managed to play for Cornwall for 3 or 4 years after I finished here in 2008, and it was a great experience. Fanatical people down in Cornwall, and they love their cricket, and as we're seeing today, there's some very talented cricketers around.
Did you happen to play with or against any of the 11 playing today?
No, the manager's still the same, but most of the generation that I played with have moved on. Actually, this lad Kent, who's 35 not out, I think his dad played in and around my sort of era, so that's aging us a little bit.
Yeah, there was a bit of talk in the YouTube comments about Kent's father, actually. Is he here watching today?
I haven't seen him. Jonathan Kent, he was a decent all-round cricketer, bowled sort of heavy seamers, a bit off the wrong foot, and left-handed batter, but played a number of times for Cornwall and did very well.
So what was it that made you go and play for Cornwall then?
Well, I was just looking to around the time of the Unicorns, and obviously they were part of what's now the National Counties, so had a few contacts down in Cornwall, and I think Mike Burns had played there the year before, and just put us in contact with a few of the management, and just went down and played, as I say, 3 or 4 years. Had a great time, played the 3-day competitions and a 1-day competition every year.
Brilliant. Enjoyed your time?
Yeah, nice. As I say, nice place to play. There's some lovely grounds down there. We used to play at Truro and St Austell, Falmouth and places like that, and it was just a nice thing to do after I'd finished here.
So do you have any involvement with getting Goldsworthy on the Somerset staff?
No, not at all. No, he's just come through the system, I think, and with the Somerset Academy now reaches out through the region, if you like, through Devon and Cornwall, and they've done well to pick him up, and he's rewarding them with some good performances.
And some of the fans would like to know, we'll say if anyone wants to ask Keith any particular questions, feel free to tweet me at HarryEverett_14 or go on the YouTube or Facebook comments and get a few questions in if you like, as we see Ben Green bond a few decent dot balls. What have you thought on the match so far? I know you've been in the shop a bit, but I'm sure you've been watching a little bit. Yeah,
I've kept an eye on the live stream, but I thought we did well. It was good to see George Thomas get some runs. He's been part of Taunton St Andrews, which I'm obviously heavily part of, so it was good to see him get a chance today, and very, very talented cricketer with bat and ball, so you're delighted to see him go well. 250 is a competitive score, but Cornwall have got off to a great start here. There's a lovely shot there.
Yeah, crisp straight drive. Ben Green can't quite get down and nutmegged him for 4. Lovely shot from Kent. Is that like his old man, Jonathan Kent, that played that sort of shot?
Yeah, apart from he was left-handed, but it was a great shot down the ground, and just didn't finish the over off there, Ben. But he'd be disappointed with. But that's a fine shot.
What about Ben Green as captain? Did you see that coming?
Well, I don't think anyone knew what was going to happen, really. I mean, with 100 taking off most of the current sort of squad, it was looking around to see who might do it. But it's a great opportunity for Ben, and I think he's probably captained quite a bit in the seconds. And obviously the management like what they see, and it's a great opportunity for him to lead a young Somerset side in a brand new competition. And I'm sure he'll do all right.
Got Jack Leach continuing for the Marcus Edwards Trescothic Pavilion end. Bit of a mouthful that, but what are your thoughts on your old mate getting everywhere in the ground named after him?
Well, he deserves it, doesn't he? He was a fantastic player, Marcus, and he's got a big picture on the side of the stand now to remind us all. So it's well deserved, isn't it? I mean, he'd probably still be playing now if his feet and his ankles are held up.
Have you been aware of him playing any friendly stuff? You've not been asked for any old Legends games or anything?
No, I don't think so. No. Some of it I haven't played for 5 or 6 years now, but as far as I know, Marcus hasn't played too much. Obviously, he's getting into his coaching now, and got a good job at the ECB helping out with the batters. So I expect his times are limited, but he'll be grabbing the bat and ball out of the batter's hands and getting people to throw in balls, I expect.
What are your current movements? We know you're working at Somerset County Sports. Still involved with Taunton St Andrews Cricket Club a bit as well? Yep,
still heading the junior section there. We've got a presentation tonight. We've had a good summer. Won a cup in 11s, 13s and 15s, so that was pretty good. Somerset County Sports is keeping me pretty busy. We've obviously got the clothing shop as well now at the front there, so there's quite a lot on match days. And still running the Hewish programme that you obviously know all about. And we've got some good players on that, which is still really rewarding, and I enjoy the coaching side of it, and keeps me involved with the cricket practical side of it.
So is that still 6 year 12s and 6 year 13s?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it varies a little bit, but we've got 12 on at the moment. and maybe a couple of extra next year. Got a couple of girls on it, which is the way to go. I think the girls' cricket's
Brilliant.
huge now, so trying to grow that as well. But yeah, as you know, it's a good program and gives plenty of contact time for the students while they're doing A levels or BTECs.
Have there been any real success stories? Can't count myself, I'm afraid. Any Somerset players come through your academy?
Not so much Somerset actually. We had a few playing the seconds this year, but James Hayes has done very well recently. Just signed 2 years at Notts, who left us a couple of years ago. Went off and trialled a bit and did really well at Notts. So he's just signed a 2-year. We've had a few that have played in the seconds this year. Max Horton is currently on the programme and he's done pretty well. Max Tui played a bit this year. And Hugo Whitlock, who was about your sort of time, has done very well. And I saw he got a game for Somerset seconds early in the year. So yeah, there's some good cricketers on it, and it's nice to see them all still playing and enjoying the great game.
Yeah, my old mate Hugo's been bowling really well for Devon, and Bobby Tracy, and gone off to, I think, it's University in Oxford. I think he's playing decent level of cricket there. Yeah, he's he caught me out in T20 the other week. Was it last time actually? Yeah, Bobby Tracy against Sanford. I slog swept it, and he moved quite quickly. Actually, I didn't realise Hugo could move that quickly. Didn't do that in the academy, did he?
No.
But yeah, we've got a question coming from Dylan Mason. Did Keith play for Cornwall against Wales, including Steve Watkin at Falmouth? Does that mean anything to you?
No, I did play against Wales at Falmouth, but Steve Watkin didn't play. He was coach, I think. I think he might have been coach 1 year when I played down there, but certainly didn't play against him there, and I'm pleased to say, because he would have been probably quite hard work facing him on that.
We got. You have to tell me if any of these comments are appropriate. Mark Hallwell says, "Ask Pass to talk about the legend that is G First."
G First, he's the manager. I spoke to him this morning here at the county ground. He hasn't changed. He was managing the side when I played, and a good Cornish man who puts a lot of time and effort into the representative side, and talks the game very well. And I think Horse has said there that he's a bit of a Cornish legend. But it was an opening batter, I think. But he wouldn't. I don't think he'd finished by the time I started playing. But I don't think many people would have come out the bars to watch him bat, by all accounts. But
we all need plenty of them. Got to have a good solid batsman up the order. Right, we got. Was Ben Green? Whilst we were witching on, we had a bit of a bowling change. Ned Lennon's coming in from the other end. He's coming in from the river end. 19 on his back, bit of a change up. What would you know about Ned Lennon, Keith? Impressed with him?
Not. I haven't seen him much, but he looks like he gets it through nicely. They're getting it to carry nicely through to the keeper. Another one of the fast bowlers coming through the academy. Look at that carry through. That's good to see.
Do you ever sort of go and watch or help out the academy at all? Yeah.
No, I mean Snelly runs it really well, and I keep an eye because I see quite a few youngsters at various age groups.
Lovely shot, a bit short there from Leonard, just rocked away and pulled away by Kent for 4. 2 back square leg.
So yeah, I'm lucky enough to see a few of them sort of grow up and develop, and it's always great when they get onto the academy, and then it's their chance then to go and shine. So people like James Rue and George Thomas, his brother Josh Thomas, both really good cricketers. Charlie Sharland, people like that who've sort of dominated junior cricket in the area for a while.
Do you reckon the likes of Josh Thomas or Charlie Sharland might get a go later this summer?
Yeah, well, there's great opportunity with this competition as it is now. I mean, I don't expect George would have expected to have played in this game sort of a couple of months ago, and he's taken his opportunity now, and hopefully he'll get another chance when the games start proper at the weekend. Obviously, James Rue's off at Durham at the moment, and will probably form part of this squad over the coming weeks. So, it's a great opportunity for these young guys, and to play against some big counties and really push their case for further honours.
Would you expect James Rue to take the gloves, you think, or maybe Steve Davies, or even Baird today? There's a few options.
Yeah, there is options. Yeah, I don't know if Steve Davis obviously would, if he's playing, I guess would keep wicket, but James and Jamie will be sort of fighting hard at his heels if an opportunity becomes available.
I suppose the Test is standing up to a England Test match. Spiller and Jack Leach is a pretty good opportunity nonetheless. Definitely.
I mean, Jack's come back into the one-day side and done all right in the 2020, so it's good to see him bowling with the white ball.
Were you surprised to see him come in and Max Waller not play the last few games?
Yeah, I guess it was a bit of a surprise. Max has been, very consistent over the years for us, but Jack Jack's obviously a quality bowler, and there's no reason why he can't be successful in the shorter form as well. So I guess it depends on the wicket and the surface and the boundary sizes and things like that as to all comes into the equation as to which spinner they went with. But it must have worked because they've qualified in the home quarter final. So hats off to the decision makers. They seem to have got it right.
Yeah, well, what a knock Sunday night. I presume you saw a bit of Tom Lammonby Sunday night, did he?
I did. It was an incredible knock, wasn't it? Just
Yeah.
I think it's classic of the way the game is at the moment that one player can play sort of all round the wicket like he did. I mean, some of the shots he was flicking over his shoulder and then hitting it out over long on for 6 was incredible. And you wouldn't want to be a bowler anymore.
In your entire career, did you ever play a scoop shot?
No, gosh.
A reverse sweep, anything of the like?
No, never got involved with any of that. But I did practice with reverse sweep once in the morning of a game.
Once.
And didn't hit many, so I sort of binned that one.
That
off.
was it, was it?
Yeah.
What made that morning be the time to practice?
Well, I just felt it was something that everyone was doing, and it was becoming a bit of a trend. So I had to go, but it didn't work for me. But I guess Rob Turner was one of the early ones. He got down low and scooped it. I remember at Maidstone to win a game in the last over of a 40-over game once. He did it, which was pretty early on. But yeah, I think you've got to be a bit brave and maybe a bit stupid. But it's got to be with Joss and Tom Abel and people like that do it so well. It makes it setting a field for them so difficult.
Are you missing playing at all? Does it make you think, oh, I want to be playing or not?
Mentally, I would love still to be playing. I mean, I had a long time playing and really enjoyed every minute of it. Wherever I played, I just loved playing. Physically, I wouldn't be able to do it now, and I've got no interest to put on the boots again. But when you watch the lads playing, you just hope that they go out and have decent opportunity and grasp it and have as much fun as I did.
Leonard still born here from the River End. That's a high take for bed, and that's flown through. Another wide, sadly. The extras, we're up to 17 extras. That's pretty poor. Would you be worried about that? 20 overs and 17 extras?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few wides in there. I mean, it doesn't help at this stage, but there's a few of these lads it'll take a while just to settle down. But I think the pace and bounce that they're seeing is it's very encouraging.
Yeah, no, Leonard's still steaming in this 30-degree heat. Fair play to him. Really giving it some. Little glance down to third man for 1. Strengthen Your Style on YouTube says, pass, the only man I've seen hit the ball further than Liam Livingston. You will explain.
Who's
Have a look at this comment here. Does this ring any bells?
Davo. I don't know what strengthen your style means, but
No. There's some funny names on
certainly
YouTube.
I won't be hitting it as far as Livingston's hit it recently.
No,
Crumbs.
that's ridiculous,
Some of those
isn't it?
shots he hit last week were over Headingley was incredible.
Yeah, another game tonight. Next
That's
game
right,
of
the
the series.
decider tonight, isn't it?
Hopefully Somerset and Cornwall will be wrapped up by then and you won't have to be split loyalties. You'll be watching that tonight then?
Well, as I said, I've got this Taunton St Andrews presentation tonight, so we go and do all the end of season prize giving at the Wyvern tonight, outside obviously for COVID reasons.
Big screen with Sky Sports?
No, but it'll only be from 6 till sort of 7, 7:30. All the kids get sausage and chips at the end of it and things like that. So we should be finished by 7:30, if not before. So yeah, I should get back for the second innings hopefully.
You've been doing the All-Stars and the Dynamos?
No, we don't do that, but similar thing really. I think we've got our junior section set up pretty well, and numbers is not a problem. So we've just run it ourselves really with our own club coaches as such. But anything that gets the kids involved and gives them the opportunity to go and learn the game is brilliant. So I think the Dynamos and stuff is worthwhile and needs to be encouraged.
Yeah, absolutely. No, brilliant. The full toss from Leonard. That's well stopped by Thomas down at fine leg, but just a bit away. The odd long up, the odd full toss, the odd wide's not helping the figures of Leonard.
No, it's quite short that side, isn't it? On the leg side today,
Yeah.
we're quite a long way over, and doesn't want to be bowling too many full tosses at the leg stump.
Does that get in your head quite a lot when you're batting on a wicket over that side?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it, particularly maybe against the spinners or when you're targeting it second half of the innings.
That's a great shot. Yeah, sort of almost like it went to almost scoop pull that, didn't he? Deliberately down to fine leg rather than orthodox pull. Bit leg sidey.
I think that pretty much went where he was aiming it and just used the pace of the ball down to fine leg. It was pretty wide, and another boundary.
You're getting a bit of stick now, Keith, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
How many lunch breaks does Keith get a day?
That's from my colleague in the shop. He's got no sense of humour, so we can just delete him straight away.
Here we go. Can you ask Keith if he fancies game on Saturday at home to Weston? A few overs up the hill and nip his old mate Noddy out.
That's come from Taunton St Andrews, so they know full well that I'm not available.
How many times have you been asked by them in the last 5 or 6 years?
Most weeks.
And you've never said no?
No, I haven't.
You've never said yes?
No, I haven't managed to put the whites on again, but and there certainly won't be any chance this week.
Been asked about Rob Mutch as well. Dan Reed says he plays against Rob Mutch in 2014 when he was playing for Lew Down. His old man hit him for 6 over cover and was given out caught behind next ball from a bouncer that knocked his cap off. Do you play against Rob Mutch? No, you wouldn't know.
I always remember things that happened in 2000. I struggle with things that happened yesterday, let alone 2014. But it sounds familiar. If I was hit for 6, the only people that only come up and speak to you either got you out or hit you for 6.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance that I probably did get hit for 6, because it did tend to happen quite regularly. The bouncer was a bit more of a surprise. I can't think I bowled a bouncer, but if that's the way they've remembered it, then I'll go along with that.
You could probably still back, and the bowling might be a struggle, but
I'd still enjoy batting. Yeah, running between the wickets would be a bit of a problem, but yeah, I'm happy not to really try.
You playing any golf or anything else?
Yeah, enjoy my golf. Yep, I'm a member at Oak Manor.
Oh, very nice.
So I managed to try and get out there once a week or so, and enjoy that.
Standard golfer's pastime, isn't it? You
Definitely
gotta go and play a bit of golf. Jack Leach looks a class above the other bowlers here today. You can really tell, can't you? He's just tying up an end whilst the other bowlers are being hit around a bit.
Well, he's just very consistent, isn't he? He lands it in the right sort of area all the time, and the batters have got to do something different to try and score off him. So, yeah, he's settling in nicely here, and just almost bowling a 4-day length, really, isn't he? And just offering a little bit of turn, I expect.
First 3 overs went for just 3 runs.
And 1 for 5 he's got now.
Yeah, blooming impressive. But you're going to bowl 10 overs, so you're doing back in the day, you could bowl from one end all day long, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Sadly not anymore. Well, not for Jack Leach's sake anyway.
But they're still going well here, Corm. 101 for 1 after 21 overs. I mean, would you put them at favourites at the moment?
Yeah,
Harry?
well ahead of the Duckworth Lewis par, if that's something to go by. Should be 80, so yeah, you think wickets in hand, there's no real time pressure. I don't think they really need to worry about the scoreboard. They can always see Jack Leach off. I bat them to score 260 in 40 overs, really, if Jack Leach only goes for 15 or so.
Yeah, I mean, that's good cricket, just knocking it down the ground. If they can do that off Jack 3 or 4 times an over, and then, see where they are with 10, 15 overs to go. But they're certainly going nicely at the moment.
Good to see Ben Green having a good chat with Jack Leach. He's an experienced spinner, and I'm sure he knows how to set his own field.
Yeah, he's probably just chatting as to, bowling changes, who else he might think of trying, whether there's opportunity to bowl spin at both ends, perhaps with Jack not going for very many. Might just get through a cheap 5 or 10 overs and maybe pick up another wicket.
Yeah, we see the Royal Marine Band. They're coming on Sunday, August the 1st. We've got 2 Sundays of Royal London Cup matches coming up. You looking forward to that, Keith?
Yeah, I should be here over in the shop.
Listening.
Yeah, there should be a few people in, hopefully. Is that a chance?
You want to see the replay on that one? It's been a few half chances, a few.
Yeah, he's giving it his runs. It might have just been a chance. That's 50.
Way to get it 50 for Kent there. Yeah, well batted. Yeah, he's edged it straight to the keeper for 50. That's one way to go, isn't it? That's poor from Baird, let's be honest, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it was disappointing. I'm sure he'll look at that and think he maybe could have got across maybe with 2 hands, but fair play to the young lad Kent. 50 on what might be his first hit out on Taunton County ground. It looks like he's played really nicely.
Exciting for the young lad. Charlie Kent, only 19.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great sort of concept, this. I mean, I think Devon were obviously due to be here later on in the week as well, and it just gives the minor counties, as I knew them, the national counties, a real incentive to to see how much the gap is between these guys and the pros, especially sort of this side of the younger setup in the Somerset ranks, and they're certainly competing very well at the moment. And there'll be a few worried faces amongst the Somerset fielders, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, how much will well, Paul Tweddle, isn't it, is in charge at the moment. How much will they read into a loss today?
Well, I mean, they'll see it as a warm-up game, but obviously no one likes losing. So they'll be pretty desperate to win, I would have thought. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously a couple of players that could come back into the side later on in the week. But it's a good opportunity for Tweds to have a look and see how these guys perform under pressure against a good side defending, 260.
You obviously know Paul Tweds quite well. With Jason Kerr off for a few weeks, how do you think he'll be?
Yeah, I think he'll do well. It's a great opportunity with almost a clean slate. The 100's taken a number of the players away, so it's interesting to see how it'll go. It's the Royal London Cup this year. As I say, opportunities for some, and some counties will be hit by player loss more than others.
There we go. Strengthen your style has said, excuse the name, Steve D says, asked Pars about the hook shot off caddy. What, did that particularly ring a bell?
That's Stevie Davis that used to play at Bridgie and was around the ground for a long time. He always talks about caddy bounced me once on a net wicket over there, and he reckons it went for 6 over there, but I certainly wouldn't say that in front of caddy.
That's one of those memories that sticks in his head forever.
It has stuck in his memory, but
not in yours so much.
Well, it does, but it gets further every year when I see caddy. So
too modest. He come into the press box yesterday, had a little bit of a chat.
Did he? Yeah. What a bowler he was. Crikey, he bowled some overs from. I was lucky enough to watch a lot of it from second or third slip, and genuinely thought you were going to get a catch most balls. Was certainly one of the. Well, he was probably the best bowler of that generation, I think. And obviously did well for England, but did even better for us.
Think underrated, perhaps?
I think probably away from here, he probably was. But I think everyone that played with him here will testify that he was probably as good as anyone in the world at that stage when he got it right, the bounce he got, and he used to just swing it beautifully away from the right-hander and keep us slips interested most of the afternoon.
You sort of good mates with him now? Do you stay in touch much?
Yeah, I still see him quite often. He comes in, as I say, I saw him here the other night, and he's still around. So yeah, we catch up pretty regularly. It's always good to catch up with a few of the old boys. I see Blackie's out there today, swinging his arms around there. Looks like he's getting loose to have a bowl.
You'll have a chat with him after we.
Yeah, I saw him the other day because he's a golfer as well. So bumped into him up at the golf course.
He seems to be here a lot umpiring last year or two.
He's doing really well. I think I saw he was doing the ladies internationals last week, I think. So him and Mike Burns gone really nicely in their umpiring career, and fair play to them. I think it's a really good career for ex-players to get involved with, but it wouldn't have been for me. But standing up there for 6 hours of a day is a long old day. But these boys concentrate really well, and as you know, it's vital for these guys to keep it going.
Well, down below us, you might know more about this than me, being a Taunton Andrews lad. Eddie Byram appears to be bowling leg breaks to extra cover as a warm-up.
Yeah, this looks.
I've not seen him bowl before, I don't think. How much does he bowl on a Saturday for St Andrews?
Very rarely.
He doesn't bowl much in club cricket, but he's having a bowl here today.
This will be interesting to see. Must have been impressing in the nets.
That's quite a short first ball. We do like watch the part-timer when he's bowled a long hop on leg stump that's pulled before first ball. You think, Ben Green's obviously, he's been paid quite a lot by Byram or some joke, or
pressing a bit of a gamble button here to try and buy a wicket. Bright shoes he's got on today, Eddie, isn't he? Where's he got?
Does he wear them on a Saturday?
I haven't seen them before.
His white?
No, he wouldn't. That wouldn't look good at the wide on those ones.
And it's a short side to leg left-hander as well. Harvey's going to enjoy this, I reckon.
Well, he looks like he's targeted him a bit there. He's had an aggressive sweep at one. This could suit Eddie though. Now the right-hander's in. He's spinning it away from the right-hander. Maybe you could just pitch leg hit off here.
But you still probably wouldn't have bowled him in this game.
No, that looks like he could have had a few other options, but could prove to be a stroke of genius.
Yeah, Goldsworthy you'd have thought would have had a bowl.
That was who I was thinking.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely. That was a nicely flighted sort of better length, wasn't it, to the right-hander? Yeah, maybe he just wants to get the right-hander on strike.
Maybe that's.
And a full toss straight in mid-off, but.
Well, it's a 5-4 leg side to the right-hander as well, which is a bit unusual for a leg spinner, spinning it away from the bat. But
yeah, is that Ben Green's decision, you think, or Byram's?
Difficult to tell. I don't know whether how much experience Eddie's got for setting a field.
I guess he's probably played quite a few club games this year, hasn't he? 'Cause he's not been playing every game in Somerset.
Yeah, he's played a few. I think there's, with the bubbles and stuff, I think they haven't played too much recently. Like everything, COVID's impacted their availability for club cricket. But yeah, he's a popular member at the St Andrews, and he's always a good lad to have around, and he's done well for us over the years. Giving Blackie a bit of exercise there.
A few comments have come in saying bowling a bit like me, Eddie Byram. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult, really.
Was that before or after the wide then?
Well, yeah. Slow legsman, I think, is what it was.
You turned into a legsman.
Well, yeah, when you coach, I couldn't bowl to save my life. But
we got you. We got you to bowl a few overs by the end, didn't we?
Keith sorted me out. I should probably give you the credit.
After a couple of years of
Doesn't turn very much, but
hard toil, we got you there.
yeah, I was a good indoor bowler, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Because they've been trying to whack me straight down the ground.
Net bowlers, they didn't know how to play you, did they? Some of them.
No, it's not much different than it was, 8 years ago now? Or am I 25? Yeah. Not much different. Right, so maybe it's just an end-changing tactic.
Looks like it.
Jack Leach from the River End. The old measuring his runabout. Lady Bladebinder said, "Glad I'm not out there. Was over 32 degrees and the steering wheel was too hot to touch."
It would be, yeah. It's a hot day for the lads out there today, but could be worse. Could be raining. They sat in the pavilion, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you've played in hotter than this, haven't you?
We played in some hot days. I don't know how hot they were, but yeah, they can be. They could have been some long days in the dirt, as they used to call it, when it was days like this, and you'd be fielding all day. But there's worse things to be doing.
Oh, Jack Leach loses the plot when he first ball from the other end. He was bowling quite well from this end. First ball's pretty wide on the leg side, and even Baird can't stop it.
I might just got a bit of a bat on that one.
Byram gonna have to chase off. Yeah, Byram down at what's he? Short third man, I suppose.
But they're still ticking along nicely here, Cornwall. Still less than 6 and over required.
Got to say they're favourites for me, haven't you?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I think there'd be some worried thoughts going on amongst the boys. Need Jack to try and spin another wicket out. Attack the new batter then.
Bowling with sunglasses from the far end, I suppose needed in this bright, dazzling sunshine. What do you think of this field to Leach then? Pretty standard?
Yeah, looks pretty normal, doesn't it? 5 on the offside, 2 backward points, just in case it spins, and gives him a bit of protection then. Try and encourage maybe the batter to try and hit it over mid-wicket with no man out, with only the deep square. He's probably trying to tempt him to hit across the line. Oh, that's turned and bounced.
There you go. You called it. We've got a couple prowling behind us, Keith. So I think we're going to have to make way at the end of this over.
No problem.
But thank you very much for talking to us. It's been great to catch up and tell some stories. We'll hopefully try and get you on for a few more of the Royal London games, if that's all right.
No problem at all. I'm always here.
You're always here. You're in the shot. I'll come and find you for desperate.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you very much. Right, last ball, the Jack Leach over, and then we're going to get Ben Redwood and Elliot Trotman back into the attack. Jack Leach, one more ball from the River End, and I'll leave you to it.
So, at the halfway stage, Cornwall 117 for 1. Probably say at the halfway stage they are probably favourites. Some loose Somerset bowling. Jack Leach has come on with a bit more control. Some loose bowling, some good batting, particularly by Kent. Eddie Byram to continue from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end with his leg spin. And it's a 4 as Harvey sweeps and it bounces just in front of Lewis Goldsworthy, in front of the Somerset stand at deep square leg. Just beats him. You'll be disappointed at that, Goldsworthy. He's a very good fielder. On with Elliot Trotman. Elliot, it's not going too well for Somerset, is it?
Yeah, it's been interesting so far. I mean, this change of attack here, they're sort of looking to go after Eddie Byram, as we've just seen then. Trying to play some big shots, a lot of cross the line stuff. Sort of throwing the kitchen sink at it. They've got a lot of time, you know, wickets in hand. Yeah, Corner doing well, to be honest. Really nice innings from Kent. Thus far, I should say. Anyway, he's doing really well. He'll probably look to carry on.
Yeah, I've been very much impressed with Charlie Kent. As I say, of course, it's a big opportunity today for Somerset's youngsters. A lot of them playing their first game for Somerset, but it's also a good opportunity for players who play for minor counties in all these fixtures against the major counties.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially for a young player like Charlie Kent, who's you know playing against these guys. There's a lot of lads similar age, and he's making a real good go in it. He's looking really tidy, looking controlled. A lot of maturity about him for such a young lad. So this is a good game from him. It opens up doors, opens up opportunities. Yeah, really good to see.
Yeah, obviously MCCUs, the former name for the university cricket teams, a lot of them played games and fixtures against like the counties early on in the season, haven't they? And it was almost a shop window for those players to impress. And I guess with those fixtures becoming, well, not many are played anymore, are they? These games, these ECB National Cup games, a great opportunity for players to play against, obviously play at the good grounds, play at professional grounds, play against the likes of Somerset, who are obviously the holders of the trophy, and obviously have people watching on the live streams. It's a great opportunity for them to showcase their skills and show counties who might be watching what they can do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as well, just speaking of Ben Warren earlier on, saying how this could be like this is going to become more of a permanent thing. It's really good to see, because it's something different for all fans as well. Not just the Cornwall fans who travel up to watch the game, but just the Somerset fans as well, to go down and watch a game. See a different sort of team. Sort of see players who you might not have heard of, and then to see them like what they're doing now. Prime example being Kent. It's good to see, really.
Yeah, obviously the game that was supposed to be played against Devon was originally meant to be played at Exmouth CC. Obviously, it was moved to the Cooper Associates County Grounds due to coronavirus, social distancing, players social distancing, etc. So yeah, it would have been a great opportunity for Somerset fans to go down. And I guess if these fixtures become more of a permanent fixture, then we could play games in Cornwall.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some smashing grounds, down in Devon, down in Cornwall. Some really, really, lovely places to play cricket. Trying to battle off some now. Like last year, I went to North Devon. I was aware Insta around that cracking place. I'm sure there'll be some of them watching today. Lovely place to play cricket. Playing down in Falmouth myself. Lovely grounds, Truro. Really, really good wicket, absolute road, to be honest. So yeah, these a lot of opportunities in the future.
Yeah, playing on a good wicket always helps, doesn't it?
If you're a Taunton Dean third team player, do you play at Blagdon?
I do play at Blagdon Hill.
Do you play at the old Celtics Green, famous Celtics Green, Theatre of Dreams?
Yeah, down the hill. Right on medium pace down the hill. Well, medium pace is putting it nicely. Oh, that's unlucky that, Jack.
It's over there. Byron chases hard. Good chase there from Eddie Byron. Comfortable. Still to work to get there. I don't want to digress too much away from the game, but are you playing this Sunday against the Blagdon Hill for Taunton Dean?
I'm not, unfortunately.
No, yeah, cause
Somerset will be hosting Derbyshire here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds, so I will be here on the camera for that fixture. If there's any local cricket clubs or any cricket clubs in the southwest that want to get in touch and want to have a bit of money off their ticket, we're doing a 20% ticket discount for club cricketers. If anyone wants to email me at benar@somersetcountycc.co.uk, I'd love to hear from you. I can help you guys out.
It's good this day from Cornwall. You wouldn't have 128 for one. You wouldn't have thought this at the beginning of the day.
I think they did well to restrict Somerset to 260. They obviously smelt blood towards the end of the innings and claimed some quick wickets as they sweep away for another boundary that takes the score to 132 for one. Scott Harvey down 31 not out. With Charlie Kent, 55 not out.
Yes.
Motoring on nicely, these pair.
One of those I would never dare sweep a straight one. But fair play to Scott Harvey's done it. Executed it well. Shows you the different class of players.
Yeah, definitely. These two look very good. They look very composed at the crease. So if Eddie can do something with his leg spin. Obviously, it's the first time I've really seen Eddie showcase his leg spin skills. Struggled a bit. He's bowled 2 overs for 16 so far.
It's going to be the talk of the day, but Scott, I know Eddie Byram shoes, I still can't get over them. How bright they are.
They're flash, aren't they? Very flash.
Very flash. I want a pair myself.
Yeah, they're good wheels then. Good wheels.
Shame I'm not the a one-day sort of cricket man. Love to play it, but yeah, at the top sort of level, Falmouth, yeah, you wouldn't catch me wearing those. Won't be good enough.
No, I can assure you would not catch me wearing those. The grief I'd cough on a Saturday afternoon.
You've got to be a serious player to be wearing those.
As he just drags one down the leg side, that goes towards Jack Leach, a fine leg. It's just a single.
Nice one-handed pick up there from Jack. There's in the commentary box. Swap chairs. Of course, in the Of course, the WPA partnering us with the live stream. Doing a grand job. Really appreciate everything they do.
Just think Somerset's fielding, Somerset's service into wicketkeeper Baird has been a bit poor. Standards just starting to drop a bit as they get frustrated out there on this warm Taunton day. Some poor service into the keeper.
That's just the simple shot, isn't it? Just there from Kent. Just nice back foot punch out to cover. That's all they need to do. Cornwall don't need to worry any moment about the run rate. It's 124 to win. Oh, that's a big shot there. And it's gone all the way.
Bit of a drag down there by Eddie Byram. It was duly punished by Scott Harvey. Motoring along Scott Harvey.
Yeah, no, fantastic shot there. Sails on replay. Gives it his all. Sails over the ropes. All good.
It's the issue of a short boundary. If you play a leg spinner and they're bowling to a short boundary, particularly left-hander, obviously, he can be punished, can't he? If he drags one down like he did there, or he just over pitches one, he can be punished. So it'll be interesting to see what Byram can do in his next over. They're just off drinks at the moment on a warm Somerset day. Temperature about 30 degrees outside.
Sure the Cornwall boys will be happy with what they've got so far. Just having a chat there. Drinks, taking on the fluids. Sure the message will be to them, just keep doing what you're doing, lads. Don't change.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think these two need to change anything. Look very good up there, very composed. So it'll be interesting to see what the Somerset's young pace bowlers can do, if they can come back on and just do something a bit. Obviously, Baker, Leonard and Aldridge all going around 5s and over. So it'll be interesting to see which, if any of them can come back on, make a breakthrough. Because you'd like to think that perhaps one of the three are chasing a starting berth in Sunday's game.
Yeah, just on the screen there, YouTube obviously, well over 100,000 followers now, doing great. Keep liking and subscribing to the videos, loads of good content behind the Wyvern, obviously match highlights, the live streams. If you want to know what Somerset are doing when they're playing and you want to watch them, jump on and subscribe, people.
Have you watched the Behind the Wyvern series?
I've actually watched a couple of episodes, yeah. Well, I've watched in and out really, but I've been the flickers that I have watched I've really enjoyed it. I need to sit down and just sort of watch all of them. It's one of those. I just need to
just binge watch all of Ollie Sales content.
Ollie Sales content, yeah.
He's
exactly.
Ollie's been fantastic. It's a shame he's still injured, but it's nice to see him out running drinks today. The long blonde locks of Ollie Sale.
Ben was saying how it could be a return for potentially a finals day. Touch wood if we get there. And you know, maybe, and they said that could be like the grand finale, but I actually thought maybe that, and then get him going to the barbers and getting a haircut.
No, I'm a big fan of the long locks personally. He's a nice boy. Comes up to the media centre sometimes, says hello. You see him out of his little camera. I saw him at the Oval getting some good content. Jack Leach runs and spell from the river end. Charlie Kent just plays one back to him. Leach has gone up for just 16 from his 6 overs so far. Another dot.
It's good this from Jack Leach.
Using his skill, his experience, just to slow down the run rate, build some pressure. Scott Harvey on strikes, 39 not out. Captain wicketkeeper.
Nice little fielding placement there. Jack doesn't fancy bringing up Eddie Byram's like a leg side sort of slip.
No.
It's been a good over so far from Jack Leach. Last ball. Yeah, and again, look for the run. Yeah, well ball there from Jack Leach. Tied over. Yeah, long way to go here. Things can change quick in sport.
It's a funny old game, this cricket, isn't it?
Very funny old game. So there they go, though.
So the visitors need 116 to win from 21 overs. Look well set here.
Looks like Sonny Baker's coming back into the attack.
Change of ends for the youngster. Sonny might be a bit disappointed with his opening spell. A lot of extras, lots of wides. There's definitely some talent there. There's some talent, some pace.
Yeah, he's got a second go at it here. Second spell. See what he can do.
I think he'll enjoy bowling to the left-hander coming around the wicket. Obviously, he bowls a lot of in-swing to the right-hander, so he can take the ball away from the left-hander. See if he can beat the outside edge. Ooh.
Not the start you want to do. Seems to be the thing he's attracted to, the leg side. Good thing is for someone like Sonny, there's no pressure for the lad, really.
No pressure, but I'm sure as a youngster he'll want to make an impact on the game, make an impact on some set of supporters. As obviously one of these youngsters will be fighting probably for a spot in the seam attack in the Royal London One Day Cup.
Better delivery there.
Probably say Aldridge is probably slightly higher up the pecking order. Obviously played the County Championship fixture against Leicestershire when Craig Overton had been taken for England duty. But I still feel that there's probably, that one space available for Sunday's game.
Oh, good fielding that. Get the single, but really good fielding that.
Sam Young at backward point.
Yeah,
the
diving
Bath
to his left.
Yep, the Bath CC open up.
Yeah, it just seems to be at the moment, there just seems to be yeah, Somerset have got to be careful here. I think Cornwall are comfortable. Well, that's dangerous. But ball in the air there.
Just pops up, but well, very safe. Yeah, I think Somerset are in danger, just letting the game get peter out almost at the moment. Just Cornwall are currently controlling this passage of play. Obviously, Sonny Baker's coming to the attack to try and make something happen, try and get a wicket. Thought Jack bowled excellently, but I think perhaps it's a bit let down from the other ends. Obviously, Eddie Byron making having his first bowl for Somerset.
Ooh,
And that was
ball in
been
the
skied
air.
up. And George Bartlett's underneath it and takes the catch. George Bartlett running in from mid-wicket, running around from mid-wicket and takes the catch at about square leg.
Yeah, Charlie Kent falls for 60. Really good knock though from Charlie Kent. Can't take away from it. He'd be very happy. He's made a good impression on himself. He's batted really well. Played some really nice shots. You know, I'd be happy that I was him.
Yeah, he. I think the biggest compliment I can give him is that he didn't look out of place at this level.
No, exactly.
Which is probably the biggest compliment you can give probably someone playing for Cornwall, that they don't look out. If they don't look at out of sorts this level, I thought he batted absolutely brilliantly, if I'm completely honest.
Let's have a look at some comments here. So get some of these comments here.
I think the incoming batsman for Cornwall is number 5, Kean Burns. It's just been read out over the Somerset tannoy. Yeah, it looks like number 5, Kean Burns. See Cornwall still on top, 149 for 2 in the 29th over. Need 112 to win, and obviously they've got 8 wickets in hands. Burns comes in at the non-strikers' ends. So Captain Scott Harvey's on strike. Scott Harvey's 42 not out. The left-handed bat just checks his guards.
Sonny Baker coming in here. Yeah, well bowled. He's really forcing the batsman back, do you know what I mean? He's almost seen it because he knows he's got that short ball, hasn't he? And it's just, he's so quick.
Yeah,
These batsmen are aware of that, and there seem to be a lot of like they're just in the get area. They're just trying to knock them around for a few singles.
As Harry alluded to earlier, it's almost harder to face a fast bowler who's perhaps been a bit more erratic, because you know that they've got the short ball, but you're not quite sure about where they're going to pitch the ball. And obviously, Sonny has struggled to find consistent line of length today. He's looked threatening in part, but yeah, his pace is perhaps his greatest asset. He runs in at Kean's first ball.
Yeah, well played.
It's a point. Cornwall 150 for 2 in the 30th over.
Trying to mind your 10. Here we go. The Beer and Cider Festival this Sunday, July 25th. The biggest beer garden in the southwest. Very excited for that. Grab your tickets now. Tickets are still available, but get them before they all go. Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic, fantastic day. Somerset v Derby. First game of the Royal London One Day Cup. Defending champions.
Change of bowling from the River End. Casey Aldridge comes into the attack. Replaces Jack Leach. He's hoping he can get his first Somerset wicket in his first team. Ooh, that's feathered for...
Nice shot there from Scott Harvey.
Obviously, today's game is the first 50-over game involving Somerset since some day at Lords in 2019. Elliot,
Yeah, of
do you
course,
remember?
yes,
do you remember
I
there was
do.
some game at Lords?
Very, very good game it was for us Somerset fans.
Did you have the pleasure of being there?
I didn't actually. I was working that day, but yeah, had friends who went up there. Was watching it on Sky. Yeah, there's a real bit here and there in my work break, but it was what a day it was.
Yeah, I was in the
Today.
same boat as you. I unfortunately could not go. I was unable to go due to work, but yeah, it was fantastic. That second innings, just watching Tom Banton and Azhar Ali just do their thing, just almost pressure free. Tom Banton was excellent, wasn't he? Took a bit of a liking to Fidel Edwards.
And that brings up Scott Harvey's 50 there. Really well batted there from Scott Harvey. There's that replay, just how he guides that down there. Yeah, nice shot there. Third man, no slip. Adds that gap. Keith Innes, Somerset defending champions, and they can't beat Cornwall. There's Aldridge with a short ball, probably letting out a bit of frustration.
If I'm going to respond to Keith with that comment, I don't see any players playing from the 2019 final playing for Somerset today. Completely different 11. Obviously Jack Leach wasn't in the squad for the final, neither was Don Best, sorry. Rolf van der Merwe was the spin bowler, wasn't he? I think my highlight from that day at Lords was when James Hildreth dropped, I think it was Hampshire's Weatherly at second slip, and then the very next ball sticked off, and James Hildreth managed to grab onto it, which was one of my favourite moments. It's fantastic to see. And obviously Hildy hit the winning runs later on in the day, obviously for the second time in his Somerset career.
Yeah, once again it was one of those sort of summed up the career of James Hildreth, just showing how great he is as a player and how good he's been for Somerset over the years.
The Sky cameraman obviously zoomed in to his, you could see his eyes, you could see a bit of nerves in his face, that last ball, as he just played it into the leg side, and Somerset became champions of the Royal London One Day Cup.
At the same time, when they needed one off 40 balls, I think you'd be a bit like, it's all right. Could have pulled out a ramp shot, could have pulled out some.
Knowing James Hildreth, he could have done something out of the ordinary.
Very spectacular.
But no, nice little nurdle into the leg side, and Somerset champions. Sonny Baker comes back to bowl from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion ends. Just getting some wise words from Captain Ben Green.
Yeah, as I said before, though, it's good that Ben Green's been made captain. It shows that it shows that the club's got how many captains do we have at this club? It's fantastic, and if one player goes on duty somewhere, we've got 2 or 3 lads who can take on that role, and I think that's important for a team.
Yeah, it's nice to see the club give the captaincy to someone like a young prospect. Obviously Ben Green's played a lot of cricket for Somerset, but it's nice for them to look at the potential for the future and give it to young leaders rather than perhaps an experienced head. We're playing a young team. Yeah,
and I think as well, what's even better is the fact that the older members of the team, they're happy with that decision. And I think that of course that's sport, and that's how you succeed as a team. But it's good to see that, it's good to see.
Yeah, obviously you have Jack Brooks leading the bowling attack and experienced heads. Just help Ben Green, but Ben Green will know he can rely on Jack Brooks with the ball, Josh Davey with the ball, and then knows he can rely on players like James Hildreth with the bat, Steve Davies with the bat. So yeah, I was really happy with the decision when I found out. Ben Green seems a really nice boy. He can also win games with the bat and the ball. He's obviously a very good fielder. Took a very good catch at the Kia Oval the other week. Spectacular catch running away from him. Well ball by Sonny Baker.
Yeah, good work that from Sonny. Full delivery there from Sonny Baker. Just guided down there from Scott Harvey.
Up at Chester Street, James Rouge playing for the County Select 11 against the India team. India are currently 213 for 4. With the KL Rahul, the IPL's leading scorer for the last 2 seasons, is currently 89 not out. Another pretty well-known face in Ravindra Jadeja batting with him. Great experience for James Rouge playing against some top-quality cricketers who we see on the TVs and the glitz and the glam of the IPL. And for the Indian national team, it's really good to see our young wicketkeeper James Rouge playing against them. Great experience for him. So you get to make his debut in the first class or list day game for Somerset.
Sonny Baker looking to finish this good over it. Yeah, really good to see the live stream coming in, all the comments coming through, the messages, really nice to see. Just worth knowing we've actually passed 150,000 people today viewing and tuning in, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Just shows you the level of support this wonderful club, Somerset Cricket Club, has, and how we have fans all over the world. And just, yeah, really good to see actually. And just for, as I said, for a game like this against Cornwall, fantastic. Just for even for the Cornish players as well, it's really good to see. I'm sure a lot more people from Cornwall are tuning in today, so good on you. And yeah, just a good cricket match in general, really.
Yeah, thank you guys for your support. We really appreciate it down here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Fantastic figures. We've got some fantastic figures for the live streaming all season, really. County Championship with it, great viewing figures from all around the world. Great local support, great international support, which is good to see. Good to see the game of cricket thriving, domestic cricket thriving. Casey Aldridge bowling from the River Ends. Cornwall 163 for 2 in the 32nd over. Well bowled, Casey Aldridge. I just want to thank Ian Shepherd, who has corrected me that George Bartlett did play in the Royal London Wonder Cup final. I think he took a catch or two down at fine leg. But no, thank you for reminding me, and apologies for slight misinformation from myself. It's getting too carried away. Well bowled from Casey Aldridge again. Just back of a length. Harvey can't get bat on ball and it hits him.
Jalic having a great time in slips, just walking around.
Yeah.
Senior citizen of the group. Probably got a flat up there. One of his retirement flats. For the granddad.
It's been a really good over from Casey Aldridge this. Just back of a length. Just making the Cornwall batsman play. Jack Leach moves from first slip into a short mid-wicket.
Strikes me they're looking to bowl at the batsman. Yeah, in that. Oh, right idea. You can see what they're trying to do there.
That was a chance. Obviously,
Yeah.
evaded the fielders, but Encouraging signs for Casey Aldridge, encouraging signs for Somerset.
Yeah, we could be in for an absolute treat for the last 17 odd overs. Could be really enjoyable to watch because it's there's still a long way to go, and a couple of wickets does change, as we've said. And
Required run rate of 5.7 needed per over.
Interesting there from Harvey.
Scott Harvey tries to one up Casey Aldridge. Backs away. Casey follows him. Well bowled from Casey. It was a really good set from Casey Aldridge. Encouraging signs for Somerset, encouraging signs for skipper Ben Green. He's coming on to bowl from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion ends.
Ben Green also looking like he needs a haircut as well. Sorry, people are going to think I'm probably jealous because I've just shaved my head off, got no hair in general, but I just think, lockdown's over, lads, come on, lockdown cuts have got to go. Get down to a barber's, get a short back and sides. Yeah, well bowled there from Ben Green.
Passes the outside edge of Kean Burns. Ball from Ben Green, just gets guided down to third man by Kean Burns. Sean Much has said on the YouTube comments, "Come on, Rob Much. South Africans are watching, brother." So was the Cornwall player. Scott Harvey gets a bit excited, tried to heave Ben Green into the flats. Ben Green just brought the place off a bit. Evading the bat of Scott Harvey. Well bowled by Green up.
Short boundaries very enticing for these batsmen.
Yeah, well bowled by Ben Green, showing all his skills. He's been terrific in the Vitality Blast of Somerset this year. Really made that kind of all-rounder spot in the team his. But Scott Harvey comes down the wicket. He's wanted to attack and has successfully attacked Ben Green for 4. So what's the short boundary down here at Cow Corner, underneath the scoreboards.
Just have a look at this on replay here. Yeah, I really like that. Just real intent there. Even the time of the game, nothing. There's no backing, no conservative cricket. It's very, still going at it.
Ben Green bounces the Cornwall skipper, who asked the umpire why that's not a wide, but Ian Blackwell signals that's his one for the over shoulder height. So Ben Green not very happy that he got hit for 4, got swiped for 4. Last ball of the 33rd over. It's a lovely shot.
Yeah,
that is a
really
lovely
nice shot there from Scott Harvey. Real elegant there, just coming up the wicket again, just guided it through the covers. Really good wrist work there. First class, that proper shot.
Yeah, there's an air of Craig Keys to it, coming down the wicket and just playing through the offsides. Obviously, many people think if you come down the wicket, you can kind of you want to try and heave it to leg side, but it's nice to see players come down the wicket and play towards the offsides.
Bit of flat watch here on the screen.
Lovely Somerset flag in the flat.
Yeah. Of course, the shade on that side, isn't it? So perfect for them watching.
As I've always said to myself, one day I'll live there. One day I will live there.
It's like the perfect place to live if you're just a cricket badger.
Which I'm self-confessed cricket badger. Casey Aldridge comes in for the River Ends.
Yeah, serious shot that from Scott Harvey though, over before. Oh, what a shot there from Burns. He's gone big. Fantastic shot there. On the one knee. Fires it away over mid-wicket. All the way to the boundary. All the way over to the top in the stand.
Yeah, that was a big boy, that. Well played.
So on replay.
Slightly over-pitched by Casey Aldridge. A bit disappointed. Obviously, his last over was really good, bowled back of a length, but that was just slightly over-pitched by the youngster and duly punished by Kean Burns into the Somerset stands.
Yeah, no, fantastic shot there from Kean Burns.
Casey bowls one down the offside that Kean Burns can't get any bat on. Very fortunate up here in the media centre to have a lovely view of the Qunsocks over the top of the Lord Ian Botham stand in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. A gorgeous day down here in Taunton. Casey Aldridge gets a wicket. Finds the outside edge of Kean Burns. Well taken by Jamie Baird. And Kean Burns departs after 9. After scoring 9. Oh yeah, definite edge on that. Well done, Casey. A few words, I think, as Burns walked out. Well bowled, Casey. He's bowled well. He's bowled well. Slightly over pitch ball that went for 6, but he's come back the second spell and bowled really well, I think. See Jamie Baird in the Roloff van der Merwe shirt. For any of those confused, it's not Roloff van der Merwe keeping wicket, it is Jamie Baird, young Jamie Baird. So Cornwall 179 for 3 in the 34th over.
It's counting down though, isn't it, to win, 82 to win. It's going to be a real interesting finish, this.
Yep, only 5.3 required an over. You'd still rather be in Cornwall shoes than Somerset shoes, but who knows, a couple of quick wickets for Somerset could turn the game on its heads. Obviously we're very good at that, getting some quick wickets, change games.
Paul Smith, I believe, coming in now. The man who plays in Warwickshire, if I'm right there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, wearing 14 on his back.
Lady Blade Binder, Cornwall being strong is good for Somerset in the long run, certainly is. Need a few more Lewis Goldworthies coming through. And Somerset will be flying, as we are now.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the development of Somerset players, obviously coming through the regional places like Cornwall, Devon, Dorset. Well bowled by Casey Aldridge. But no, it is good to see these players coming through, isn't it? Obviously you've got Lammers from Devon, Ben Green from Devon, Lewis Gregory's a Devon boy. Showing that we're not just Somerset County Cricket Club, but we're kind of a South West County Cricket Club. We kind of cater for this cricket-loving part of the country.
Yeah, I think as well. I think Somerset represents cricket. Doesn't just represent, see the like Taunton and all that. It does represent. You said like the Devon and Cornwall. That's the place to be at the end of the day.
Yeah, with cricket. I mean, Gordon Holland said at the start of the season that part of the reason he took the role here was that it was a cricket-loving part of the country. So one of the reasons he took the role as CEO. And yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see players from all over the region playing for Somerset, playing at professional cricket.
Yeah, nice there from Paul Smith, just getting off the mark. Or Smithy, as his mates like to call him.
From Castle Bromwich.
Mark Hall, Smith's lost some timber. It's good to see a lot of like mates tuning in today as well. Clearly some of these players, a lot of the friends tuning in to watch, a lot of family. It's really, really good to see. Yeah, it's not every day you get to see, be it live at the county ground playing Somerset cricket.
If you are a friend, please comment on the live stream. Try and give you a shout out. Oh, wicket!
Lucky there from Paul Smith. One of those shots, just sort of going at it. And what he was trying to do, just didn't execute properly. It's unfortunate.
Ben Green with the wicket. As he just pitches it up, and Smith just hits straight to mid off. Smith might be disappointed with the way he got out there.
Yeah, it's one of those. As I said, unlucky. To be honest, it was one of those. It wasn't unlucky, but it was one of those. Just trying to. I like the intent. That's what he was trying to do. Big gap there. Just didn't quite time it, did he?
No, disappointed, I think. But 2 quick wickets for Somerset, and Cornwall are 180 for 4. Who knows? Cricket's a funny old game.
Yeah, this was Cornwall have got to be careful here. You know, they've got to build some structure again. Good that Scott Harvey's doing well. He's clearly, you know, he's in the game here, eye on the ball. He just needs a partner there. He just needs a partner to see it, sort of pull it through. Sort of what we had previously with Goldsworthy and Thomas. Needs something like that here for these Cornwall lads.
No, definitely, I completely agree.
Gordon Avery could be a deck of cards from here.
Nice bit of positivity from Gordon Avery there.
Believe the man coming in is Falmouth CC's very own Scott Kello. This Scott's been a serious player in County 1 this year. He is also my friend, so I can hype him up a little bit. Don't want to have him up too much. 600 runs in County 1 plus. He's hit 5, 650s, 100 in there. And, you know, it's actually, just speaking on Scott, he's actually, because he's a County 1 player, he's below the Prem. Because of his performances, he's been called up to Cornwall. And I think it's just good to see, though, someone like in the County 1, like below the Prem, getting an opportunity to play county cricket, which I'm sure he's delighted to have the opportunity. Brother's not a bad player as well. Don't know if his brother's listening now, but he'll be chuckling to himself at home.
So what type of batsman is he?
Scott Kello, I would describe him as a very... he just sort of goes big, and he opens a bang as well. So, but he'll need to be sensible here. See if he can keep his head on.
Yeah, his team needs him to just stay in for a while. Oh, and Ben Green bounces in. Scott Kello struggles, but gets it to third man. Gets off the mark. Your friend is off the mark.
Yeah. Harvey back on strike on 63.
I think Somerset will be looking for the wicket of Harvey. He's a very good player. He's a captain, wicketkeeper. Probably been their best batsman. Somerset will be desperate to get him. Ben Green comes over the wicket to him. Comes in now from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And bowls a bouncer outside the off stump. Harvey gets bat on it. Third man, Jack Leach, thought he might have been in the game there, but it bounces way short of him.
So I think that if that was on a Sunday and Jack Leach did that, I think he would be getting a lot of jibs. Be gibber. But yeah, rightfully so. Watch the ball. Yeah, it's really good to see as well. Just looking at some of the comments here and just how people have really appreciated this game. Got a lot of Cornwall fans, Somerset fans, and it's just really good to see how everyone's sort of grateful this fixture's happened. And I think that's really important. That just shows, yeah, it's just really good to see.
Graham Tompkins says, "Can you congratulate my wife Becky on getting a new job, please?" And of course we can. Congratulations, Becky. Mike Unwin has also commented saying, "Congratulations, Mrs. Tompkins," but congratulations, Becky. think Somerset, if they can get another wicket or two, they could probably rattle through Cornwall here. If players come back onto bowl.
Yeah, nice single there from Scott Kello. He's quick, Scott. That's the over there.
If you look on the live stream now, or any moment now, Tina Turner, An Evening of Tina. Stars of London's West End perform at the Cooper Associates County Grounds. They'll perform the incredible music of Tina Turner in one spectacular show. That'll be on Friday, August the 6th here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Get your tickets now. Just been reliably informed that tickets are available. They are selling fast, so be sure not to miss it and go and get your tickets. An Evening of Tina. Casey Aldridge continuing from the River Ends. Since his 7th over. Casey's bowled 6 overs, or 6.1 overs now. Gone for 33 runs, so he's going at 5.5 and over.
Yeah, good running again there. Do you want to get into this here? Just, yes, Scott Kello, just sort of see what he can do. Be great to see the two Scots send Cornwall to victory. Apologies, Somerset fans, I'm sort of caught in the middle here.
Yeah, born and bred Tauntonian, aren't you?
Tauntonian, yeah, but like sort of uni down in Falmouth, playing cricket down in Falmouth. It's a lovely part of the world, lovely town, really enjoy it, and it's like where I spend my weekends playing cricket up there. So it's sort of like, I think, sort of caught in the middle. So you want to see a county do well, but then also it's also nice to see sort of Cornwall put on a show as well, and make a game of it, which is I think what, win or lose, what everyone wants to see really.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, everyone wants to watch a cricket game and they want to see a good contest between bat and ball, don't they? They want to see good cricket, which has definitely been on display here today in Taunton. The cricket's merited the lovely weather. We'll move to 187 for 4. Require just 74 runs to win in 13.3 overs. It's going to be a good finish here, at Taunton. Oh, unlucky.
Just drop there. In the deep. From Young. Yeah, difficult catch, so sort of falling just in front of him, but it's like a low one.
Yeah, replay's on the screen obviously, so might have thought it was in the game, but as a fielder, if you fancy your chances, you think you're going to get it, and I don't think Sam Young. So Harvey nearly chops on. 2 chances for Somerset there, 2 close calls.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge might be getting a little bit frustrated there.
Definitely in the game though, Somerset. The young bowlers are definitely in the game.
The blade binder, not gonna lie, I was delighted when I saw this game was being streamed and had comms. Is Jeff the cameraman action day? He is indeed.
Yep, Jeff has returned to camera duties today. That gets cut for 4 by Harvey. Yep, Jeff Vian, formerly of Sky Sports. He's been a cameraman all his life. He's now a lifelong Somerset member, committee member here at Somerset. Is currently on the camera at the moment. So you can see his fine work on the live stream.
Just here, I believe it's Alice Whiteford's mum. Super Jeff to be watching my son play at the county ground. What an experience for all the team. Absolutely, Zin. It's very, very true. Yeah, great game. Really good. We've got a lot of positive comments there.
It's really good to see. Really good to see county cricket thriving. Good to see minor counties playing here at Somerset. Really good to see. A really enjoyable day so far. Regardless of the result, I've had a great day. Obviously goes for the big shot that goes for 6. towards
Great shot there
corner.
from Scott Kello. Taking Ben Green, taking him apart there. Big shot over cow corner.
Yeah, it was a big boy, that.
That's what Scott Kello does. I believe as well his parents are actually sat down where that ball was hit as well, so they would have loved that. Mum and Dad and his girlfriend are down there.
Must be fantastic to see a child of yours play at a professional sports ground against a professional sports team. They must be chuffed to bits.
I wonder what Ben Green's thinking here. So 63 to win. Just been hit for 6. Amazing to see Scott Kello leave a ball. That is fantastic. Shows he's learning.
So
Hasn't let the 6 get to him.
From personal experience, is
Yes.
a lever rarity?
Very funny is that Scott's shot is cow corner. They call it as Kel's corner, and that was going straight to Kel's corner. So to leave a ball after that, after dispatching one to Kel's corner. Good on him. Getting a short ball, wide ball there. I think the Cornwall team have this team a little bit, not rattled, but maybe a bit frustrated. You know, there's a few missed opportunities here. It's going to come down to the wire. It's going to take a. This is the perfect sort of thing for these Somerset players to have. You know, sort of game going right down to the wire, as I said. But it's going to test these young players, and this is vital for this future this competition and for the success over the next month or two.
Yeah, obviously we're a hugely successful club down here at Somerset, but you don't know how good your players are, you don't know how good your youngsters are until they're in a pressurised situation. The game finding the balance, visitors requiring 61. Youngsters want to stand up, make a name for themselves, see if they can try and take some wickets and try and win the game for Somerset, and equally for Cornwall. Obviously their players wanting to make an impact, get their name out there, have their time in the spotlight and try and win the game for Cornwall. Cornwall 200 for 4 here. As that one's just nurdled down to fine leg. They'll just jog through for a single to take the score to 201. Harvey looking very good at 69. Nice to see this game being watched currently in Colorado in the United States of America. Hello, Michael.
Yeah, Colorado, that real well-known state for cricket actually out there. They really do like the cricket. Yeah, 200 up as well, we should have said. Yeah, of course, 200 up.
Ben Green just hits the splice of Kello's bat. Be interesting to see what Somerset do bowlers-wise. So Green's into a 7th
Very
over.
right. Great to see Cornwall tuning in for Nova Scotia.
Well bowled by Ben Green again. Just challenging Kello. See if you look at the bowlers that Somerset have left. Jack Leach is 3 overs left. I'm sure he used them. We haven't seen Lewis Goldsworthy bowl today. Obviously been very successful Somerset in the blasts. Bowled brilliantly for us at Cardiff on Friday. Hasn't had a bowl. I don't know if he's just been rested. So 5 of the 6 bowlers used all have 3 overs left. Sonny Baker, Ned Leonard, Casey Aldridge, Ben Green and Jack Leach.
Jack Leach looking like he's going to come on now from the river end. There he is.
The nuts.
That literally rang so well.
We've been working on that one.
Jesse Santu watching from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Used to live in Devon. A lot of Canada like this.
A lot of love from North America.
Yeah, we like that. We like to see it.
Yeah, fantastic part of the world, Alberta.
Have you been, Ben?
No, good friends of ours live in Edmonton, so my
Okay.
parents go every year. Well, every 2 years, whenever really. I've never been, but hoping to go at some point. Missed a wedding, unfortunately, because of the pandemic. Well, that's Jack Leach's bowls went down the leg side. Fortunately, Harvey hit straight to Eddie Byram at short fine leg. It's a dot ball. Cornwall 201 for 4.
It's going to be tight here.
Leachy bowls another one down the leg side, and Harvey can't connect with it. I think perhaps a slight difference with the Cornwall players. They probably haven't faced someone who bowls spin at a decent pace. A lot of spin bowlers, perhaps in minor counties cricket, don't quite have the pace of Jack Leach or the pace of an international spin bowler who just chucks it down, gets the revs at a good speed, challenges the batsman in many ways.
Especially an international cricketer in the name of Jack Leach, who's
Yeah,
bowled
exactly.
against some of the best batsmen in the world and had great success as well. So it's going to be really an interesting experience here for the old Scott Kello.
I'm fortunate to have faced the Jack Leach livery on a Tuesday night, sometimes down at Taunton Dean Cricket Club. Back when I was a youngster and before he started getting to the Somerset first team on a regular basis, he used to be sometimes come down, chuck his arm over at his mates. Always good as a youngster to play and see professional cricketers at work. Something I can tell people. I faced Jack Leach, albeit on an artificial net.
Yeah, this is sort of crunch time though. I mean, for the Somerset boys, bringing Leach on, if he can just, get it's not so much maidens. I don't think maidens, but just a single here, a single there from Novi, he'll take that and then just that puts the pressure back on Cornwall. Yeah, nice shot there from Scott Keller though, just pushing it down to mid on, long on I should say.
So Cornwall, 204 for 4. 39 overs gone. 11 overs to go. Visitors require 57 runs to win. Required run rate is only 5.2. Ben Green to bowl from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion ends. That's pulled straight to Ned Leonard at deep square leg.
Yeah, not a bad shot that actually from Scott Harvey. I went straight to the fielder, but it was a well-timed shot. Great shot there from Scott Kello. Over the top, over point. Come on, Scotty. It's very biased commentary. I feel bad, but this.
It's a personal bias as well,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
personal
nice.
bias.
It's good to see.
It's a personal bias. No, it's just good to see someone who's worked hard for an opportunity do well. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's good to see your friends do well in all walks of life, especially if it's in the game of cricket.
I believe we're going to have a little replacement of commentary at the end of the over. I'm going to step away for the final 10 and let Mr. Redwood, my partner, left of me, and of course the man with the legend, Harry Everett, take over. Yeah, well fielded there.
Ned Lennon in the deep.
Yeah, Cornwall 49 to win here.
You'd back them. You'd definitely back them. Run rate is down below 5 at 4.7 and over.
And again, there, nice shot there from Scott Harvey.
Last ball of the 39th over. Sorry, the 40th over. Ben Green coming in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion ends. What can he do? Oh, and he bounces Kello. There's a dot.
And that is me finished, yeah. I'll pass over to a good friend, Harry Everett.
So, if you're watching the live stream, obviously WPA have been helping us and sponsoring us for our live stream, and also the LV Insurance County Championship this season. It's been fantastic. The commentary box is decked out in WPA. It's looking marvellous. But thank you, WPA, for your continued support of Somerset County Cricket Club. We greatly appreciate it.
Wow, what a finish we got coming up here. Didn't expect this before the game or even at half time, or well, after a few overs it looked like Cornwall were going to cruise it. So plenty of topsy-turvy turns in a cricket match that we love.
I assume Jack Leach will probably bowl out now, won't he? Bowled his final 2 overs. Incredible figures of 8 overs, 1 wicket for 20. Economy of 2.5 an over, runs per over. Scott Harvey just rocks back and plays that comfortably into the leg side and gets a single. So Harry, how impressed have you been with the Cornish batsman today?
Mighty impressed, actually. I mean, I thought 2-6 was a little bit under par, but the way they batted made it look like this is more of a 330 kind of pitch, because they should win without alarm now, really. As bats say, they don't need to do anything silly off Jack Leach, as we see a mighty slog sweep heave-ho from Kello across the line to Nervale.
Kello's probably quite fortunate that the ball didn't hit the stumps there. He's tried to heave Jack Leach, England's Jack Leach, into the Somerset stands.
But I think a lot of it has been really poor fielding and quite poor bowling from Somerset. Jack Leach apart.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Casey Aldridge has come back on and bowled quite well in the second spell.
Yeah, Ben Green bowled all right, but the fielding worries me. A minute that Sam Young at point just didn't fancy sprinting in and making a bit of an effort to dive forward. He sort of just jogged in and picked it up on the one bounce half volley kind of thing. And I was with all the scorers next door, and we all said, "Oh yeah, he really should have gone for that, and should at least made an effort to catch it."
You know, Scott Harvey scores another 4. It's not looking good for Somerset here against the minor county counterparts.
From a Somerset point of view, I actually think this loss, I'm going to call it early, could actually do them a favour. It's a warm-up game, there's not a lot on it. Rather than being overconfident going into the Royal London Cup, it'll give them a reality check. They're going to lose to Cornwall, they know they've got to up the game. Yeah, 4 experienced heads should come in for Sunday. But, you know, the other 7 need to perform as well.
No, I completely agree, Harry.
You'd have thought 7 from today's 11 will be playing on Sunday.
Yep. As I was saying to Elliot Trotman a minute ago, you've probably got one of the 3 seam bowlers will probably play.
Yeah.
One of Leonard's, Casey Aldridge or Sonny Baker might get a gig on Sunday for the Royal London One Day Cup opener here against Derbyshire.
And I'd like to see someone like George Thomas could possibly come in and bat 7 or 8.
No, I completely agree. I don't think George Thomas did his future prospects any harm today.
No, I just one slight disappointment. He hasn't had a bowl as an all-rounder. We know he batted really well today. I thought he'd have had a bowl.
Yeah, I think he could have had a bowl. But I think Ben Green and probably Coach Paul Tweddle probably said, give the 3 youngsters a good bowl, see what they're about, see what they can do, see if they can upset the Cornish batsmen. As you can see on the live stream today, so on the Sunday, August the 1st, we will play Yorkshire here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and we have the Royal Marine Bands here. There'll be combat equipment displays, live combat demonstrations, obviously the bands on the pitch. It'll be fantastic occasion. I know the club have been busy sorting that out, and I think it's the Royal Marine Band's first proper public appearance since the pandemic, is what I heard this week in the office.
Which Just had a tweet from Mike Hoban, who reckons that this could be the first time Cornwall have ever beaten a first-class county. Not confirmed that stat. We haven't got Annie Zoltzman in the back of the box, but if that is correct, then that's pretty good going for him. And fair play to him, and I don't think too many Somerset players will begrudge him. Lewis Goldsworthy particularly, I'm sure, will be happy enough for his old mates, although he would have liked to have gone on to get a bigger score. And I'd like to have seen him bowl today. Him and Thomas, I'd like to have seen bowl.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see that Goldsworthy hasn't bowled. You'd have thought that him and Leach could have almost tied up 20 overs of bowling between them, couldn't they? And not conceded, not given the Cornish batsmen anything.
Especially when we've seen Eddie Byron bowl 3 overs for 27. I mean, inevitably so, the part-time leg spinner who's barely bowled for Taunton St Andrews, let alone for Somerset. So bizarre to see him bowl maybe 1 over to change ends or try to do something different, I understand, but to bowl 3 overs for 27 just seems, yeah, quite bizarre.
Goldsworthy's bowled a lot for Somerset lately. Perhaps he's just having a bit of a rest. Somerset have played a lot of cricket in the last month. As the schedule gets tightened, as there's more cricket being played, obviously the Vitality Blast, the LV Insurance County Championship, and now he's going to the Royal London One Day Cup. Somerset have been without a couple of players in the T20s, so more responsibility for players like Lewis Goldsworthy to have a bowl. So perhaps he's just having a little rest today.
As it stands, Cornwall have the best chance of all the one-day tour matches to get an underdog upset. Cumberland and Bedfordshire look like they've pretty much got no chance at Lancashire and Northamptonshire. Wiltshire is still within a shout against Gloucestershire. Oxfordshire will struggle to get 150 off 13 at Sussex. The Wales Minor Counties could bring another surprise against Glamorgan though. So yeah, we could have, I reckon there's 2 genuine upsets on the cards in Wales and at Taunton in their one-day tour matches today. Yeah, no other Roo news. KL Rahul is retired on 101 not out in the 3-day Indian match against the County Select 11.
Yeah, he's not a bad stick, is he? He's not a bad stick.
Bit bizarre seeing Avesh Khan playing for the county side of the Indian, but otherwise you could see 10 county players playing against some top-class Indian Test players, except Rahane and Kohli are both resting injured to be fit for the first Test. Anyway, back to the exciting finish down below us as Baker's steaming in from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Kello, the explosive batsman who's bowler by trade, we might have another.
Just dropped short.
Yeah, I wouldn't
again.
call that on a jib. That'd be harsh. That didn't quite carry. 1 bounce to third.
Just
man.
dropping short, aren't they, the Somerset fielders? Frustrating for Somerset's young bowlers out there.
Scott Kello has scored 119 this season for Falmouth in Saturday League cricket for Cornwall. Bowler by trade, but wow, bowling all rounder maybe we call him. 6th bowler for Cornwall today, 1 for 34 off his 5. And yeah, could possibly get Somerset over the line. Not Somerset, sorry, Cornwall over the line. Or does he allow Harvey to get his 100? Is that going to come into it?
Harvey plays this one onto the offside. For one, Casey Aldridge Fields on the fence.
So Scott Harvey, who we mentioned earlier, took a couple of catches and a stumping in the first innings. Got to be man of the match, surely. Even whatever happens now, he's got to be man of the match, isn't he?
Yeah, he's batted brilliantly, hasn't he? Nice to see in another game. Sussex playing Oxfordshire. Travis Head has taken 3 wickets. The Australian Test cricketer come over to play for Sussex County Cricket Club to try and get back in the Australian team. Usually back to number 5 for Australia. Probably wants that berth.
Adelaide Strikers, I remember he whacked 100 on New Year's Day in the Big Bash.
I remember that, yeah.
That was a summer innings, wasn't it? Yeah, I watched him play in the Ashes a couple of years ago and watched a few Strikers Big Bash games when I was travelling around there. Not been in full form on the bat, but useful that he can still bowl.
It's great to see a lot of overseas players, good quality overseas players, coming over and playing county championship cricket. Obviously, a lot of Aussies have come over for the whole summer stint here in the UK. Obviously, you had Marnus playing for Glamorgan, as well as Michael Nisa, good right arm bowler, trying to get into the Australian team.
On that Sussex game, this poor lad called Cosford's got retired hurt because Jofra Archer's playing in that. It's a bit silly. Imagine if Cornwall rocked up to play today, and I mean Sonny Baker's quick enough. I've got a few mates who faced Sonny Baker in the nets, and they said that's pretty scary. But imagine facing Jofra Archer when you're up. Well,
I remember just after the Cricket World Cup, as Harvey just hits another four.
what about it?
During the first test, whilst England were losing to Australia, Leach was playing for Taunton Dean and Jofra Archer was playing for Sussex 2s against Leicestershire 2s. And I was watching the live stream because someone obviously pointed out on Twitter, and you just felt for the Leicestershire batsman there. Jofra Archer
He scored
steaming
100 as
in.
well, didn't he? It was a game where he played 2s and scored 100 and got a load of wickets bowling Thunderbolts.
Later on that week, he's bowling 96 mile an hour at Steve Smith. It's good to see. Good to see top quality international players playing in these games, in these ECB national county games, against the minor counties. Good for the minor counties. Good for cricket in general.
Marnus Labuschagne should be pretty grateful for Jofra Archer bowling that quick delivery at Smith, and because without that concussion replacement, Labuschagne might not have got his second go at Test cricket, and what a player he's gone on to become in his second bite of the cherry.
Yeah, absolute gun. It's a shame we didn't see him down here in the T20 Blast game for Glamorgan. Obviously it was rained off.
Yeah, didn't do much in the game on Friday night at Safari Gardens either. So
He was well caught by Roloff van der Merwe. Have you seen that catch?
Very good catch, deep cover, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was happy to see Marnus Labuschagne have a little hit here though at Taunton before the rain came in that game.
Yeah.
As a little badger myself, I did stop what I was doing and just watch him net. But there's opportunities in life, they're few and far between. You've got to take them while you can. Seeing one of the best players in the world have a hit down here at Taunton. Oh, Leachy. Bowls a slow one here at Scott Callow. Teases him, beats him.
Harvey Southcott is trying to suggest Robert Much for man of the match, 4 for 30. If he comes in and gets... No, even if he came and got the remaining 29 not out, yes, he bowled well for his 4 for 30, but Harvey's 89 not out already gets him man of the match in my opinion, especially if he goes and see it home. Much bowled well, but he did clean up a few of the tail ends as well, which, you know, he got Byram out, but then the other three were sort of middle to lower order, so if it was a top 4, I'd maybe put him higher up in the man of the match standings, but I'm in the Harvey man of the match camp so far.
That's Jack Leach bowled out. 10 overs, 1 for 33. Well bowled Jack Leach, we know what he can do. Fantastic player.
Just on Scott Harvey, I just found a BBC Sport article from 2013. Cornwall cricket boss confident about young players. He talks about a 19-year-old Scott Harvey. This is back in 2013, so do a bit of maths. He's, yeah, exciting things for him in the future. And what are we, 8 years on, and here he is at the southwest home of cricket. Cooper Associates County Ground, hopefully for him. Yeah, I don't think Somerset will begrudge him turning up. When I was off commentary, I went to Lou, got a drink, and suddenly he was on 50 odd, and he was on 10 when I stopped commentating. So he hasn't hung around.
No, he definitely hasn't hung around. He's batted superbly, I must say. Captain, wicketkeeper.
Over 100 strike rate, good going, isn't it?
Yep, captain's knock for his team, for his county. I'm sure all of Cornwall will be delighted. I'm sure Rick Stein, sponsor of the Cornwall Cricket, will also be delighted.
Only Thomas in the first innings scored at over 100 strike rate, really. Though Casey Hill just came in and hit a few at the end, a few edges, but no, it almost looked like he's been batting on a different pitch. Scott Harvey. Kent looked very good too. Big shout out for Kent. Really set the platform. But those two's partnerships really probably won the game for Cornwall.
Yeah, I thought Charlie Kent batted brilliantly. 19-year-old, did himself no damage to his reputation. Looked very good. It's a nice shop window for these young Cornish players.
Yeah, I mean, I'd almost put money on one of these lads getting a go in Somerset second 11. Probably, if it's not a Harvey, then a Kent, perhaps. Probably a bit late for Rob Murch, but you'd like to see Kent, yeah, have a go at Somerset second 11. They like to give a few different players a go.
Yeah, a few players from around the region. Obviously, had the Devon lad playing for them. Is it Hugo something?
Hugo Whitlock, yeah.
Yep, he went to Richard Hewish.
Yeah, he was in the cricket academy with me at Hewish a few years ago. Played against him last year for Bobby Tracy. He was meant to play. I was meant to play against him on Saturday, but he didn't play for Bobby on Saturdays in Oxford and been injured a bit.
But it just goes to show what what good performances can do. You can get recognition from Somerset, play some second 11 cricket.
Yeah, there's a lad from Exeter University called Ben Wells who's been going around the second 11 circuit, played for Somerset against Gloucester one game, and then a couple of games later he played for Gloucester against Somerset, both in the second 11. But you can sort of try out all your different second 11s and wait and see. One of them will give you a contract.
Yeah, obviously Calvin Harrison signed a contract, 2-year contract, Nottinghamshire, played a lot of second 11 cricket. Impressed for the MCCU at Nottinghamshire, impressed for Oxfordshire minor counties, and has managed to get himself a temporary contract and played every Blast game, done well for them.
Yeah, him and Matt Carter have done well for Notts, on the spin and the, well, tricky surface to Trent Bridge.
Just goes to show what these kind of exhibition friendly games can do for young cricketers.
Sonny Baker could be one of them coming through. He's bought a couple of quick balls here, not making it easy for Harvey. He's now into the 90s. Kello backed away a couple of times then, but Harvey's looking a bit more composed.
Visitors require just 27 runs to win now, 6.3 overs. Sonny Baker tries to bowl a wide Yorker and he just gets carved away by Scott Harvey.
Richard Full says on Facebook, watching from Helston, Cornwall, played football with Sonny Baker's dad Ian back in the day. Good coverage, lads. Wonder who Sonny Baker's dad Ian played for, Ian Baker. Bill Caddick, thanks for the good commentary, guys. Nick Davey, all the positive comments coming at once. Great coverage, thanks, guys. Come on, Somerset. Talking about other sports, Baird and Rue were both part of Somerset under-15 squash team. That's a good fact for us, I like that.
Yeah, I guess squash is probably good for young batsmen, isn't it? Good wrist work, very strong wrists.
Oh. Backed away and thumped through the covers by Kelly. Yeah, talking about squash, I was finishing off on PGCE at Blundell's the other week, and the Somerset squash champion, and so it was Frank, I can't even remember his name, which is poor, was working at Taunton School, and he came and gave me a hiding. Basically, I'm not really a squash player, but he was coming and do some coaching at Blundell's in the winter, and the number 1 and the number 2 from Somerset and Devon, I think it was, one of them was ranked in the England rankings, come and gave a squash exhibition, and they played against each other and let me have a bit of a hit with him, and God, it was next level. Good experience.
Good game, isn't it?
Yeah, so Baird and Rue, I suppose as a keeper would squash, maybe the foot movement would help.
Oh, well bowled, Sonny Baker. Good Yorker. Bit of aggression as well, picking the ball up. But no, squash, yeah.
Hand-eye coordination, I guess.
Yeah, we've seen obviously. We've seen hockey and cricket overlap. Obviously, Joss Butler, Tom Banton. Seen how playing different sports can benefit your cricket. As you see, Harry Everett and I on the commentary cam. Harry sporting the retro Somerset shirt today.
Not that only a couple of years. Actually, what was it? 5 years ago? I don't know. Chris Rogers, this was, yeah. How long ago was that? Probably about 5 years. 2015, 16 years, something like that. There you go. 16. God, that the sound, yeah, it's longer than I realised. I didn't feel that long ago, but it was, I suppose. Got all the comments going on Facebook now. Watching from Paynton in Devon is Rachel Mitchell. Come on, Somerset, you can do it. That's nearly Torbay, Torquay, Paynton-ish. That's Sonny Baker area. Watching from, I don't know, I'd say that. I did do a bit of French at school. Edward Nicholson watching from Bergerac in some French accent. Colin Williams watching from Truro, but a long-time Somerset supporter. And Ed Nicholson says, batted with Kent's dad, Charlie Kent's dad, for Cornwall against Somerset in the early 90s. There you go, what a bit of history that is.
Casey Aldridge returns to the Somerset attack, and the visitors require just 22 to win from 6 overs. Starts with a very good Yorker at Scott Harvey. Aldridge 1 for 41 from his 7.1 overs. A bit disappointed with his first spell, but I thought he came back really well and bowled really well in his second spell. Got his lengths right, obviously a tall man. Bowled slightly back of the length, challenged the batsman a bit more.
Yeah, slightly surprised he didn't get the new ball with Sonny Baker, actually. I thought maybe those two would have opened up and Lendon might come on first change, but today's a day for experimenting.
Scott Harvey rocks back and just dabs that one down to third man, and Eddie Byram's the fielder. Moves on to 92, not out. Just 8 runs shy of the century. A day he'll never forget here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds.
Worth mentioning another National Counties Championship match. Devon are playing Wales on Sunday the 25th to Tuesday the 27th at Sandford, Creedy Park. Lovely ground in Devon. Worth watching a bit of Devon v Wales in the National Counties Championship match. If you've enjoyed what you've seen today.
Yep, support local cricket, support your counties, support your minor counties, support your local cricket club, especially at the moment with some certain competition coming in. Just 21 needed for Cornwall here from 5.3 overs. It's 5 wides. 5 wides from Casey Aldridge, takes the required total to just 16. Somerset will be really disappointed with their extras today. Obviously young bowlers do tend to bowl more wides, no balls, extras and stuff, but not really good enough from some Somerset youngsters regarding their extras. They've bowled, some of them have bowled well, but the extras, they pile up. It's 31 extras now, way too many. It's a lovely shot. That is a lovely shot, and it's well stopped in the boundary.
My only worry is our extra is going to stop Harvey from getting deserved ton here. .92 not out he is, but only 14 required to win.
At the moment, it's a bit of a story of the Scots, isn't it? Scott Kello 28 not out, Scott Harvey 92 not out.
Scott with a double T, that is, not the single T. Josh Davies not involved today. Hopefully will be on Sunday though.
Another extra for Somerset. Casey Aldridge puts one down the leg side.
Yeah, that is poor. I mean, you can't make too many excuses for Aldridge and Leonard and Baker bowling a lot of wides today.
By my record, I think there's 18 wides for the day.
32 extras, yeah, it's not really good enough, is it, for a professional side?
No.
This is embarrassing, a few people are saying on the Somerset YouTube stream.
Is skied and caught by Jack Leach. Casey Aldridge has a wicket.
Good
Scott
catch
Kello
running back.
looks for the big shot, skies it. Jack Leach takes the catch from mid-off. Good catch by Leach. Safe pair of hands from the international cricketer. Scott Kello departs, making 28. His side required just 13 to win.
I'm not sure your captain would be best pleased with that. Forget the fact that you're going to win the game. Also, he's on 92 not out. All Kello had to do was, you got 6 overs left. Block it or nudge at single. Absolutely no need for the big shot from Kello there. Harvey's got it under control and could turn up. And when your captain's at the other end, you should put faith and trust in him and just give him the strike. Silly shot from Kello, and it could bring Somerset back into it. But you'd like to think whoever's batting in the last 5 or 6 positions for Cornwall should be able to get 13 more runs.
Yeah, Kello disappointed with the way he got out. There's no better feeling than being out there when your side wins, scoring the winning runs or being out there.
Oh,
disappointed.
James Rue news, he's taken a catch of Axar Patel, bowled by Craig Miles.
Axar Patel, England's nemesis in the spring.
Yeah, good catch for Rue, so that's 2 dismissals for him in this 3-day tour match at Chester Street. Why isn't Goldsworthy bowled? My sentiments exactly, Andy Miles. We've been saying that all day. Not just Goldsworthy, but also George Thomas bowls. He's an all-rounder, but he's not on a bowl either. So I guess the thing with Goldsworthy is they know what he can bowl, but we know what Jack Leach can bowl. So today is an experiment. I don't quite know why certain people bowl and certain haven't. Maybe they had a little plan between Paul Tweddle and Ben Green beforehand. They discussed the plan and they've tried to stick to it, but it has been slightly odd. Especially against his old teammates. You thought Goldsworthy would know how to get something out.
So 1 ball left this over. Obviously, it's important to remember that Somerset have out key players for today's fixture. Obviously, on Sunday, Jack Brooks will come back into the game. James Hildreth, Josh Davey, Steve Davies.
Big 4.
Yeah.
The big 4.
Be a different Somerset team. If you like what you're seeing now, if you like what you're seeing from domestic cricket, come down on Sunday. Tickets still available for our fixture against Derbyshire in the Royal London One Day Cup. We have a beer and cider festival here. Should be in the Fan Village. Oh, it's on your screens now.
Looking forward to that.
The biggest beer garden in the southwest.
You're gonna have to run me up a different cider for every wicket or every 10 over stint. We'll have to try a different cider during the game. I'll get the train up on Sunday. Keep the commentary exciting, shall we?
Yeah, it's sure to be a great day. Hopefully the sun's shining here in Taunton. I've not looked at the weather, but Derbyshire should be strong. Obviously all their team in isolation at the moment, but they should be strong coming down. How many players gone to the 100? Somerset should be a lot stronger. Obviously defending champions of the Royal London One Day Cup, back from that memorable day at Lords in 2019. What can Somerset do here? 5 overs to go. The visitors require just 13. 5 wickets required. Sonny Baker to bowl from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion ends.
Yeah, great point by Lady B. Exactly what I was trying to say about Goldsworthy. We know what Goldsworthy can do, so I guess they want to experiment and try and see what these youngsters can do, because one of Leonard, Baker and Aldridge, as we keep saying, is likely to play on Sunday. So today is almost a test, an experiment, a trial really for some of the second team players.
Yep, I completely agree. Goldsworthy's played a lot of cricket. May have been asked to be rested, I'm not sure, but he couldn't pass up the opportunity to play against Cornwall, could he? Proud Cornishman.
Yeah, Jack Leach, of course, we won't have for the entire tournament. We'd expect him to be picked in the England Test squad for the India series. He was bubbled for a long time, unable to bowl for so long. It's good to see him back. Bowling his full quota 10 overs very well today as Scott Harvey gets down the third man. Can he come back for 2? No, he can't. Good bit of fielding by Leach, the man we're just talking about, third man.
Harvey moves to 93.
I do like within a game within a game, like a little chase to 100 when there's only 13 to get, or 11 to get now. So I was talking to a mate about James Vince last night. James Vince in the Big Bash when AJ Ty possibly deliberately bowled a wide when Vince was 99 not out and 1 run to win.
Not cricket, that is it? Not
no,
cricket.
Hopefully there's not going to be anything like that today.
What can Sonny Baker do? Tommy Sturgis facing. He's on just 1 run.
Tommy Sturgis, the bowling around, who played for Surrey second 11 while he was at school.
And Sturgis squirms that away for 4.
Cool, we've got a bit of pace on that. That's good news for Cornwall, but not so good for Scott Harvey. It's not about personal milestones, but
yeah, we do talk about personal milestones, but the visitors required just 7 runs to win.
Went to school down the road at Wellington, did Tommy Sturgis, with fast bowling coach Stephen James, we talked about earlier. Currently plays in Derbyshire, moved up there with to be near his son, and he plays for their second 11, so talented man is Tommy Sturgis, but is he going to deprive his captain of 100 by scoring a couple of unnecessary boundaries here? I say unnecessary. They want to win the game as soon as possible, and Harvey would probably say that as the unselfish captain he is, but deep down he wants to get 100 at the South West home of cricket, doesn't he?
Sturgis nearly chops on there from Sonny Baker.
Baker bowling his final over instantly, so it's good to see that he's got through his 10. Only he and Jack Leach have bowled their 10 so far, and with only 7 to win, they're probably the only 2 that are going to get through their full quota.
Yep, definitely.
The real surprise was Eddie Byron bowling 3 overs, which, yeah, you'd have thought should really have gone to Goldsworthy or one of the other youngsters, or Thomas really. But the experiment, I suppose, if Byron suddenly took 5 through, then he'd have been a useful option for the Royal London Cup.
Sturgis, big swipe, goes for 4.
He's not read the script, is he? He's not read the script. Scott Harvey's fist bumping him, being a very good bloke about this all, but he's getting the game won early. Maybe he's got someone to beat tonight. Easy slash over the top from. That's the thing with Sonny Baker's pace. If it's not accurate enough, it's just going to go the distance. There's a third man and a fine leg, but they got no chance.
You'd think for Cornwall this could be a big night on the cards here. Just 3 runs to win here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds. Freedom
Day yesterday's timed well, aptly timed for Cornwall to have a bit of a celebratory do tonight.
Here we are on the last ball of the 4th, 6th over. Sonny Baker to bowl, just 3 to win for Cornwall. Sonny Baker runs in. He tries to scoop him. Big shout of LBW from the bowler.
Keeps the strike to Harvey.
Keeps the strike. Oh no.
Harvey's not even going to have a chance of hitting the 6 to get to 100 and win the game.
No, it's unfortunate for the Cornwall skipper. leg by Signal, just another extra. Obviously, you can't really do anything about that one. Just 2 to win.
Northumberland within 1 run of beating Yorkshire. 255 for 1 play, 254 for 8. I said that there were probably two games that possibly wouldn't go to the underdogs today. We were looking at the Welsh game, the Wales minor counties. But yeah, no, Yorkshire wouldn't have won 9 wickets. That was a battering. No, it's the Wales minor counties need 56 from 11 over, so they could beat Glamorgan, as Cornwall is just about to beat Somerset here. So there could be two big upsets in the one-day tour matches today.
So I think what's cost Somerset today has been the extras. Obviously, no one spoils extras, but 2 no balls, 22 wides. That's a total of 24 extra deliveries to be bowled.
Yeah, that's
as well as obviously runs. Probably killed Somerset here today.
Sturgis is just rigging at everything.
Be a big learning curve for the youngsters. A useful lesson for the boys ahead of this week's Royal London One Day Cup opener against Derbyshire. But I've been mightily impressed with the Cornish batting. I thought Cornwall bowled okay in part, but I've been mightily impressed in particular with Scott Harvey and Charlie Kent. 2 to win, and they've done it. Cornwall have defeated Somerset here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sturgis with a 4 into the leg sides. They defeated Somerset by 5 wickets.
Scott Harvey's given a big old celebration here, struggling to take his helmet off. But well played, sir. Very well batted. Superb innings. Harvey and Sturgis get the job done. Poor Harvey misses out on a ton. 93 not out because Sturgis hit 3 boundaries at the end to win the game. He'll finish 13 not out. But what a game from Cornwall.
Yeah, congratulations to Cornwall. Congratulations to our friends down there. Congratulations to their coaches, their supporters. A fantastic victory for them here by 5 wickets at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset will be disappointed. It's just a friendly game. It's just an exhibition, just a chance for some Somerset youngsters to show what they can do. But big congratulations to Cornwall. Harvey walks off, helmet off, bat in the air, saluting the Cornish faithful.
Yeah, a few comments just congratulating Cornwall on the YouTube stream. Well batted, Cornwall. Well done, great game, ball involved. Huge congrats. That's what I do like about the Somerset faithful. We might be biased, but they admit when they've played badly and then the teams play very well. Great to see the bats being held aloft by both particularly Harvey, but also by Sturgis. On the Thatcher's deck, a few of the Cornish faithful are really enjoying themselves, clapping and cheering and shouting. But what a day. This day will go down in Cornish cricket history. For a long, long time they'll remember this win. Great win by 5 wickets.
Fully deserved. 5
wickets and 4 overs remaining. So you can't really argue that. Pretty emphatic from Cornwall. And you don't really need to say something to go back to the drawing board. It is a warm-up game. And they've got 4 big experienced heads to come back in on Sunday. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Somerset v Derbyshire, the Beer, Cider and Ale Festival. Please tune in from just before 2 PM. We'll be on air, day-night match. And we'll be back to commentate on that for you.
Yeah, I just want to finish this and congratulate Cornwall Cricket, the people of Cornwall. Congratulations on your victory here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds by 5 wickets. Lessons to be learnt for Somerset's young bowlers, but all the credit in the world must go to Scott Harvey for 93 not out. And congratulations to Cornwall. Thank you very much for watching the live stream today. And we'll see you on Sunday. Cheers.